Order, please. We'll now begin with the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to table a petition. The operative clause reads, "We, the undersigned, request the Government of Nova Scotia, in particular Develop Nova Scotia, commit to the residents of Pugwash that they will obtain and provide explanation to residents for the continual service disruptions by the various internet service providers. We, the undersigned, also request Develop Nova Scotia to commit to the residents of Pugwash and Cumberland County that our region is priority to enhanced internet connectivity." There are 339 signatures, and as per the rules of the House, I have affixed my signature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I read my statement, do you mind if I do an introduction?
Permission granted.
I'd like to draw the attention of the host of the East Gallery, where we're joined by a number of extraordinary Nova Scotians and families. I want to recognize Dr. Stephen Bede, who's the Medical Director of the Legacy of Life and Critical Care Organ Donation, who's with us. I'd also like to recognize Milna Kazanavichu, good try, who is a kidney and pancreas transplant recipient. I'd also like to acknowledge Cindy Ryan, who is a two-time liver transplant recipient, as well as Kelly Patterson, whose son Stephen was an organ donor, and Raylene Sampson, whose brother Shane Sampson was an organ donor. I'd like all of you to stand, and on behalf of the House, the four of you represent something that is extraordinary, heartbreaking, and yet special at the same time. Two of you represent families who have suffered tragic loss that none of us want to experience. But in your grief, you've turned and looked to the families and provided them with an opportunity of new life. So on behalf of this entire House, I want to say thank you for not only your gift of giving and receiving, but the people you represent.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, organ and tissue donation is near and dear to the hearts of many Nova Scotians. And I can tell this House it is a priority of our government and to me personally. Organ and tissue donation not only saves lives, it gives hope to those waiting for life-saving transplants. It should be noted that Nova Scotia has the highest rate of donor registration in the country. That does not always mean, Mr. Speaker, that registration turns into a donation. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, not surprising that Nova Scotians place a high value on organ and tissue donation, but there are still people waiting for life-saving transplants every year, and this legislation will help beginning to make that donation rate go even higher. And I want to tell this House, this is our first step to ensuring that we continue to increase the rate, because we know there's more work to be done to ensuring that no matter where we are in this province, if our wish is to make an organ donation, that we can make that wish come true. Mr. Speaker, the Human Organ and Tissue Donation Act presumes everyone to be a potential donor, allowing those who do not wish to be a donor to opt out. Nova Scotia will be the first jurisdiction in North America to have such legislation. I firmly believe that Nova Scotians who require a transplant will have a better chance of getting a life-saving donation they need because of this act. We also know that many families have been comforted during their time of grief, knowing that fellow Nova Scotians will have a new lease on life as a result of their loved one's donation. It is important to note that through this legislation, Nova Scotian continues to have a choice about donation. Anyone can opt out of becoming a donor at any time. There will be a period of time before the legislation comes into effect to allow government to make Nova Scotians aware of these changes and their options. In the meantime, I encourage all Nova Scotians to discuss this topic with their loved ones. When this Act comes into effect, Mr. Speaker, families will continue to be consulted about the wishes of their loved ones regarding organ and tissue donation. But this is an important conversation for families to have at this vital time, Mr. Speaker, and we wish this for the loved ones, and we wish for all of them that we can respect the wishes of their loved ones. Before I conclude, I want to say how pleased I was to be joined today by many people and organizations who play a vital role in encouraging donations and supporting those who are awaiting transplant. I appreciate their help in getting us to this point today. Mr. Speaker, in our presentation today, I don't think she would mind, Cindy spoke very much about her life post her organ reception. And I want to tell you how inspired I was as you spoke about the new additions to your life since you were given this life-saving gift of grandchildren, a new husband, many first, a public speaker. It is the essence, quite frankly, of what we're trying to accomplish in the tragedy, to providing new hope and new life for those who can become a recipient. So to all of you, thank you very much for being part of this journey, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to improve the lives of those Nova Scotians who require our support.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the Premier for his sincere and heartfelt statement and for bringing this most important issue to the legislature. The Premier is quite right in saying that this issue of organ donation should be a topic of conversation in every Nova Scotian home. It is vital that your family understand your wishes when it comes to organ donation. And just recently, Mr. Speaker, at Christmas with my two children, my son received his health card and had to renew it, and of course, at 16, I thought it was time that he could, take part in the conversation. And my daughter, who's 21, was sitting there, and we were going over the list of organs that you can donate, and he was like, "Oh yeah." And when it came to his eyes, he said, "Mom, I don't know. Those are the windows to my soul. I don't know." And my daughter was like, "Oh, Jack, come on," So it's interesting, and it's really important that we have these conversations with our children and they understand, because they do change their mind. And so we filled it out, and he left his eyes out, and that's what his wishes were. But I'm certain that the next time he goes to fill it out, he'll have a different opinion and everything will be checked off. I'm pleased to know that the Nova Scotians lead the nation in organ and tissue donation, though I am not surprised, Mr. Speaker. We are a generous group of individuals living in Nova Scotia, and we are always ready to give and share what we have. This could be a good measure for the many Nova Scotians who are waiting on the transplant list, and many of those individuals we all know. It will unquestionably mean the gift of life, or the gift of a better quality of life for those who need it. Now, this, however, there is another side to the equation. For every donation, there is someone who has died and a family who is grieving. And we all perhaps have had those experiences too, and often in sudden and tragic circumstances. And consideration, Mr. Speaker, must be given to those families and what will best relieve their grief at a very difficult time. I anticipate we will have a compelling debate on this issue. It is fundamental to who we are as people and as citizens. This is a debate worthy of the House, and I hope we do that debate justice. The key for the success of this legislation, in my opinion, I believe, will be how public education will be rolled out, when this act will come into force, and who will be impacted. If consent is to be presumed, the government must ensure that it is informed consent. I echo the Premier's comments, thanking everyone who has contributed to bringing this legislation forward. I know it has been a long time in coming, and the dedication of these individuals and groups is commendable. I thank everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will just add to the fine words of my friends to say very briefly that organ and tissue donation represent what is perhaps the most important principle in our lives, a principle that in is honored in different ways in every faith tradition. That is the principle that although life has unavoidable dimensions of darkness and unavoidable parts of loss, that nevertheless it is possible that out of darkness and loss can come newness of life. So when people make the decision to be one who is a donor, they are participating in this great central principle of what it is to be a human being. And certainly we're all honored to, together today, be able to hold this principle before us on this subject. Thank you.
We'll now move on to government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I make an introduction?
Permission granted.
Thank you. I'd like to draw the attention of members to the East Gallery, where I'd like to introduce some members of the working group that developed the Human Organ and Tissue Donation Act that will be tabled shortly. As I reference each individual, if you'd please stand. Dr. Stephen Bede, Medical Director, Legacy of Life and Critical Care Organ Donation Program. Janet Gallant, the Program Manager for Legacy of Life. Lisa Grandy, Project Executive, Department of Health and Wellness. Dean Hurdle, the Director of Legislation Policy, Department of Health and Wellness. Leah Hutt, Dalhousie Health Law Institute Representative, Department of Health and Wellness. Cynthia Eisnor, Health Services Director, Central Zone, Policy and Planning Critical Care Program. Nancy McLeod, Project Coordinator, Department of Health and Wellness. Jennifer Morin, Senior Solicitor, Department of Justice. Dr. Tony O'Leary, Department Head, Critical Care, Dalhousie University. And Vicki Sullivan, Operations Executive Director of Central Zone. And if I could have my colleagues give them warm up in the house.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas organ and tissue donation saves lives and gives hope to those waiting for life-saving transplants, and the month of April is an opportunity to raise awareness. And whereas Nova Scotia has the highest rate of donor registration in the country, but our actual donation rates are low, which is why the legislation being introduced today is important to increase organ and tissue donation. And whereas there are many individuals and organizations that play a vital role in organ and tissue donation, therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House recognize the hard work of the committee in developing legislation that will increase organ and tissue donation in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on the future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas yesterday, April 1st, we recognized some of Nova Scotia's amazing volunteers that play integral roles in communities across our province at the Provincial Volunteer Award ceremony. And whereas more than 410,000 Nova Scotians volunteer each year, contributing an average of 192 hours per year and play an essential role in building strong, inclusive and resilient communities. And whereas volunteers coach our athletes, they help newcomers to our province, assist many great nonprofit initiatives, build self-esteem in our children, and restore dignity in our elders. Therefore, be it resolved that this House congratulate the recipients of this year's volunteer awards and recognize the many Nova Scotians who selflessly volunteer their time in communities across the province. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I make an introduction?
Permission granted.
Thank you. In the East Gallery If I could have my guests rise as I call their names. We have Miss Deborah Perkins, Miss Bowen's daughter, Mr. Clifford Perkins, Miss Bowen's son-in-law, Colleen Simons, Miss Bowen's granddaughter, Mr. Eric Bowen, Miss Bowen's grandson, and Miss Samantha Dixon Slaughter, owner of Styles by SD. If I could ask the host to give them a round of applause.
The Honourable Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Ms. Barbara Bowden, known as Miss B, is a retired hairdresser, facilitator, and businesswoman who dedicated herself to her work in professional care in black hair, making individuals look and feel their best. And whereas Ms. Bowen is a graduate of the Viola Desmond School of Beauty and Culture and served as the board member of the Cosmetology Association of Nova Scotia. And whereas the beauty industry across our province, country, and globe continues to adapt to the diversity of all individuals to become the most beautiful versions of themselves, regardless of age, race, culture, and gender. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of this House of Assembly please join me in recognizing the work of Ms. Barbara Bowen and acknowledging the importance of what she has done in the beauty industry of Nova Scotia and in the African Nova Scotian communities. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Human Organ and Tissue Donation.
The Honourable Premier begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Human Organ and Tissue Donation.
Bill number 133, entitled An Act Respecting Human Organ and Tissue Donation.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on. The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to present a bill, an act to amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Labour Standards Code, to eliminate a different minimum wage rate for apprentices and inexperienced employees.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Labour Standards Code, to eliminate a different minimum wage rate for apprentices and inexperienced employees.
Bill number 134, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Labour Standards Code, to eliminate a different minimum wage rate for apprentices and inexperienced employees.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Permission for an introduction, Mr. Speaker.
Permission granted.
Direct the attention to all members to the West Gallery, where we have three gentlemen I'd like to introduce. Terry Richardson, a friend of mine. He's been employed at Grey Bar Canada Hairs in Rome for the past 4 decades. He's presently president of that organization. Terry's well known for his volunteer service, in particular with Special Olympics Nova Scotia. With Terry, no one that's any stranger to members of this House, Special Olympics Nova Scotia President and CEO Mike Greek, recently back from Dubai, and Program Director with Special Olympics Nova Scotia, Matt Quinn. I'd ask all members to give them a warm welcome.
The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring to the attention of all members of this legislature an individual I believe is a consummate volunteer. Terry Richardson, known as Mr. T, A New Glasgow resident is a compassionate, caring, and community-minded person. His passion for Special Olympics has been an example for all Nova Scotians to emulate. He has held many positions with the Special Olympics, including Chair of the Board of Directors. He has been selected as a Volunteer of the Year by the Special Olympics, Volunteer Community Service of the Year by the Pictou County Chamber of Commerce, and he's been presented the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal for volunteer service. He was a valuable member for the host committee for the 2018 Special Olympics Canada National Summer Games held at St. Francis Xavier University. Please join me and thank Terry Richardson for his tireless efforts. He's a great and valuable treasure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Nova Scotia and Canada lost one of its trailblazing civil rights activists, Joan Jones. Joan was a force of nature and the power behind many important struggles for environmental, economic, and racial justice. She was known for her razor-sharp wit and never didn't say what she thought. She expected people to step up when it came to fighting anti-Black racism and not to be self-absorbed in that stepping up. Among the many projects she led, Joan founded the Nova Scotia Project with her then-husband Rocky Jones to tackle anti-Black racism, and she advocated with Children's Aid Halifax to make sure that Black children taken into care were properly cared for. Her selfless work led her to raising and teaching a new generation of civil rights activists around her kitchen table, which served as headquarters in the early days of the Black rights movement in Halifax. On behalf of the NDP caucus, I want to extend my deep sympathy to Joan's large family and her many friends.
The honourable member for Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for the indulgence of the House for a moment of silence after I read this statement. Mr. Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I rise today to speak these words of remembrance for my dear friend and colleague Blair George, whose recent and untimely passing left his community and loved ones with an irreparable loss. Blair was a municipal councillor in Guysborough for over 30 years and one of the most remarkable people I have been blessed to know. He fought hard for the people and issues that were important to him, his friends and neighbours. He was an optimist when dealing with matters of the municipality, the province and the country, and had everyone's best interest at heart, and he wasn't afraid to say so. Mr. Speaker, Blair was so proud of his beautiful children and grandchildren and placed value not in the material things in life, but in family and the advancement of our communities and having the strength to see things through. This is how I will remember my dear friend, and I ask the House to please join me for a moment of reflection for this great man and all he gave us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll ask that all members please rise in a moment of silence. Thank you. The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate Amy Spurway on the unveiling of her book, Crow, at the Ross Ferry Community Centre on March 30th. Although she now lives in Dartmouth, Amy grew up in Ross Ferry on Bullardry Island. Amy first took an interest in communications and writing during her involvement in 4-H Canada activities in Cape Breton in the 1980s and 1990s, beginning when she was just 9 years old. With the support of her family and community friends, the book launch was a tremendous success, selling out in no time. I ask all members of the legislature to join me in congratulating Amy Spurway on her book launch and wishing her every success in her writing career. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to mark the important occasion of World Autism Day in this chamber. Under the leadership of the Actually Autistic Community and Autism Nova Scotia, there is a full month of opportunities to be part of Autism Acceptance Month in Nova Scotia. It runs for the remainder of April and is about promoting and understanding acceptance and inclusion in our communities. In my own family, I'm beyond privileged to count a smart, brave, fun, talented, neurodivergent nephew, Hugh Garber, who in his few short years on this earth has taught our family, his peers, and the larger community so much about being actually autistic and about what it means to have a truly inclusive community and family and why it's so important. And where Hugh leaves off, his mother, Allie, picks up. As a busy mother and professional, she has not hesitated to throw herself into organizing and advocating on behalf of autistic families across this province, most recently in Ottawa this week with Autism Nova Scotia and just this morning on national television. Not stopping at advocating for inclusion for her own family, her efforts have touched so many more. I ask that the members of this House join me in celebrating Autism Acceptance Month and the thousands of Nova Scotian families we mark it for.
The honourable member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize a fabulous community volunteer who will be retiring from the Burton Enger Breakfast Program. Madeline Repschel started volunteering at the Breakfast Club about 6 years ago when she retired from nursing at St. Vincent's Guest House. She quickly became an essential team member, acting as chief cook. Arriving at 7 a.m. every morning, Madeline prepares a hot meal for every student every day. Madeline is not only well loved by the students she serves, but also by the Mount St. Vincent University student volunteers that she has taken under her wing. How to make the perfect grilled cheese, pancakes, and old-fashioned porridge are just some of the life skills she's taught the students. According to school staff, Madeline's dedication is a major reason why the breakfast program has continued to grow, and without her, the school will not be the same. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the members of this House of Assembly join me in thanking Madeline for her incredible volunteerism and to wish her well in the next stage of her retirement. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Skills Canada Nova Scotia competition, which will start on Friday, April 5th and continue to April 29th at NSCC Ivany, Akerley, and the Strait Area campus. Skills Canada is a non-profit organization that promotes students to explore the skilled trades through a number of opportunities and various programming. This is achieved through partnerships with the help of industry, labour, government, and education. Skills Canada encourages our youth to focus on integrity, safety, inclusion, excellence, collaboration, continuous learning, and accountability. They want our youth to have the skills in life to find success. Our youth in Nova Scotia will start competition this Friday, April 5th, in trades such as auto repair, baking, plumbing, and welding, to name just a few. Mr. Speaker, I want to wish students from Dartmouth East at Prince Andrew High School the best of luck in this competition, and I ask all members of the House to wish our students in Nova Scotia all the best as they participate in the 2019 Skills Canada Nova Scotia competition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Viola Desmond was Nova Scotia's Rosa Parks, then Joan Jones was our very own Angela Davis. Joan and I both got the pleasure of seeing Angela Davis right here in Halifax after her talk on civil rights and prison reform. And Joan and her former husband, Truro's own Rocky Jones, established Quacha House in the Nova Scotia Project, which tackled racial discrimination. While Rocky was the founder, he would be the first to admit that Joan was the power behind the throne, as she was to the civil rights struggle in Canada, the queen of the movement, as Walter Borden remembers fondly. In their memory, and with the voice of Angela Davis ringing in my ears, I pledge to continue to fight discrimination in all its forms, including street checks, which unjustly target people of color and must be banned. Mr. Speaker, Joan, dear sister, your watch is ended while ours continues. Thank you.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Antigonish is abuzz with excitement and pride about our own world-famous athlete, Christina Richard. Christina just returned from the 2019 Special Olympics World Summer Games in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, and she brought a gold and a bronze medal home with her. She and her Team Canada teammates took the gold medal in the 4x400 metre relay. Christina ran the lead leg and set the winning pace, which her team continued across the finish line. Christina also took the bronze medal in the 200 metre and placed 5th in the 100 metre. Before participating in the international games, Christina competed in several regional and provincial competitions and 2 national games. She's now training for the 2019 Provincial Special Olympic Summer Games at Acadia University in Wolfville, and she hopes to be able to compete in the 2023 World Games Proceedings in Germany. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members of this House to join me in congratulating Christina Richard on her impressive athletic accomplishments.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too want to rise today to recognize the passing of Miss Joan Jones yesterday. Miss Jones was a Nova Scotia activist who worked for decades to fight civil rights in Canada. She was one of the founders of the Black History Month here in Halifax. Miss Joan and her husband at the time, Rocky Jones, started the Nova Scotia Project, a social activism organization that tackled racial discrimination. She was also critical in the creation of Kawashi House in Halifax, which became a place where attendees developed ideas for the advancement of African Nova Scotians. Miss Jones was a key organizer for the Black United Front, a group that helped many find affordable housing, employment, and legal assistance here in Halifax. Mr. Speaker, Halifax, Nova Scotia, and Canada has lost a great treasure with the passing of Miss Jones. On behalf of all the members of the Progressive Conservative Caucus today, I want to extend a sincere sympathy to her family and friends. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the House rise for a moment of silence.
We'll now ask all members to rise in memory of the passing of Joan Jones. Thank you. The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On World Autism Awareness Day, I want to recognize the accomplishments of Ready, Willing, and Able, a national inclusive hiring initiative which is working to ensure that the public service at federal, provincial, and municipal levels reflects the community it serves, including people with autism. There are many talented neurodiverse people who can and do contribute to the work of government, and many more whose talents are underutilized. Working with Ready, Willing, and Able and Autism Nova Scotia, Public Services and Procurement Canada, and the Halifax Public Library, as well as the regional office of ACOA, have all hired adults with autism here in Nova Scotia. So has Lands and Forestry in its Parks Division, and I look forward to more commitment from the Public Service Commission. By accommodating neurodiversity in the hiring process, including by allowing people to show what they can do rather than evaluating how well they talk about it, any employer can tap available talent, Nova Scotians who are ready, willing, and able. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize members of the Beaverbank Kinsack Volunteer Fire Department who held their inaugural porta potty tank campaign to raise food donations for Beacon House over the holiday season. The fire department raised 700 pounds of food and approximately $500 in cash donations. The Beaverbank Kinsack Awareness Association matched the monetary donation for the grand total of 700 pounds of food and $1,000 for Beacon House. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the volunteers of Station 48 for caring and supporting their community and wish them great success next year as they plan to build and grow on this year's campaign. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in celebration, not only of today being World Autism Day, but of April being Autism Acceptance Month. This month is the perfect time to bring communities together to enhance understanding, acceptance, and inclusion. I invite everyone to #ShineBlue this month, joining people in more than 600 cities in 45 countries, in lighting schools, businesses, and public buildings in a blue light to help shine a light on autism. There are events going on across the province this month, and I highly recommend checking them out. We all do better when we understand, accept, and include each other. I wish everyone well this World Autism Day and encourage taking a moment to #ShineBlue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to acknowledge the efforts of Dartmouth North's Tara Taylor, who has written, directed and produced a new musical, Viola the Musical. Featuring a cast and crew of 36, most from the African Nova Scotian community, the show follows two present-day sisters, Raina and Amaya, as they learn about the legacy of Viola Desmond for a school project. Through a series of flashbacks that take the audience from her early years through to the historic day when she sat in the whites-only section of the Roseland Cinema, Desmond's incredible story of courage unfolds. The show features beautiful music composed by Ross Unger and spirited choreography by Liliana Carmen. Tara Taylor was inspired by Viola Desmond to start her own skincare business, and writing this musical gave her an opportunity to bring her back to life, to share her inspiration with others. The show premiered at the Spatz Theatre as part of a week of celebrations honoring the release of the $10 bill, which now holds Viola Desmond's picture. Congratulations to Tara and to all involved with this awesome production.
The honourable member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When David DeVoe started Riverside Lobster in 1997, he was determined to focus on getting the highest quality product to his customers. Since then, Riverside has established itself as an important lobster exporter, known for its premium live lobsters as well as other lobster products. The company looks very different today, having grown and changed over the years, but remains very focused on excellence. They have been able to meet the worldwide demand for a quality product by improvements to their facilities and production methods. For those efforts, Riverside has received best practice certifications for their lobster products, their production facilities, as well as their emphasis on sustainability. For their employees, Riverside has established a good work environment where the employees are well informed about health and safety issues. The company provides medical benefits, pension plans, and transportation to work for their employees, as well as temporary housing for English courses for their foreign workers. This makes Riverside an ideal choice to receive the Minister's Award of Excellence at the Nova Scotia Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture Ministers Conference, and I would take this opportunity to add my congratulations. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, for more than 25 years, Kimberly Smith has been advocating for inclusive education and cultural programming. He has been the board chairperson for the Community Association for People for Real Enterprise and brought Capri to charitable status. He volunteers for fundraising on the fundraising committee by providing graphic design skills and technical support. He's also been an official advisor for People First Kings County and an advocate for people with intellectual disabilities. Mr. Speaker, please join me in recognizing Kim Smith for his dedication to our community. He is this year's Volunteer of the Year for the Municipality of Kings, and I ask all members to join me in congratulating Kim on this very well-deserved award. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize April as Sexual Assault Month. Over the past couple of years, many of us have been speaking up as part of the Me Too movement, which has helped to change the way we think and talk about sexual violence. And this has helped to create a better culture of respect, equality, and safety, although we still have far to go. Sexual violence is any sexual act or attempt to obtain a sexual act by force. 1 in 3 women and 1 in 6 men are affected by sexual violence, and this includes unwanted sexual comments or advances, selling or attempting to sell someone for sex, acts of sexual violence directed against an individual regardless of their relationship to the victim, and consent is defined as the voluntary agreement to engage in sexual activity. Consent should never be assumed or implied, Mr. Speaker, and no means no. All of our voices have power, Mr. Speaker. It's time for everyone to find that voice and embrace it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'll recognize Team at MS Sphere, a group led by Hammonds Plains, Lucasville residents Fallon Jones and Melissa Ryan, who held a chili cook-off in early February in support of the MS Society of Canada at our community centre. Each of the entrants prepared a minimum of 4 quarts of chili that was tasted by 3 judges, myself, Tim Dunlop from the MS Society, and Vernon Canuck. There was also a ballot box, Mr. Speaker, for a People's Choice Award. Admissions were free, and tickets could be bought for tasting either sample sizes of the chili or a serving size of one of your choice. After the chili cook-off, there was a dessert auction and 50-50 draw. The event was a great way to spend a chilly winter day warming up and listening to live music. I would like to ask all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Team MS Sphere for their chili cook-off in support of the MS Society of Canada and wish them continued fundraising success. Thank you.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Debbie King, this year's provincial volunteer from the town of Shelburne. Debbie sets an example of compassion and action and volunteers for a very impressive list of organizations. She was instrumental in the founding of the King Street Centre, which offers services to families, and the Hillcrest Academy project. She also spends her time with Meals on Wheels, the Shelburne County Arena, Little People's Place, the Black Loyalist Heritage Centre, the Shelburne County Curling Club, the Osprey Arts Centre, the 100 Women Who Care, and the St. Thomas Catholic Church. She clearly exemplifies what it means to serve your community. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members to join me in applauding this well-deserved nomination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to convey my concern at the introduction of Bill 21 in Quebec. The bill would ban the wearing of religious symbols on the job in public roles, meaning effectively that hijab-wearing students could not aspire to be public school teachers and turban-wearing lawyers could not aspire to be judges. I applaud some teachers in Quebec who have begun wearing religious symbols, be they Buddhist prayer beads or Christian crosses, in solidarity with their Muslim colleagues who feel rightly targeted by Islamophobia. Mr. Speaker, this news from Quebec sends a chill to Muslim Nova Scotians. I wish to affirm the worth and the value of every individual, recognize that religious beliefs can be deeply held and deeply personal, and that they are not at odds with a secular state or with secular institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to commend the members of the Village Green Recreation Society who have volunteered over many years to create a park and community hall for the residents of East Dover, McGrath's Cove, and Scotts Branch. Incorporated in 1994, the Society began local fundraising, acquired both municipal and provincial grants, and with hundreds of hours of volunteer labour, they opened the park. Since then, the Society has added picnic tables, swings, horseshoe pits, a paved basketball court, a canteen and storage building, as well as lighting for evening activities. In 2012, the Society acquired the local church hall, then made numerous improvements to ensure the hall is a year-round venue. The hall now provides a venue for a variety of activities, including bi-weekly lending library, weekly card games, children's Christmas parties, music concerts, coffee houses, movie nights, art exhibits, and much, much more. Mr. Speaker, the Village Green Recreation Society exemplifies the value brought to a community by dedicated volunteers, and I wish them all the best as they carry on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to wish Matthew Jones, a 10-year-old North City resident with cystic fibrosis, a magnificent trip from the Children's Wish Foundation. Matthew has always been a fan of Formula One racing, and a trip with a pit stop at a Formula One race in either Italy or England is being arranged. Matthew is required to take upwards of 30 pills a day, physiotherapy, and frequent hospital stays to manage his cystic fibrosis. This trip will give Matthew and his family something to look forward in the near future. I'd like to take this opportunity to wish the Jones family a very memorable trip. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to recognize an outstanding organization, the Highland Park Minor League Softball Association, run by John Wayne Matheson, Stephen Matheson, Ruthie Matheson, Bianca Ridley, Jackie Glavel, Chrissy Arbuckle, Jessica King, and David Lane. They have some outstanding coaches like Benny LaRoche. This organization offers t-ball and baseball for youth all across Halifax, including my son Oliver, who last year discovered his love for baseball. To all the volunteers, thank you so much, and play ball.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring awareness to the teachers and support staff in our Nova Scotia schools who work daily with children and youth diagnosed with autism. Today being World Autism Day and April being Autism Awareness Month, I pay tribute to the adults entrusted with their care and development. Mr. Speaker, autism is a disorder with a variety of conditions that challenge an individual's social skills, verbal and written communication, and repetitive behaviors. Educators and support staff work cooperatively with parents and agencies to put forth the best programming possible for children and youth. Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge that more work can and should be done to understand and best support people with autism, but I ask the members of the legislature to join me today in sending our appreciation to school staff who dedicate themselves to the countless creative plans and programming to best benefit our children and youth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was pleased to attend Autism Nova Scotia's flag-raising ceremony at Grand Parade to mark Autism Acceptance Month. During the month of April, we are all encouraged to share positive, respectful, and accurate information about autism and autistic people. People with autism are our family, friends, classmates, co-workers, community members, and their contributions are valuable. Awareness is crucial, but acceptance, inclusion, and accommodation of people on the autism spectrum are just as important, as is battling misconceptions of what ASD is. Today, on UN World Autism Awareness Day, Autism Nova Scotia will host Autism 101 at the Keshen Goodman Library. They'll be launching a new communication toolkit that will be available for checkout, and I would encourage anyone interested to attend. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to see our government introducing new supports for youth with autism through the Brief Intensive Outreach Service Pilot Program. Let's all work together to continue to support families and make our communities more welcoming to people with autism. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to congratulate businessman Jeff Bembridge and the town of Amherst for their collaborative efforts to obtain the historic 111-year-old railway station in a deal that will lead to the reopening of the station to train passengers, as well as Mr. Bembridge has plans to open an affordable restaurant in part of the turn-of-the-century structure. It has taken 4+ years of patience and perseverance to ensure this important heritage building continues to be used into the future. The large size and impressive design of the Via Rail CN Railway Station of Amherst reflects the significance of Amherst to the Intercolonial Railway Company and its expectations for future growth. I commend Jeff Bembridge and CAO Greg Harrett on their combined efforts over the past 4 years plus to make this happen. I'm very proud of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, in honour of World Autism Awareness Day, I rise to recognise a wonderful library in my riding that is always hosting informative events to help educate the people of Clayton Park West. Tonight, the Keshen Goodman Library is hosting Autism 101 and the launch of the new communication toolkit to end stigma and educate those in our community who may not know a lot about autism spectrum disorder. Jenny Tyler, a representative from the Autism Nova Scotia, will speak with the adults and youth who will attend to spread further knowledge and answers questions. There will also be 3 different toolkits available to be borrowed from the library tonight, which include a fidget kit, a sensory kit, and a visual kit. Autism 101 takes place tonight at 6:30 p.m. Mr. Speaker, with this House of Assembly, join me in thanking the Keshen Goodman Library for teaching our community members to accept everyone with open arms and minds. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Wendy Sweet Conduct on her election as councillor for the town of Oxford. Wendy Sweet Conduct won a February 2nd by-election against 2 other candidates. Wendy grew up in Collingwood and has worked as a town student for the town of Oxford. Wendy lives in Oxford now and has worked 20 years helping seniors as a VON representative and now manager, and was sworn in as a town of Oxford councillor during the February 19th meeting. Please join me in congratulating Wendy on her successful election to the town of Oxford and wish her all the best in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Mike Grip, the head brewer at the Salt Box Brewery in Mahone Bay, on winning a gold medal at the Alberta Brewing Awards. The annual Alberta Beer Awards hosted representatives from 76 breweries. The entries are judged by a panel of beer experts who blind test the hundreds of beer entries. Mike won his gold medal for his recipe Ghost Train Stout. Mike has won a total of 4 medals as his time as a brewer, one which was a World Beer Cup Award. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that you and the members of this House of Assembly please join me in congratulating Mike on his recent gold medal at the Alberta Brewing Awards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today, of course, it's been said here, is World Autism Awareness Day. And the goal of today is, of course, to spread awareness about the autism spectrum disorder, a developmental disorder that impairs the communication and social interaction skills of an individual. The World Health Organization estimates that 1 out of every 160 children living in the world today live within the autism spectrum disorder. In Nova Scotia, the number living with ASD is around 14,000 people. Mr. Speaker, the healthcare options and technologies that are available today to help manage this disorder barely reach half of all diagnosed with the condition worldwide. And I'd like to stand today and say that I look forward to the day when autism spectrum disorder is fully understood and everyone has access to the supports they need. And Mr. Speaker, I'd be remiss if I didn't stand up and recognize my constituency assistant who has a son with autism, and recognize all he and his wife do for their son. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ron Crow from Central Onslow, Colchester North, has been actively involved with the curling community for 5 decades, both as a competitive curler and a volunteer. He was one of the original organizers of the Colchester Firefighters Curling League, past president of the league. Crow curled in the first Nova Scotia firefighter curling playdowns with the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade back in 1972. He was the National Secretary-Treasurer for the Firefighters Curling Association, served as president of Truro Curling Club. Ron won the Nova Scotia Stick Curling Championship twice, in 2009 with Ted Lonis and again 2012 with Bill Spinney. In 2017, Crow and Spinney won a national bronze medal, and in 2018, they played in the top 10 nationally in Alberta. In 1996, Crow was honored by the Firefighters Curling Association, being named a life member, and in 2019, he was inducted as a life member into the Nova Scotia Curling Association. Sadly, Ron is currently in the palliative care unit at the Truro Hospital. Our thoughts are with him.
The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, the town of Lockport has named Cindy Ombre as its provincial volunteer for this year. A member of Shelburne County Women's Fishnet, Cindy is a founding member of the Harmony Bazaar Festival of Women in Song, now in its 14th year of production. She is also a driver for Southwest Nova Transit, a member of 100 Women Who Care, and a member of the Roseway Hospital Board Foundation. In addition, she has worked with the refugee family to teach them English. Mr. Speaker, Cindy is a tireless volunteer who has the knack of bringing people with common goals together. I ask all members to join me in congratulating her on this well-deserved nomination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Charlotte Hardy, a remarkable young lady from Sydney Mines. 9-year-old Charlotte watched her younger brother rush to hospital, then airlifted to the IWK for surgery. Charlotte wanted to do something to help others who were taken to hospital and used her birthday money to purchase items from the Cape Breton Regional Hospital Foundation's Because You Care catalog. These items go to help patients in the hospital. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Charlotte. Her generosity, she wanted to give back so that we have hospitals, doctors, and nurses when we need them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for years, thousands of Nova Scotians have wondered and worried about the impact of Northern Pulp's future on their future and the future of their community. On Friday, we learned that a decision on Northern Pulp's ability to operate in this province and meet our environmental standards is still some time away. I'd like to ask the Premier, is the government preparing a plan to support industry workers and entrepreneurs in any way in the event of a closure, temporary or permanent, at the mill?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for the questions. I've said many times, we continue to look at all options. How do we diversify the residuals that we see in our sawmills across the province? The Northern Pulp of all the mills in the province was the most integrated one when it comes to every sawmill in the province. The impact is far beyond Pictou County. It hits every community. We're looking at options, diversification, but we're also, Mr. Speaker, continuing to hope and look forward that the company will continue to provide an EA, Mr. Speaker, that meets the environmental standards of our province, so we continue to keep those mill workers working.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Northern Pulp has indicated that it may close without a change to the Boat Harbour Act, and the Premier's referenced, I think in his words today, and certainly a number of times before, a committee that's been struck to look at options to diversify our forestry economy and look at ways that we can have a strong forestry industry in this province going forward. I'd just like to ask the Premier if he can elaborate on that committee. When was it struck? And if he can maybe update the House on the work of that committee that he's mentioned.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was struck, Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the year, late December, early January of this current year. The work is ongoing, reaching out to a partner to see around diversification, ensuring, quite frankly, the stability of the pension plan that is currently there, not just for current workers, but those who are currently receiving pensions out of the facility. How do we look at the magnitude of the impact if the mill goes down across a number of sectors? We'll continue to do that work. At the same time, again, Mr. Speaker, it's my hope that the company responds to the request of the information that's required around an EA, Mr. Speaker, and the one that they can fit that meets the environmental standards of this province and one that will allow those mill workers to continue to work.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the Premier's response on that. Many people are worried about the outcome of this situation. Many people are worried about the impact on their future, whether they work in fisheries, whether they work in forestry or at the port here in Halifax. People are worried about the impact of this on their future, and I'm worried about contingency plans. Government has a responsibility to be prepared for every outcome, positive or negative, but particularly potential negative outcomes of things that happen in this province. The Premier mentioned the pensioners as a specific group, current and future pensioners. And I'd like to ask the Premier, does he have an understanding of the potential ramifications on the pension plan and the pensioners should there be a slowdown in service or should the mill cease to operate in this province?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The current owner, Mr. Speaker, Bononi, taking over that company, actually made an installment into the pension plan to provide stability. There's still some ongoing work that will need information that will be required, we believe. At this point, Mr. Speaker, that issue, that those families who are currently receiving income from that will remain still supported by that, but it is in, I want to again reiterate for the third time, it is my hope that the company will continue to comply to ensure it provides the information that would allow it to meet the environmental standards of this province. So, Mr. Speaker, we can protect the jobs not only at that mill, but in communities across the province.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
My question, Mr. Speaker, is for the Premier. Yesterday, I was happy to attend a rally for a $15 minimum wage at the office of the Minister of Labour. And speaker after speaker there made the one clear, repeated point that yesterday's 55-cent increase in the minimum wage is not enough for anyone to live on. Even if they bring in equivalent increases as are planned over the next 2 years, minimum wage workers in Nova Scotia in those 2 years' time will still be making less than minimum wage workers make in Ontario and Alberta today. At $11.55, our minimum wage is 9th out of 13 Canadian jurisdictions. Why does the Premier think that people in Nova Scotia can afford to work for so much less than everybody else?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Donald for the question. As you know, we're using the formula that was put in place by his government when they were in power, Mr. Speaker. We continue to follow that. But this particular time, Mr. Speaker, we increased it more than what that formula would have allocated for. We'll see the Minister has also announced there will be a similar increase next year. That is one component, Mr. Speaker, of how we support Nova Scotia, low-income families across the province, basic personal exemption, Mr. Speaker, is on a sliding scale. Those who require our support the most when it comes to income tax bracket are getting it, Mr. Speaker. Same time, the rent subs that we've increased to 109 so that we can provide an affordable option of living for low-income Nova Scotians, to look at not just, Mr. Speaker, their paycheck, Mr. Speaker, but also look at how can we support them through the entire living experience in Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the low-income personal exemption that the Premier speaks of brings to the average person filing taxes a benefit of $13 a month. To move from $11.55 minimum wage to $15 minimum wage would change one's income by $550 a month. I'm not the most brilliant mathematician in the world, but I can even do that in my head. That's $537 monthly. Mr. Speaker, yesterday's 55-cent increase, it doesn't even make us the highest in the Maritimes. That's PEI, which, by the way, continues to have the region's highest projected economic growth. And there's a reason for that, because economic growth isn't possible unless ordinary people have some money in their pocket they can spend. So I want to ask the Premier, how can our economy in Nova Scotia generate the spending we need in order to move out of being the poorest province in Canada when the government has us stuck at 11-something?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, the success of Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker, is no government has had to follow a Democratic Party government in BEI, Mr. Speaker. That's been kind of their success. Mr. Speaker, after we, Mr. Speaker, dug ourselves out of a $600 million hole in 2013, we continue, Mr. Speaker, to make the investments, ensuring that we follow the formula that was set out by the Democratic Party when it comes to raising the minimum wage, except this particular time, Mr. Speaker, we've increased it by 55 cents. Minister of Finance has also indicated, Mr. Speaker, that will be another increase of 55 cents. We continue to make sure that we reduce the basic personal exemption. We look at how do we provide rent subs. How do we continue to deal with the issue, Mr. Speaker, of affordability? As he would also know when he was in power, he saw power rates skyrocket under their leadership of the Democratic Party. Today, Nova Scotians see stability when it comes to power rates. Those are all positive ways, Mr. Speaker, as we continue to work with the one issue that the honourable member is focused on, which is the minimum wage. It's more helpful than I believe for low-income families that we look at all the myriad of options that we can help them with the expenses of living.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier touts the credentials of his government in the area of economics, but in my view, the real outstanding economists in Nova Scotia today aren't anyone in the government or anyone in the banks. They're rather the people who, through resourcefulness and hard work and their wits, manage most of the time to more or less get by, although they're not making any more than 11, 12, or 13-something an hour. Not one of those people thinks that we're going to seriously be able to address having the lowest median income in our country with a minimum wage of 11-something, and not one of them thinks either that this change is going to make an appreciable difference in their spending power. I want to ask the Premier, does he think it's fair that so many people are having today to live in Nova Scotia on $11.55?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question again. He's focused on one aspect, Mr. Speaker, the support we provide to low-income Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell him there are a myriad of options on how we continue to provide stability for families in this province. I would also want to tell the Honourable Member the most important thing that we can do for all citizens of this province, continue to grow the economy and provide good jobs. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is there are more people working in Nova Scotia than ever before in our history today, Mr. Speaker. Unemployment is an all-time low, Mr. Speaker. Those are all positive signs. We're helping, Mr. Speaker, lift Nova Scotians into success, allowing them to charge their own destiny, providing them a job opportunity, growing the economy, Mr. Speaker, letting them see their hopes for themselves. He should celebrate the fact that more young people, for the first time for 3 consecutive years, Mr. Speaker, more young people are staying in this province and leaving. Those are all good signs. Mr. Speaker, is there more work to do, Mr. Speaker? Of course there is, and we're going to continue to work with those Nova Scotians to make sure that everyone sees themselves and sees their future here in this province.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to you is to the Minister of Health. Last week during budget estimates, I asked the Minister of Health if the government was studying suicide. He said there was work underway and that it involved experts in the field. It's important to study suicide so we know that the mental and health investments are being spent in the right way, but I worry when the study is limited to professionals. So my question through you to Mr. Speaker, to the Minister is, does he intend to include First Voice accounts or have public input, or will the study be limited to the professionals?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank him for raising this important question. I think it's a question, a topic that interest is shared across the floor. In fact, as we discussed during estimates, this, Mr. Speaker, is the fulfillment of a commitment, recommendation was made by Dr. now Senator Stan Kuchar back when I first came into this role to update the provincial suicide prevention framework. So this isn't, I guess, a review in the context. I think the member's raising the question now, but more broadly, specifically towards a clinical type of piece of work with respect to an approach for reducing and preventing suicides in the province.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
I'd like to thank the Minister for that answer to you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, an article in the Chronicle Herald this week states that more public engagement is needed to prevent suicides, and I'll table that argument. Some of the most valuable insight I've had in the mental health services have come from those who have experienced the system firsthand. Advocacy groups like How Many, NSHA, IWK provide insight and experience from different perspectives than professionals, and it shapes a fuller picture. My question to the Minister, Mr. Speaker, is has the Minister reached out to mental health advocacy groups to help gather statistics and know where investments are most needed?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the work on the suicide prevention framework is in response to a recommendation that this piece of work, which I believe was somewhere in the vicinity of 20 years old, was appropriate to be updated in light of the circumstances, looking at that it would be appropriate to look at the data and the information in Nova Scotia, but also look at best practices from across the world, across the country, and engaging with experts that have the clinical expertise to help inform the path forward and the steps forward that we can then roll out throughout our mental health system to again achieve the objective that I would think we all share, which is a reduction in the number of attempted and certainly reduce the number of completed suicides in this province.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Labour and Advanced Education. Nova Scotia is the only province in Canada with a separate minimum wage for inexperienced employees. While other provinces have separate minimum wages for liquor servers, home workers, security guards, live-in camp leaders, and other specific occupations, no other province imposes a 3-month probationary period on all employees who are new to an industry. Mr. Speaker, when no other province imposes a blanket policy like this one, why is Nova Scotia leading the way in wage discrimination?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me pleasure to rise and to explain the 50-cent differential we have for inexperienced workers. It lasts 3 months, Mr. Speaker, because that is the period that we look at for a worker to gain some experience on the job. The member brings up what other provinces do, and what they do is they have differentials of 80 cents or $1, which targets the liquor servers, which targets youth. And Mr. Speaker, I will add that in those differentials, that differential always remains. In the process we have in Nova Scotia, which we have currently, which we had under the NDP government, which we had under the Conservative government, is a very small amount that the employer would save, which would amount to about $240 over 3 months. And what that is to assist the employer to pay for training costs, to actually have job shadowing for that employee, and to allow that employee to gain the skills in their first job so they can move on and have more employment and have more income. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what a perfect segue into my next question. Mr. Speaker, we're worried that low-wage workers, and especially young workers, are being taken advantage of by this policy. Those moving back and forth from their home communities to go to college or university are particularly vulnerable. We've heard stories of young workers who, having worked for years at a McDonald's in Sydney, are told by their new employers at a McDonald's in Halifax that they will be paid the inexperienced rate. If employers want to reduce costs associated with training new workers, the department could provide assistance to help them make business decisions to reduce that turnover rather than passing those costs on to the workers. Mr. Speaker, will the minister commit to ending the discriminatory, inexperienced minimum wage now?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So, Mr. Speaker, what I would say to the member is that if any employee is working at a McDonald's for 3 months and goes to another McDonald's or goes to a Wendy's or a Harvey's or anything in a fast food industry, after 3 months at one organization, even if they go to a completely separate company, they cannot be paid the inexperienced worker rate. So what I would say is that if that practice is happening, those companies are breaking the labour laws in Nova Scotia, and that employee should report them to the department, and we will investigate, and that employee will be owed back wages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health. A CBC article yesterday outlined the lack of regulations in the massage therapy industry, and I'll table that story. It tells the story of a massage therapist facing nine accounts of sexual assault and waiting trial, yet he is still able to see clients. This lack of regulation has left women feeling vulnerable, and I can only imagine how the women who came forward with complaints feel about this individual. A lack of regulation in the industry means his only condition right now is being supervised when he is with female clients. So my question is, does the minister believe the massage therapy industry is adequately regulated in this province?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. As the member would know, there are a number of self-regulated professions within the province. In fact, one of the bills before us here in the legislature around the nursing profession relates to that topic. The work that gets done to inform the self-regulation, a lot of it is focused on the clinical aspects. Of course, the situation highlighted in the article is concerning. I think it's concerning to all Nova Scotians if an individual in a position of trust violates that trust, and as the allegations in the particular case that's been presented in the media again raises concerns, I think, for many Nova Scotians, including us.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
This story would be troubling any day, but it's especially troubling to hear this story during Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Massage therapy clients are vulnerable. They're often at least partially nude. Many are battling chronic pain, and they trust their massage therapist to act professionally. Not properly regulating the industry has people who put their trust in the hands of their massage therapist only to have it violated, with very few options to seek for justice. Allowing someone who is accused of these 9 crimes to continue practicing is a failure of this system in this province. So I will ask the minister, will the minister work with the industry to ensure stricter regulations are put in place to keep clients and therapists safe?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, we work with many stakeholders, organizations, and health industry organizations to establish and define the parameters for self-regulation and oversight in the health professions. By and large, these are self-regulated professions. We've developed as a government a more formalized framework for what it entails to put forward a self-regulated body. That's some work that's been done in the last couple of years, and we apply that. So we do work with groups and organizations, and we have a number that are in progress now throughout the health system. So we continue to do that work and advance self-regulation opportunities as we are able to do so.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Continuing on with the Minister of Health. This government may deny it at every opportunity, but healthcare in Nova Scotia is beyond a crisis situation. It's gone to a whole new level. Everyone who works in healthcare knows it, Mr. Speaker, and every person seeking healthcare knows it. In fact, everyone in this chamber knows it, although many will continue to deny it, Mr. Speaker, with a government member recently preferring the word pressures to the word crisis. Frontline healthcare workers have offered ideas and solutions through 2 reports, Mr. Speaker, Code Census and Code Crisis. So I would ask the Minister, why has he largely ignored these 2 reports from frontline workers?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member. What I would advise, Mr. Speaker, the members of the legislature is, in fact, we do take the concerns of our frontline healthcare workers seriously. With respect to the concerns being raised, we do work with our stakeholders, we work with our partners in the delivering the healthcare to Nova Scotians, and we see changes. We see actions, Mr. Speaker, being taken, for example, as we've talked about at the Health Committee recently, in our emergency departments for offload transfers from paramedics into the hospital system to get our ambulances back out on the front line. Mr. Speaker, that was one of the predominant themes and requests from the paramedic field, Mr. Speaker. That's listening, that's responding to those concerns.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, the first step to fixing a crisis is admitting there is a crisis. As long as this Liberal government continues to split hairs and refuses to acknowledge the crisis, our emergency departments will continue to be overcrowded, chaotic, or closed altogether. You will continue to read those stories daily in the Chronicle Herald. I implore the minister to do the right thing and stop denying a crisis situation. So will the minister please, let's put away the talking points and tell Nova Scotians that he hears them loud and clear, that he agrees with them, and that Nova Scotia is in a health care crisis.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, I can assure the member opposite, and indeed all Nova Scotians, that I do hear them. I hear from Nova Scotians in communities across the province. I hear from healthcare professionals from a variety of fields, Mr. Speaker. Where perhaps the member and I may come to disagreement is that I believe actions speak louder than words, Mr. Speaker. And I believe the efforts that we make, the investments we make, and the changes we're making in our healthcare system are the actions we're taking to improve the healthcare system for all Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. The only way to address the healthcare crisis is through an open, honest dialogue. That is what we need, because we aren't seeing any action. Frontline workers have been pleading with management to call a code orange in hospitals, but they have been denied time and time again. They are calling for a code orange because they are entering a work environment that they know is in a crisis. Being denied that request only increases uncertainty and anxiety for both patients and staff and family members. So my question for the Minister of Health, does he believe that frontline workers should be the ones who decide whether or not code orange is a call worth warranting?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member has raised the question around our emergency departments and the environment there, again, I'll reiterate that this is a concern that we've heard raised, and it's one that we've engaged and brought together. And Mr. Speaker, the partners in our emergency systems, the health authorities and the EMC that provides our EHS ambulance services, had them come together, Mr. Speaker, to put together some planned course of action to take action to improve the situation. Mr. Speaker, the first action point of focus is on the transition. That is for paramedics that arrive at the hospital to transition their patients into the hospital system. That, Mr. Speaker, will have a positive impact. And, Mr. Speaker, there's more actions coming from that plan as well.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Well, I hope there's more action, because right now that may be happening in HRM, but from what I understand, that's not working very well either. But what about the rest of the province? Calls for a code orange are a symptom of a system stretched well beyond a breaking point. It's a symptom of emergency departments that are backed up and overcrowded, creating chaos for both patients and healthcare workers. My question for the minister, when will he admit our emergency departments are working in less than favourable conditions, creating a dangerous environment for our patients and our employees?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'll share with the member actions being taken as part of the planning and the work being done by the Nova Scotia Health Authority to help improve patient flow through our emergency department and our hospital system. I've talked about the offload piece quite extensively, but Mr. Speaker, another piece of action being implemented by the Health Authority includes the ability of nurses to requisition things like x-rays and digital imaging from the emergency department so that the patients don't have to wait for a physician to have move that way through. And Mr. Speaker, whether or not the member believes that's happening on the ground, I had a family member, Mr. Speaker, who's at the hospital at St. Martha's in Antigonish, a healthcare worker themselves who came home and started to explain to me how this great new change was happening at St. Martha's. And Mr. Speaker, that's part of the action that's taking place because of the planning and the implementation, because the Health Authority and the government knows that we have challenges and we're working to improve them.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture. Last week, the minister dismissed the NDP's call for a $15 minimum wage, saying, quote, "No one is going to pay minimum wage for a good employee." Mr. Speaker, the majority of the 4,000 Nova Scotians, mostly women, who work in fish processing are paid less than $15 an hour. The minister's comments suggest that they are receiving such low wages because they are not good workers, when in fact the reason they are paid so little has nothing to do with their work and everything to do with this government's refusal to raise the floor to a minimum wage of $15 an hour. So my question is, will the minister please apologize to all fish plant workers and explain his comments?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
First of all, no time did I ever say that workers in the fish plants don't do great work. They actually do. And indeed, I remember my comments very clearly. I very clearly said anybody working in a fish plant that does great work gets more than minimum wage.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier constantly reminds us that our seafood exports are booming, yet workers in that industry are not seeing the benefits. Average hourly compensation for fish plant workers has decreased every year since 2014 and is in fact now lower than in 2009. Wages can't be dropping because of global competition because our exports are booming. Wages can't be dropping because of a labor surplus because fish plants can't find workers. The only reason wages are so low is because this government refuses to do the right thing and raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. So will the minister support a $15 minimum wage so that our export boom actually benefits workers?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you very much. And indeed, most of our workers in the fishing industry at 10,700 make well above minimum wage, very much well above minimum wage when you look at the whole industry. And the fish plant workers, as I said earlier, anyone in the fish plants workers that are really good employees, come back to work all the time, get more than $15 an hour.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. Overcrowded and understaffed emergency departments come at a long-term cost. Allied healthcare professionals, believe it or not, are exiting for other provinces and actually leaving our country completely. They're headed elsewhere, where they know working conditions are safer for them and their patients, and they will actually feel respected by their government. Morale for our healthcare professionals is at an all-time low, and continued inaction by this government only worsens that. So my question for the minister, what is his plan to ensure safe work conditions and put an end to out-migration of healthcare professionals?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, the question of safety in our health workplace is something that came up just, I believe, in the month or so before I came into this role. Particularly, Mr. Speaker, unions representing the nurses brought forward some recommendations. We've been working with them to implement changes. Indeed, some of those changes have been implemented, particularly in areas areas like our long-term care sector, helping, Mr. Speaker, provide the equipment needed to help ensure there's more safety in the delivery of the care, both for the residents, Mr. Speaker, and for the staff who make the changes and have to move residents around.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, there is no dignity for someone who goes to the hospital for treatment and spends days, even weeks, in a stretcher in the hallway. Doctors, nurses, and healthcare professionals shouldn't have to apologize to patients and feel guilty for the conditions they're being treated in. Family members shouldn't come to visit loved ones and leave bewildered at the state of healthcare in their very own province. People shouldn't have to drive across this province to receive care in an emergency department. What specifically does the minister believe will change these negative experiences that we're all reading in the papers and watching on the news daily to positive ones for Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the member opposite, although she's focused on the negative experiences that she's referenced, I have to expect, Mr. Speaker, that like other MLAs, including myself, that the member also receives and hears positive experience from our healthcare system, because there are many positive experiences, Mr. Speaker, that Nova Scotians are receiving great health care, Mr. Speaker, in many parts of our healthcare system. That, Mr. Speaker, we still have some challenges, and we're focused on implementing changes to improve the situation where we do have challenges. But make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, there are many, many parts of our healthcare system that are providing great care for Nova Scotians.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are some good stories, but we all know no one comes through our constituency doors with good stories. We are here to oppose. There isn't an emergency department in this province that isn't under immense stress, Mr. Speaker. Patients are being treated, they are sleeping, and they are dying in hallways. They are dying in hallways, Mr. Speaker. Paramedics and frontline healthcare workers are burning out and finding themselves overwhelmed with the lack of resources to allow them to properly do their jobs. None of these conditions set us up to be able to properly treat our sick. My question for the Minister of Health, will he admit that there is a lack of resources for our emergency departments in our province?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question about our emergency departments. We understand the pressures that are faced at many of our emergency departments, Mr. Speaker, in various parts of the province. Mr. Speaker, I've recounted before the experience in Cape Breton, where my first trip down there, the emergency department was really the highlight. That was the focal point that staff wanted to bring me to show me at the Cape Breton Regional, Mr. Speaker, that it needed to be redeveloped, it needed to be expanded, they needed those investments. They needed those additional resources, Mr. Speaker, and we've listened to them, we've implemented, and we're making those changes, Mr. Speaker. So we're listening, we're hearing, and we're making those changes.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, denial gets us absolutely nowhere. Both patients and staff across this province are being forced to muddle through unacceptable and dangerous environments as they attempt to provide or obtain health care. We know better than this. We can do better than this. We have to do better. Does the minister perceive this crisis to be the fault of administrative and bureaucratic barriers, or does he feel there's an obvious lack of political will by the Liberal government to fix it?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member would know as being the health critic, that the challenges that we face in parts of our healthcare system, attachment to primary care services, Mr. Speaker, and emergency departments, two that are most frequently talked about in our publicly, Mr. Speaker, that these are challenges that are reflective of challenges in the healthcare system across the country. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, in many of these areas, the investments, the changes, and the work work that we've been doing, we see ourselves faring fairly well on that national stage. Mr. Speaker, just for example, in primary care, Stats Canada shows that in 2017 that we are the fourth most people in the province attached to primary care providers. Mr. Speaker, that is the situation on the ground here in Nova Scotia. We know that we have the fourth best coverage of the country based upon that Stats Can data, but we know that there's more work to do, and that's why we continue our investments to improve primary care access across the country.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, there may not be an ambulance available when you need it. These are the stark words of warning from Terry Chapman, the Executive Director of the Paramedics Union in Nova Scotia. Think about that. You call 911 and there may not be an ambulance available. Mr. Chapman believes that the province needs 30 more ambulances and 200 additional paramedics. That's just, Mr. Speaker, to alleviate the short-term offload delays. A sustainable system, Mr. Speaker, is a whole other matter. So my question for the minister, how much of the $4.6 million increase in EHS funding is dedicated to purchasing more ambulances?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The vast majority of that increase of $4.6 million to the EHS system is actually targeted towards responding to increased call volume, Mr. Speaker. That is money going to pay for the ambulance calls that Nova Scotians make when they require an ambulance to ensure that it's there for them. I believe, Mr. Speaker, the exact dollar figure and the breakdown I have to look up, but again, the vast majority of the 4.6 is going towards responding to increased call volume. That is going to pay for those ambulance calls, so that Nova Scotians call, we make sure that we're paying the bill.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Paramedics, Mr. Speaker, are feeling undervalued and defeated by this government. They have been working 4 years without a contract. These are the men and women who answer our calls during our darkest and most vulnerable moments. They save lives. 24/7, they're out there saving lives. They sometimes work 12 hours or more with no breaks. Working conditions have become so stressful that some paramedics are moving out of Nova Scotia to work in more favourable conditions elsewhere. Is the minister concerned that many paramedics would sooner move to Alberta than wait around hoping for better conditions in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for, again, raising this question about the work environment for paramedics in the province. Mr. Speaker, we've talked about this in question period before. Frequently, we've had a health committee meeting on this very topic. Mr. Speaker, this, as I've assured the members of this legislature in the fall, is an area of concern. It's an area that I felt that the appropriate course of action to take and improve the situation for paramedics was to bring the Health Authority and the EMCI together to come up with actions to move forward. Mr. Speaker, we heard at the Health Committee that that work is ongoing, and targeting the 5 regions that have the most pressure at the transfer of patients from ambulance to the hospital, and that work is underway, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, currently the Department of Health and Wellness has no long-term strategy in place to ensure stable emergency care capacity for all regions within our province. The state of our province is one in which patients are being treated and, sadly, again, dying in hallways. It is a state in which the morale of doctors, nurses, paramedics, and many other allied healthcare professionals is dangerously low. With our healthcare system in such a state, Mr. Speaker, will the minister put aside partisan concerns and commit to bringing all parties together to find solutions to the emergency care crisis in our province?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, again, I want to highlight and stress, Mr. Speaker, that the member is only bringing examples of one particular perspective of what it gets, the challenges being experienced in emergency departments. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the member and all members of the legislature that, in fact, what happens in our emergency departments is people's lives are being saved, Mr. Speaker. People's lives are being saved when they go to our emergency departments because of the hard work and the dedication of our frontline healthcare professionals, Mr. Speaker. And let that not be lost on any member of this legislature or any person in Nova Scotia. That is what happens more often than not, Mr. Speaker. That is the experience of Nova Scotians when they show up to our emergency departments, and let that not be lost. I find it ironic, Mr. Speaker, that the member would be talking about politicizing the situation, Mr. Speaker, and ignoring that the vast majority of experiences are not as the member has illustrated.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Believe me, Mr. Speaker, I listen. I've been sitting down with frontline healthcare professionals. They know how appreciative I am, how appreciative our government on this side is of their work. The message that the Minister and the Liberal government is sending out to Nova Scotians is that they only know how to work in silos. We all know that working together towards a common goal is the best way to achieve results. Several weeks ago, the government denied my call to bring us all together with stakeholders to examine solutions for paramedics. I asked to be united so that we could share some good stories. But in fairness to the minister, he was not at that meeting. So I'll ask the minister today, is he willing to meet with paramedics and opposition parties together to try and improve the conditions for emergency care workers?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Mr. Speaker, hearing the voices of the frontline healthcare workers is an important part of influencing the work that we do. I can assure the member that throughout our healthcare system, those conversations take place at the staff level, and Mr. Speaker, indeed, right up to and including myself. I meet and have met on multiple occasions with representatives of frontline healthcare, Mr. Speaker. That includes the paramedics union, the nurses unions, Mr. Speaker, unions representing other frontline healthcare workers. We listen to them, Mr. Speaker. I hear from them. They influence the path that we take. And, Mr. Speaker, we also meet with our partners and the employers, Mr. Speaker, the Nova Scotia Health Authority and EMCI, Mr. Speaker, to come together with the plans to move forward. And that, Mr. Speaker, is exactly what's happening in our healthcare system today.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Environment. An Environment Canada report leaked yesterday shows that due to climate change, Canada's temperatures are going up twice as fast as the rest of the world. This report says that if we stay on the track we're on now, we'll have storms like Hurricane Juan every second year. The report concludes that Canada needs a dramatic reduction in greenhouse gas emissions immediately, that this is urgent. But this government has chosen a target that slows down the pace of our reductions. And Mr. Speaker, that's like watching a house on fire but turning down the fire hoses. So I'd like to ask the minister, given the findings by Environment Canada, in all honesty, does she not regret her government's choice to slow down our emissions reductions?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for that question. It certainly was alarming to hear that statistical information yesterday. We know that they say just in the last few years our temperatures have risen by 1.7 degrees. I believe it's been just in the last few years. But I am glad to report that Nova Scotia is a leader in reducing greenhouse gases. You know, we have reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 30%. Actually, it's more like 32, 33% now, below the 2005 levels. We have made the most aggressive commitment across this country of 45 to 50%, a goal by the year 2030. You know, we know that coastal mitigation is going to be, or that we have some issues that we have to deal with, and certainly coastal protection is part of that. And that's why I hope to be able to pass the coastal protection bill in the next few days in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my follow-up question is for the Minister of Agriculture. Sea level around the Bay of Fundy has already gone up 40 centimeters, and it will go up even faster in the next 10 years. The Isthmus of Chignecto has almost flooded twice in the last decade, and fiercer storms are on the way. If the next hurricane hits at high tide, projections show that the Trans-Canada will be flooded up to our car windows and flood right into Amherst. And the minister told me in budget estimates that he's partnering on a study to figure out what to do about this, but the study might not be done for another 18 months. As David Cogan, mayor of Amherst, says, if I were in charge of it, it would be underway now. I'll table that, Mr. Speaker. So will the minister please tell us, the agricultural minister tell us, why the request for proposal has not been issued yet, and will he commit to starting preparations now so that work can get started as soon as the study is done?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much for the member's question. Indeed, we're doing a tremendous amount of work around the dikes in the province, and we have a $50 million project underway now. We described it very early in estimates.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, on March 2nd, 2018, I raised a question to the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal regarding flooding conditions on the Loch Lomond Road. A truck from the minister's own department was engulfed in the flooding conditions, and at the time, the minister stated that he was aware of the Loch Lomond Road situation and that staff are looking at some solutions in terms of drainage there. Again, in May of 2018, the minister was made aware of a potentially fatal situation when two seniors had their car fully submerged on the flooded roadway. They were lucky to escape with their lives, Mr. Speaker. In both instances, there was no permanent signage to warn of the danger. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the minister when he finally plans to make the necessary repairs to the Loch Lomond Road.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. The Loch Lomond Road, like many other low-lying roads in the province, are the subject of ongoing review by the department to find the proper mitigation. We're in a situation where we've had quite a significantly wet winter, and that continues. We're having more rain coming. We've had all kinds of activity which has been highlighted in the House because of the climate change issue, and we are constantly reviewing those situations, including the Loch Lomond Road. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Loch Lomond and the travelling public deserve to feel safe and not run the risk of drowning on a local roadway. Again, I'll say that again, drowning on a local roadway. Mr. Speaker, the solution on the Loch Lomond Road goes well beyond a few $1,000s that were spent last year to try and do some ditching mitigation at the end of the line. We've got a series of collapsing culverts on the old mine site. The minister would like to come and take a walk with me. I've walked the entire site. Doesn't take like a lot to figure it out. So I would like to ask the minister again, will he direct his staff to please permanently rectify this public safety issue on the Loch Lomond Road this fiscal year?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the kind invitation to go for a walk. However, I would like to point out that in the last 4 years, this government has driven the budget, the capital budget for road repairs in this province to an excess of $1,025 million, Mr. Speaker. The largest increase, sustained increase in the history of this province. It's only going to get better, and we're going to take care of the problems universally across the province, including the Loch Lomond Road.
The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. On March 12th, I asked the minister about a constituent's experience being sent back from Halifax to Roseway in the middle of the night because no beds were available. I'd like to update the minister and let him know that this constituent has now been waiting over a month for a specialist that could make the difference between mobility and potential paralysis. That's over a month, not for an appointment, but a call to confirm an appointment date. My question for the minister is, does he think that's an acceptable wait time for such a serious, time-sensitive medical need?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I don't think I have enough clinical details from the description the members described there to draw the conclusion that she would like me to, I think. But certainly, I hope the member, Mr. Speaker, through you, if she does have more details on the specific case and constituent, that we can take a look into that, see what the specific clinical condition and the specialists that they're looking to meet with to further evaluate their situation. Again, with the broad description, obviously we're not going to get into individual personal details on the floor of the legislature, but I do want to make sure the member, Mr. Speaker, knows that I'm open to having that conversation.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have enough time to finish the rest of my questions, so I will thank the minister for that response. I do have a signed authorization, so I will follow up with him after the House today so we can talk about how we can go forward and help with this constituent in Shelburne County.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that. I look forward to getting the additional information. And just as the member noted, I'll just take the opportunity for a little PSA. Just a reminder for members of the legislature to remind your constituency assistants when you do have health-related concerns from constituents, get the privacy waiver signed in advance. We can move forward a lot more smoothly and quickly and timely for those members.
Thank you very much. Time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. We will now move on to government business. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Ready to go? Yep. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call public bills for second reading?
Now call public bills for second reading.
Could you please call Bill number 119, the Builders Lien Act?
We'll now call Bill number 119, the Builders Lien Act. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill 119, the Builders Lien Act, be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to stand today and speak to this legislation. These amendments, Mr. Speaker, will support thousands of Nova Scotia workers and businesses in the construction industry. As we can all appreciate, the construction sector is critically important to the economic growth of the province and to the well-being of men and women who work in the industry. This sector generated $6 billion in economic activity in Nova Scotia in 2017, and it's responsible for 5.5% of the province's GDP. The sector directly employs more than 30,000 men and women, Mr. Speaker, not to mention the many people and businesses that benefit from the economic activity generated by the sector. The construction industry quite literally builds our province. That's why it's important that we support it so it continues to be strong. We've heard from many people engaged in the construction business over the last number of months, Mr. Speaker. They've shared with us their concerns over the slowness of payments to contractors, subcontractors, and suppliers by the owners who hire them to build their projects. We know that these practices are having a real and negative impact on businesses across Nova Scotia, and that hurts our economy and the communities in which they operate. They've told us that the existing legislation needs to be stronger to address these concerns. I think we can all understand the frustrations of these companies, Mr. Speaker, when many of them small businesses who cannot afford to wait months to be paid for work that they have long since completed on a construction project. If you are a contractor on a project, you should be paid within a reasonable time period after providing an invoice for the work you've completed. What that reasonable time period would be will be part of our upcoming consultation, but in Ontario, as an example, it's 28 days. 65% of the construction industry is comprised of small and medium-sized family-owned companies consisting of 50 or fewer employees, Mr. Speaker. Delays in payments impact efficiency and productivity within the industry, and that increases the cost of doing business, costs that are then passed on to the consumers. Money has to flow in a timely fashion from the project owners to the general contractors and then on to subcontractors and suppliers so that they can meet their payroll, purchase supplies, and meet other expenses. Prompt payment legislation will clearly set out the rights and responsibilities of all parties on a construction project. It will establish rules so that contractors, subcontractors, and suppliers in the construction industry are paid based on clear timelines set out in regulation. Late payments will be subject to interest. The legislation will also allow for an adjudication process to resolve disputes faster when payment timelines aren't met. This process will also ensure payment disputes are less likely to be held up by a lengthy and expensive court process. With this legislation, we will also be amending the title of the Act, renaming it the Builders Lien and Prompt Payment Act. I want to add that the regulations that will be developed to support this legislation will require extensive consultation and input from the sector, from municipalities and from members of the public. We will hear from all stakeholders before this bill is proclaimed into law. Our plan is to have both a broad and targeted consultation with contractors, subcontractors, suppliers, trade unions, engineers, road builders, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, project owners, developers, and other interested stakeholders beginning this spring. These consultations, Mr. Speaker, will be important as they will help us determine much of the detail we need to inform timelines and the appropriate model for the adjudication process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to the comments of my colleagues.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister of Justice for his comments on Bill 119. It is my duty this afternoon to rise at second reading to discuss a little bit Bill 119, the Builders Lien and Prompt Pay Act. Mr. Speaker, many years ago I married into a family from Southwest Nova, and the Thibault family were small business contractors in Digby County, and certainly I gained an appreciation, Mr. Speaker, of the demands that are on our contractors, what it means to make payroll, and how often, Mr. Speaker, there is an enormous amount of uncertainty that goes along with owning a small business. So I appreciate the remarks of the Minister. I think it captured well, the feeling that exists among many of our contractors and subcontractors as to the uncertainty that their business encounters day to day. Mr. Speaker, on the surface, my understanding of this bill is that the bill will enforce strict limits on payments to contractors and will also assist contractors, subcontractors, and suppliers to receive prompt payment. It was alarming to learn, Mr. Speaker, that just last year 35 construction companies went bankrupt, and many of those bankruptcies, I suppose, could be attributed to late or absent payments. My understanding, Mr. Speaker, is under this legislation, it'll be 20 to 30 days to make a payment, and the new legislation, Mr. Speaker, will also establish a rate of interest for late or missed payments. Now that, Mr. Speaker, is my understanding of this bill on the surface. Of course, it is always when you delve into the details that I have a few questions that I'm hoping the Minister can address in his closing remarks. First and foremost, my question is related to process. I've always fully believed that it is imperative, and I'm sure it's the case of many members here, that one does a comprehensive consultation before one brings a bill, a member brings a bill before the House. In this particular case, Mr. Speaker, the Minister's indicated that they will consult with industry to make sure the industry is satisfied with the regulations before the bill is proclaimed. I'm wondering if the Minister at a certain point can address that. Why is it that we are not consulting first, then bring before the bill, and then follow the legislative process? Just a few other questions, Mr. Speaker. The mechanics of the bill, some of the stakeholders I've spoken to, they feel that the details need to be worked out, that the language in some parts of the bill seem to be complicated, and the concerns that I've heard, Mr. Speaker, is that the new regulations could potentially create another level of bureaucracy, more paperwork. So if we could get clarification, Mr. Speaker, on perhaps the extra, perhaps cumbersome paperwork, levels of bureaucracy that could be created and could be problematic for our subcontractors and suppliers. I guess essentially, Mr. Speaker, the question being, what new steps would be created that would add to the workload of our small business owners? Also, with respect to Section 4J, the remedy section, perhaps I'm hearing, Mr. Speaker, that section seems to be vague, and I'm hearing from stakeholders it may require it being more explicit as to clarify the process for remedy. So, Mr. Speaker, as with any bill, we will continue to listen to stakeholders, as I know all members will, and we certainly look forward to hearing from stakeholders at law amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also am very happy to speak on Bill 119, the Builders Lien Prompt Payment Act, and I do appreciate that the name of the bill is going to change with this piece of legislation. I met with the Prompt Payment Coalition earlier this year and was very shocked to hear some of the issues that their members have been facing for many, many years around this issue. We know that these issues not only put businesses and workers in harm's way in terms of them just not being viable, but we also know that it creates delays in federal and provincial and municipal procurement and work and construction work. It's a significant problem for small businesses and workers. We know that 30,000 people work in the construction industry in Nova Scotia and that the industry generates about $3.8 billion in economic activity every year. That's a lot of money. And those are a lot of workers that need to be able to count on their jobs, and there's a lot of small business owners that need to make sure that they can continue in their businesses and pay their workers. Almost all of the email I received about this issue came from businesses in my own district in Dartmouth North, largely from Burnside. Burnside is a home to many, many different types of organizations and businesses in the construction industry, including the trade unions, including tons of suppliers and lots of contracting companies. And so it's of particular interest to me to make sure that those businesses and workers are served well by this piece of legislation. I will echo my colleague from Dartmouth East in my concern that broad and robust consultation has not been done prior to the tabling of this legislation. I'm happy to hear that there will be more consultation done, but it is in the interest of everybody to make sure that work is done before legislation is tabled, and to make sure that the bill that's brought before us to debate is the strongest one possible. And so I'm sorry that hasn't happened, but I do understand that members of the Prompt Payment Coalition were here on the day that the legislation was tabled, and so I'm hoping that it is good enough to satisfy the coalition at this point. But I do look forward to hearing from members of the community at law amendments and to further debating this on third reading. So thank you very much. I'll end my comments for now.
Finally recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice. It will be to close second reading of Bill number 119, the Builders Lien Act. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleagues. I won't go into a lot of detail around the process. I do want to acknowledge that in normal submission of legislation, much of the consultation work is done. The industry has been very upfront in seeing this legislation move. We wanted to make a commitment to the industry, Mr. Speaker, that we take their concerns around prompt payment and the challenges that the construction industry faces when payments aren't made, Mr. Speaker. To my colleague's point, as many as 35 companies went bankrupt last year because of their inability to meet payroll and pay for purchases and supplies. So in these circumstances, Mr. Speaker, we want to clearly demonstrate that we hear the construction industry loud and clear. We're committing to moving the legislation, and in these circumstances, Mr. Speaker, committing to robust consultation with the industry and multiple stakeholders to ensure, as my two colleagues have mentioned, a full discussion around this piece of legislation and its content. So I make that commitment to both of my colleagues that we will continue with those efforts forefront. Mr. Speaker, with those few comments, I rise to close debate on Bill 119.
The motion is for second reading of Bill number 119, the Builders Lien Act. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 119, an act to amend Chapter 277 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Builders Lien Act.
Ordered that this bill be referred to the Committee on Law Amendments. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 121, the Nursing Act?
Now call Bill number 121, the Nursing Act. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill 121, the Nursing Act, be now read a second time. I'm pleased to stand today to talk for a few moments about the Nursing Act. Mr. Speaker, when Nova Scotians imagine frontline care, it's often nurses who come to mind. They provide essential and expert care in our hospitals, family practices, and our communities. But, Mr. Speaker, nursing is also a self-regulated profession, and that means that government has delegated the oversight of nurses to nurses themselves, given their knowledge of the profession and the services provided. Right now, there are two nursing regulatory bodies in Nova Scotia, the College of Licensed Practical Nurses and the College of Registered Nurses. Both protect the public by ensuring nurses provide safe, competent, ethical, and compassionate care. But, Mr. Speaker, the colleges have been working together, consulting thousands of stakeholders to jointly submit a request for new legislation to government to bring to the two regulators together as one. Mr. Speaker, the new Nursing Act will create the Nova Scotia College of Nursing, a single regulatory body for the nursing profession in Nova Scotia. It will bring together registered nurses, nurse practitioners, and licensed practical nurses. The Act will maintain many of the elements of the existing separate laws and enhance and expand other areas. For example, Mr. Speaker, the existing designations of LPN, RN, and NP, their distinct scopes of practices and their entry to practice requirements will remain the same. But the new Act will allow the college to expand scopes of practice for individual LPNs and RNs with the additional education, if needed, in the future. Mr. Speaker, these kinds of changes will enable the college to stay current, relevant, and nimble. It also supports our goal of having the right mix of health professionals working to their optimal scope of practice. So, Mr. Speaker, the Act also expands the power to impose disciplinary fines if needed, and requires the college to be more accountable and transparent to the government, the public, and nurses. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure you that colleges have done a great deal of work to create one nursing regulator in Nova Scotia, and I'm pleased to move this legislation forward. A single College of Nursing will continue to regulate the nursing profession and protect the public interest while being nimble to meet Nova Scotia's evolving healthcare needs. I look forward to hearing the remarks of my colleagues as this second reading debate proceeds.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for introducing this piece of legislation and for his remarks. I definitely believe that this piece of legislation is moving in the right direction, and it's good to hear and learn from the Minister that there was consultations with those stakeholders that definitely needed to have voices in moving forward with this piece of legislation. It is wonderful to know that now all LPNs, NPs, and RNs will all be under one umbrella. Instead of having two regulatory bodies, we will be morphing the two together. And I do believe that the future of morphing these two regulatory bodies together is definitely much needed. There will be a lot more clarity and direction that will be taken. It is wonderful news for the nurses and of nurses of any capacity in their profession. So certainly happy to learn of that. I think that there will be an opportunity for more collaborating. We know that there's more than, I think, 15,000 licensed nurses in Nova Scotia. And, you know, the only thing that sometimes, when I was reading over the legislation, there was a few things that stood out that I do have concern with, and have had an opportunity to speak to some stakeholders, and we certainly will be looking forward to having some of these stakeholders come to law amendments, because I think there needs to be clarity on a few things. I have some concerns around perhaps the college has a board, or will have a board consisting of 10 individuals. We know that one has to be a licensed practical nurse and one registered nurse, but I'm wondering, hearing that there should be thoughts of having perhaps a nurse practitioner or a representative from Doctors Nova Scotia, a pharmacist, perhaps a representative from EHS or a paramedic on board. And the reason is the intention to ensure there is adequate expertise on the board to understand the overlap of scope of practice with other healthcare providers. And I think this is something that is bringing a lot of confusion right now, is that I believe I'm hearing from nurse practitioners and doctors where sometimes they're starting to feel like, how my scope of practice, are they starting to overlap, and they don't understand, you know, where is the boundary. So I think that we want to make sure that we ensure that there's a healthy working relationship between them, but there's clarity on what their scopes of practice are. Looking at the bill too, I see respecting the approval procedure for expanded scopes of practice and for educational requirements or criteria for expanding these scopes. I'm wondering if there should be an amendment further to state that this can be undertaken following consultations and a review by Doctors Nova Scotia, as well as the Pharmacy Association. Otherwise, I would say that this sounds, and maybe there's more clarity that the minister can explain to me, but otherwise this permits them to self-determine what health care services their members can offer without any regulatory oversight and meaningful input from all other healthcare providers who currently offer the services as well. So this should be in place primarily, in my opinion, to basically safeguard our constituents, safeguard public safety, really. So that is a concern of mine. One of the other things that I would be interested in law amendments to hear is, right now, for the purpose of this act and the regulations, you know, a registrant in the province who is engaged in practice by electronic means with clients outside of the province is deemed to be practicing in the province. And a person other than a registrant who resides outside the province and who engages in practice by electronic means with clients within the province is deemed not to be practicing in the province. However, doctors are not allowed to engage in practice electronically outside the province. So why would nurses be allowed to do so? So that is a big concern. I have heard from a number of doctors that are concerned about that, but perhaps there's misreading of the bill. So the bigger question, though, to that would be, are nurses going to be able to be permitted to prescribe to clients outside the province of Nova Scotia? So there are some concerns, but overall, I'm looking forward to continuing to listen to those that I'm reaching out to, and to the many healthcare professionals that have been reaching out to myself and to my colleagues. And but there's no doubt that this act definitely strengthens the nursing profession. I believe the minister used the word nimble, and I would have to agree on that. And I think it's about making the efforts in going forward for nurses more conducive, so that they can collaboratively work together to be most effective and efficient. That's what we want. We know that they're doing wonderful work right now in this province. Where would we be without them? And you know, I'd like to give a shout out. Actually, you've heard me all stand in my place here for the last couple of years and tell you that I don't have a doctor. I still don't have a doctor, but I have been recently granted a nurse practitioner. Yay! Yay! And I just want to say that she is absolutely fabulous. We are so grateful and honored to have her drive from Antigonish every day to Pictou. But my understanding is that soon she'll be moving to Pictou because it's the nicest constituency in the province. So, look, again, I would hope, and I'm not certain that this is quite a big bill, but it's pretty well straightforward. I do want to acknowledge, though, that right now, currently, we have almost 300 vacancies, positions in Nova Scotia for nurses. I'm not certain that this bill is going to do anything to fill that void, but perhaps the minister feels there is something in this bill that will do that, and I would enjoy hearing so. But in moving forward, I do think that we're on the right track with this bill, and we are too looking forward to law amendments and hearing from all stakeholders and moving forward. So again, I thank the minister for introducing it, and I'll take my seat. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too will concur that I think this is an important bill going forward, and combining the two colleges will only strengthen the profession. Having them being the drivers of their own cart, so to speak, I think is imperative with the work that they do. I think it's a positive step forward, and I look forward to hearing any stakeholders with any comments at law amendments. And for now, I shall take my seat.
Fine to recognize the Honourable Minister of Health will be to close second reading on Bill number 121, the Nursing Act. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleagues for their input at this stage of the legislation. Pleased, in broad summary, that actually all three parties in the legislature seem supportive in principle with this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to first say thank you on behalf of the many people within the two nursing bodies, as well as the staff and the legislative staff, the Justice Department, that have all worked together to get us to this particular point. I mean, we'll get into more detailed debate as we do further progress on this piece of legislation, but to a couple of the concerns raised by my colleagues. I think at one point the question of the scope and without regulatory oversight, I think was something in the phrase to that effect. Indeed, just a reminder, Mr. Speaker, this body is the regulatory oversight that governs, and these are self-regulated bodies, much like physicians have a College of Physicians and Surgeons that operate with self-regulated oversight. They don't, Mr. Speaker, engage with the nurses formally in their legislation to look at the scope of practice. They work within their educational institutions, the research that's done to identify what is it that their particular profession, what capacity they have, what care they can provide based upon the training and education and training and experience that they've acquired, and how that relates to the care they can provide safely, because it is that safety that is what they are operating for, and underlining all of the principles in all of our self-regulated bodies. It is about how these professionals can operate safely in the public interest, and that's the mandate and the direction for all of the bodies. And what I would advise is, in fact, there is a table of health professionals. So for self-regulated health professionals, there is a table where they all do come together already to engage in conversations within the health system broadly. And I think many of the concerns that were raised, potential concerns, I think get addressed at that table, rather than it necessarily having to have really all professionals on everyone else's professional bodies. So I think that should address some of the concerns being raised by the members. But again, we'll get into more details as we move this bill through legislation. Thanks.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Close bill, second reading on Bill 121.
Motion is for second reading of Bill number 121, the Nursing Act. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 121, an act respecting the regulation of nursing.
Ordered that this bill be referred to the Committee on Law Amendments. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call private and local bills for second reading?
Will now call private and local bills for second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 122, an act to incorporate the Pine Grove Cemetery Company, Lower Stewiacke, Colchester County.
We'll now call Bill number 122, an act to incorporate the Pine Grove Cemetery Company, Lower Stewiacke, Colchester County. The Honourable Member for Colchester Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This may sound a little bit weird, but wherever I travel in any community, whether it be in the province or throughout the country or even in other countries, one of the first things that I look at are the way in which those communities respect those who have passed, looking after the cemeteries. In my constituency, the cemeteries are looked after by a lot of caring people. The reality is that the forms of governance are no longer appropriate for some of these, for the changing times and for some of the cemeteries that come before us. I want to thank the government, by the way, for putting this bill on the agenda so that the changes of governance can be made and the work of respect to be continued. The Pine Grove Cemetery is one beautiful cemetery. It's in a beautiful location, very well kept. This bill will allow the form of governance to meet the needs of this cemetery at this particular time. So I would thank the government for helping me put this bill through.
The Honourable Member for Colchester Musquodoboit Valley.
I would move this bill on second reading.
Motion is for second reading of Bill number 122, an act to incorporate the Pine Grove Cemetery Company, Lower Stewiacke, Colchester County. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 122, an act to amend Chapter 211 of the Acts of 1904, an act to incorporate the Pine Grove Cemetery Company, Lower Stewiacke, Colchester County.
Ordered that this bill be referred to the Committee on Private and Local Bills. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House on bills. Yes.
The House will now recess while it resolves itself into the Committee of the Whole on Bills.
We ready? Okay. Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call Bill number 103, the Justices of the Peace Act?
I call Bill 103. The Clerk.
Madam Chair, Bill 103 contains 4 clauses and was reported back from the Committee on Law Amendments without amendments.
Shall Clause 1... I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to propose an amendment. I draw your attention to CWHB NDP-1. On page 1, clause 1, add sub 1 immediately after the clause number, and add the following subclause as subclause 2. Subsection 11A, sub 3 of Chapter 244 is repealed and the following subsection substituted. Sub 3, where the chair of the tribunal is unable or unwilling to be the commission or is unable or unwilling to act, the Dean of the Schulich School of Law at Dalhousie University, after consultation with the Minister and Association, shall appoint the commission. Madam Chair, the presiding justices of the peace who are contemplated in this Act have qualifications and experiences that are similar to provincial court judges. The members of this chamber may know that Nova Scotia has 8 of these presiding justices of the peace who work out of the Justice of the Peace Centre in Dartmouth, and 2 who are based in Sydney. And here in Nova Scotia, there is a Justice of the Peace on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And these professionals play a very important role in the criminal justice system. In the bill before us, subsection 11A sub 1 of Chapter 244 of the revised statutes, et cetera, the original Act, is amended by striking out determine in the first line and substituting recommend. Madam Chair, non-binding commission recommendations compromise judicial independence by politicizing the judicial compensation process. We've seen that in this chamber. It's actually not a matter of the appropriateness of the action, it's a matter of the perception. And by having a non-binding process, immediately the perception of an independent process is compromised. Nova Scotia created a binding commission process to address the remuneration for provincial and family court judges for just this reason, and this commission worked well for many years. In their 2016 submission to the Law Amendments Committee, when the similar change was introduced to that Act as to the Act before us today, the Canadian Association of Provincial Court Judges referred to binding recommendations as, quote, the gold standard of judicial independence, unquote. The Nova Scotia government is now engaged in litigation with judges of the Provincial Court and Family Court of Nova Scotia regarding the constitutionality of the change to the non-binding recommendations. Now, Madam Chair, I want to draw the members' attention to this because in some comments on this legislation, there were remarks made to the effect that, you know, there may be litigation and we'll see what happens. Now, my understanding from talking to folks in this field is that whatever the outcome of the litigation with the judges would likely be seen as a precedent in this case and so would apply. So whether or not there will be independent litigation initiated, I think we have litigation underway that will impact how this Act is in fact implemented. An effective judicial compensation commission process depoliticizes the setting of judicial compensation, discourages litigation, is cost-effective, ensures timely implementation or review of commission recommendations, and protects the structural separation of the branches of government. It also promotes public confidence in the judiciary, Madam Chair. Section 11A sub 2 of this new Justices of the Peace Act provides that the chair of the Provincial Court Judges Compensation Commission shall be the commission for the presiding justices of the peace, but does not provide a situation where that person is unable or unwilling to act. The relevant section is limited to the first commission, which reported in 2014. And so, Madam Chair, here we are adding a provision that the Dean appoint the commission upon consultation with the Minister and Association. which aligns with the mechanism in the Provincial Court Act and ensures a smooth process in the event that there is no one who can act as contemplated in the Act right now. So again, the content of the change that we're suggesting here is that where the chair of the tribunal is unable or unwilling to be the commission, or is unable or unwilling to act, the Dean of the Schulich School of Law does it. And so I would encourage all members of this House to consider supporting this simple amendment, which ensures the smooth functioning of the judicial process. I so move the amendment.
Does the amendment carry? The amendment does not carry. Does the clause carry? I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. We have one further amendment, Madam Chair, and it comes directly after Clause 1. And I'll draw the member's attention again to CWHB NDP-1. On page 1, add the following clause after Clause 1. 2. Subsection 11B sub 3 of Chapter 244 is repealed, and the following subsection substituted. Sub 3. A presiding justice of the peace may be entitled to benefits as determined by the Commission. Renumber subsequent clauses accordingly. We have spent a fair amount of time in this chamber discussing wages and benefits, and our presiding justices of the peace are a good example of an employment group who have been somewhat overlooked. And in fact, the Justice of the Peace Act prohibits presiding justices of the peace for any entitlement to benefits. And now this is notwithstanding the fact that while they are part-time, most justices of the peace spend about at least 50% of their time, their employable time, working in this capacity. They're on call, they work nights, they work weekends. They're not entitled to sick days. They're not entitled to overtime. They're not entitled to benefits of any kind. In order to do this work, there are some who will come at it when they're retired, but there are many who piece together their work with this and other contract work. And those people don't have access to benefits for the work that they are spending the majority of their time doing, and work which is extremely important, as I mentioned earlier, to our criminal justice system. Now, we're not proposing here a specific benefit package of any kind, just that the Commission may also consider the benefits for these workers, for the presiding justices of the peace. And so I would again ask the members of this House to consider that it should at least be under consideration that our presiding justices of the peace are given the opportunity to have benefits considered as a part of their employment package. I so move the amendment.
Thank you. Does the amendment carry? No. Does the amendment does not carry? Does the clause carry? Carry. Do the remaining clauses carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call Bill number 105, the Judicature Act?
I call Bill 105. The Clerk.
Madam Chair, Bill 105 contains one clause and was referred to the House from the Committee on Law Amendments without amendments.
Okay. Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call Bill number 109, the Pension Benefits Act?
I call Bill 109. The Clerk.
Madam Chair, Bill 109 contains 14 clauses and was referred to the House from the Committee on Law Amendments without amendments.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call Bill number 112, the Education Act?
I call Bill 112. The Clerk.
Madam Chair, Bill number 112 contains 3 clauses and was referred from the Committee on Law Amendments without amendments.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that you do now rise and report these bills.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House.
Order, please. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills will now report.
That the Committee of the Whole has met and considered the following bills. Bill number 103, 105, 109, 112 without amendments, and the Chairman has been instructed to recommend these bills to the favourable consideration of the House.
Order that these bills be read a third time on a future day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House on supply.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is my pleasure to have the opportunity to say a few words on supply. For those who don't know what that means having a moment to say a time-honored tradition that the opposition in this committee has the opportunity to voice its concerns about the government bill, the budget, which is before the House and being considered in estimates. So it's my pleasure to do that, and we have many concerns about the budget, frankly, Mr. Speaker. However, it would be remiss of me not to say that we do appreciate that the budget is a balanced budget and do recognize that the government has done that fourth, I believe, the third balanced budget. However, at what cost? And we look at circumstances in the province, and I was thinking as I was at the Volunteer of the Year Awards yesterday, as we were hearing about great volunteers in our community. We have many unsung heroes in our healthcare system in this province who are struggling to work in conditions that are discouraging and frustrating. I had a doctor say to me in an ER, John, we are practicing unsafe medicine every day. And we've learned recently that some of our nurses have been told that they will not be able to have vacation time this summer because they are they're simply overwhelmed. And when we're in a situation where we're in a crisis in healthcare, I have to say that I question some of the government spending and some of the government priorities, and I will be specific. And I question for example, the track that's going in Bridgetown, which is, I believe, a $2.6 million provincial government expenditure, a $1 million federal government contribution for a track in Bridgetown. I question that at a time when we are overwhelmed with concerns in healthcare. And I just question that expenditure, and I know that in a very unusual move, and I may be wrong, and I welcome any comment on this. I don't believe there was any community fundraising for that track. I believe that I understand that Communities, Cultures and Heritage has accepted 5 years of maintenance, and also a very unusual move for something, a piece of infrastructure like that. I question the logic of that funding at a time when we are struggling to provide healthcare services around the province, and and in that environment, we have people who are serving our province, doctors and nurses, who are going above and beyond the call of duty, undoubtedly, to do more in a day, in a week than is meant to be done. And as I said, I quoted a person I know who said, John, we are practicing unsafe medicine every day. And in that environment, we know that there are hundreds of doctor positions across the province unfilled. And I've asked in this legislature, I've asked the Minister of Health, if the recruiting practices and policy of the Department of Health, of the Nova Scotia Health Authority aren't working, at what point do you say we have to try something different? And I'm not sure that I see in this budget anything different. And in fact, you can see, and I may be wrong, but I believe on page 13.2 of this budget, physician services was estimated to be $869 million, comes in at $860 million. You might say, well, great, that's $9 million under budget on that one line item. But in fact, if the average fee that a physician would put in on fee for service for for a doctor's services is about $35. That's probably 250,000 doctor visits that didn't happen this year. And we have about 100,000 people without a family doctor in our province, maybe plus or minus. I don't know the exact number, but it's been reported to be that high. And it may be less. I know there's less on the actual waiting list, but we see despair in our system, despair among our people. And if there are that many people without a doctor, then there's 250,000 doctor visits that didn't happen. And I know that this is a crisis, and I think that it will need to be dealt with as a crisis. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, as a young farmer, one of the very first things I learned as a young farmer when I purchased a farm from my father at age 25, and that was that everything that happened on that farm was my responsibility. And if something wasn't going right, I couldn't say to an employee who took the clutch out of a tractor, for example, which happened, that was your fault. It was really my fault for not teaching that employee what to do in the right situation. So I had to accept every single thing that happened on the farm was my responsibility. I believe that's true for this House, for this government. Every single thing that happens in this province is the responsibility of this government, and the first step to dealing with the problem is to call it for what it is, acknowledge it, accept responsibility, and deal with it. And I'm not sure that I see that happening in this budget. That being said, yes, there are good things. We know that there are, we called for an increased funding for mental health services, and we see that happening. However, we know that we're short psychiatrists all around the province, and if you have a mental health issue, the very first step to having it dealt with is to have a diagnosis, and the person in the system who gives you that diagnosis is a psychiatrist. And I know that if you look at the NSHA website for recruitment, physician recruitment, you'll see, I believe, 4 psychiatrist positions open in Cape Breton. We know that, in fact, there are 10 or 11 or 12 psychiatrists short in Cape Breton. For whatever reason, the other positions aren't being advertised, and maybe it doesn't matter. You just, if you happen to fill one, you just still leave that opening advertised. Maybe that's a moot point, but the reality is there's psychiatrist positions in other parts of the province that are open too, that are unfilled. And we know that people are going to our ERs who have mental health issues, who are otherwise healthy, physically healthy, but have mental health issues, and are waiting there, and put that into the environment of an ER which is overwhelmed with other issues, with accident victims and people, maybe children who may or may not have meningitis, come in with a fever. Is that meningitis or not? That's a pretty important thing to figure out pretty quick. And other issues of people with pneumonia and all of these very serious health issues which need to be, which come in through the ER door, every sort of health issue. Then you have somebody with a mental health issue coming into that ER. And the best practices would be for the physician to, the ER physician to refer that person to a psychiatrist and for an assessment to be made. And in fact, I tabled a letter earlier in the legislature today during question period of a Dr. Joseph Sadek, who had an article yesterday in the Chronicle Herald saying that very statement, that when someone went into an ER, it was very important that they have an assessment. However, if you're the ER doctor, you're not trained in mental health assessment, and what happens more frequently than not, that person is sent home. Were they a risk for suicide? Who knows? And to be fair to all health professionals, some, and as Dr. Joseph Sadek said last night, I was at a session that he had at the library in Halifax here. It's very difficult to predict, very difficult to determine, but there are a series of best practices on how to evaluate that, and we know that it's psychiatrists who are able to provide that diagnosis if they're not available, that diagnosis is not happening. And it's a very, very serious concern for us with the healthcare situation, the mental health issues we see around the province. And I was able to ask the minister earlier today about, as he mentioned, I know the minister is concerned about this and looking into it too. As Dr. Stan Kuchar said, we have to look at our suicide prevention strategy. And will the public have input into that? That's a question that we've asked. And I believe that that we need to see that. In my own area, Valley Regional Hospital, very concerned, and I'm very concerned about the state of Valley Regional Hospital. We've been very proud. We believe we've had one of the absolute best performing hospitals in the province. And very recently, there were 2 news stories out on Valley Regional which show a disturbing trend. One was about the backlog of 3,030 surgeries in backlog. And what we see is that for various reasons, and I don't think it's that side of the government's fault or but we see an exploding need for health care. And maybe it's just simply demographics, maybe it's lifestyle. I'm not sure why we see that, but it's probably just raw demographics. We know that baby boom bubble is probably, the baby boomers are 56 and older now. And there's a huge bubble of baby boomers, and later in life you have many health needs. So we know that there's a great demand for all types of health care services. At the same time, there's a great demand for long-term care, which has not been met. There was a long-term care strategy. This government has not followed that strategy. So what we see is there are people in our Valley Regional Hospital, a number of them who are probably should be in long-term care, but there's no space available for them. And they're tying up a bed in long-term care. We see our ER, which is should be the primary funding, the primary admitting way that you get admitted into the hospital. You get admitted into the ER. ER determines that you need to be in the hospital. You go in the hospital. But if there's no beds available in the hospital, you're in the ER and you stay there. And so if the beds in the ER are all filled and somebody comes in with otherwise healthy but with a mental health issue, we see that they are sent home. And it's a huge concern to this sort of cascading effect that we see happening with lack of space in long-term care, tying up some space in our hospitals, tying up some space in our ERs. At the same time, a lack of family doctors, meaning more people are going to ERs. At the same time, a lack of psychiatrists, so that the diagnosis is not being made. So all of these issues kind of provide a cascading effect on the demand for healthcare services, put our healthcare professionals that we have working in incredibly stressful situations, which I just outlined at the beginning, which are that you know, our nurses are being told that they can't go on vacation this year. That ERs are being shut down, and many of us who in this House who lived through the 2013 election will remember that one of the major pieces of platform of this government was that there would be a doctor for every Nova Scotian. And I would encourage the Minister of Health to find dig back through and find the plan that was based on, and look at what was the plan to put in a doctor for every Nova Scotian. And I have to question if there was even a plan, but presumably there was in the Liberal platform of 2013, the summer of 2013, a doctor for every Nova Scotian. In fact, I believe, has gotten worse since then. And I know that in 2014, it was widely reported later on that, in fact, doctors were told, don't renew the lease on your building because we don't need as many doctors. So there was actually, despite the fact that there was a statement that we were going to have a doctor for every Nova Scotian, this has been well documented, there was a certain moment that the Nova Scotia Health Authority told doctors that don't renew your lease We don't need as many of you. And I'll go back to saying that is my opinion that the Minister of Health, the Premier, this government is responsible for everything that happens in this province, and they need to set the agenda. And I question the logic of that. And it's the lack of those services which we see cascading down to many tragedies in our province. And I hesitate to even talk about those because as painful as they are, I know that our frontline healthcare workers are overwhelmed with all of the things that are happening, and they're doing their best, and things are slipping through the cracks. And I don't want to in any way say that what we see happening is because of the lack of their caring or effort. I believe it's a lack of management, a lack of putting the resources in place to see. Am I done? I had more to say.
Order, please. The time allotted for the member's comments has expired. Motion carried. We'll now recess while the House resolves itself into the Committee of the Whole on Supply.
Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call resolution number E11 for the Minister of Health and Wellness?
I call resolution E11 a continuation. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South for 33 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just have a couple of minutes, actually, to finish up my line of questioning from yesterday, and then I'll yield the time to my colleague. Before we move on to mental health, which we were just starting to talk about yesterday, I wanted to just clarify one more time. I believe the minister said yesterday that where facilities have capacity, we need to look at our healthcare system province-wide and not as kind of individual facilities. But I want to clarify that where facilities don't have capacity, in particularly where they are in fact over capacity, that the first, I don't exactly know how to phrase this, but I guess the first, that a specific facility's capacity will be at first determined by the people moving through that one facility. And so what I'm talking about here is that where we know there's severe overcrowding issues in the Dartmouth General Emergency Room, where we have people being admitted to lounges and hallways, that were more beds to open up in the Dartmouth General to handle emergent care, that first those people would come out of the lounges and hallways before other people would be transferred from other facilities such as the QE2 or the Cobequid.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think the, and I don't mean disrespecting, but I think the way that the question's phrased is perhaps more simplified than the way the healthcare system works in terms of even within a hospital context. That really you're looking at capacity, of course, but you're also looking at criticality and the triaging of patients for care, and it just gets a little bit challenging to answer that type of a question when you're talking in a bit of hypotheticals in terms of, or let me phrase it in a more positive or constructive way, when you have a specific context of the type of beds or how beds are allocated for what condition or purpose, as opposed to framing it as just generally there's this pool of beds, and so anyone from this region would be moving into those beds. What is the actual purpose of the beds from a clinical perspective? If the utilization or the clinical purpose and objective of the beds to meet the healthcare needs of Nova Scotians, what does that mean? And as I said, I believe in my response yesterday, Madam Chair, there hasn't been, certainly nothing that's been brought to my attention that I recall, any proposal or discussion about beds coming online. It was only about it might be going on 2 months now when I was at Dartmouth General, and again it's very, the work is underway, Madam Chair, but we're still quite a ways away from actual having those beds that are underway to be opened up for use, and again the work on operating rooms, theatres in the hospital facility, and again where the purposes within the hospital system are. What I can assure, Madam Chair, the member is that as with our healthcare system, really, and it's been this way for, as long as I can ever remember and as long as I'm aware, very much predicated on a triaging-based system for much of our healthcare system, where the objective and the goal is to make sure that our most sick, our most in need patients in the province are delivered care. Where the conversation went yesterday, I was merely saying that as a single health authority, there is at times, and I used the orthopedic surgery, I believe digital imaging is another area where you get some changes because of as I said, when there's capacity and you can move people around. But that doesn't necessarily mean, so for example, with the orthopedic wait list, if there's a surgery, say, at the Aberdeen in New Glasgow, and someone from Halifax says, you know what, it's a shorter wait list at the Aberdeen in New Glasgow than up here in Halifax. I'm willing to travel and have that surgery down there. Can you put me on that wait list and get referred to have the surgery at that location? I guess I'm painting the opposite picture of what the member's asking about here, or trying to clarify if this is the way I understand it, that the member would be saying, well, that person should get bumped by anyone from the Pictou area, and I think that seems that's the way the description has come across to me in the other side of services being offered in the Dartmouth space, that if we have a resource in our hospital at the Dartmouth General, that priority will be given to Dartmouth residents or residents within the catchment, the traditional catchment area of that hospital facility, as first priority. And I guess what I'm saying is generally that's the way the system works, because the people in the hospital are generally those from the region, the catchment area. However, as I've just used the orthopedic as an example, Madam Chair, there are times and services where resources can be shifted, and people from another part of the province should be able to access the resource in another part of the province. But if once they enter that, they shouldn't, I don't believe, be getting bumped out of their queue just because of the regional. Again, it's based, I think, predominantly on the criticality as opposed to the geography in many circumstances. And again, I think we could probably, Madam Chair, go back and forth on this a little bit, but we're talking in hypotheticals at this point. So it's I'm using examples that don't apply to the Dartmouth, like the ortho piece for the example in New Glasgow, only because, as I said, the whole scenario is quite hypothetical. Before there's any decisions, what would those, if the beds were going to be utilized for a purpose other than the original intended, what are they going to be allocated as? What level or classification of beds would they be? And then how does that fit within the clinical protocols and work being provided by those healthcare professionals? So that's kind of where I land on that one.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I agree with the member that we could probably go back and forth forever, but I also feel that, so this is our second go around on this, I'm not, at the end, I'll remind the member of the context, which is emergency care and the admission for people in critical condition from the emergency department into a hospital bed. So my question was not about orthopedics, it's not about elective surgeries, it's not about any of that. It's about if we end up opening up capacity for those folks needing in critical condition, and I know that's a term of art, so let's just say coming from emergency, and I know there are levels of triage within that, but people who need emergent care and are being admitted to hospitals. So if the member wants, I'll ask my next question. If the member wants to comment on that, that's fine. It is somewhat hypothetical because those beds don't exist. My concern, obviously, is that we alleviate the real and severe pressures that the emergency department at the Dartmouth General is facing before we try and move other patients needing emergent care into that facility, which I know some are concerned may happen. But moving on, I guess my last question is I would love for the minister to give an update on what's happening with patients who present at the emergency room at the Dartmouth General in mental distress. My understanding is that it has been for the last few years and still is the case that those patients, that there is no actual medical resource available to them at the Dartmouth General, so they are medically cleared, which is awkward because they're normally presenting in mental distress, so they're physically medically cleared. Often that would include being tranquilized or something of that nature, and then they wait until they can be transferred to the QE2 in Halifax, and that may take up to 2 or 3 days. And that once they get there, you know, they enter the queue in a slightly different way from patients who are triaged who present in Halifax. So I know that the member has been looking at solutions to that problem. I know the hospital's been working on solutions to that problem, and so I'd love an update so that we know that the residents of Dartmouth have access to mental health care in the emergency room.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I'm not sure that I have much more on the original beds situation. Again, even if it's emergency or emergent, it would be the same thing. It would be, again, and I guess where my hesitation is making an absolute statement before final decisions are made, because again, sometimes there are needs to have exceptions to rules. So it goes back to, again, that notion of capacity, the general use. It's you know, I guess to alleviate perhaps the fears. I don't think it's anyone's expectation that you know, a system would be looking to take people who you know, in need of healthcare resources and put them in places that aren't the appropriate places for them. I mean, and really, it's often the clinicians that are doing the assessments and making the recommendations of the patients being transferred. So, you know, to the extent that alleviates the members' concerns, probably not fully, but I guess. At this point, that's the best I can get to on this one. With respect to mental health services, particularly through the emergency department and through Dartmouth General, I believe we did have some questions a few weeks ago. I don't remember which member asked about it in question period. I think it came up in question period. Is that there have been some new nurses being hired at Dartmouth General, or with a skill set as mental health liaison nurses. I believe you know, there was some work and discussions to ensure that the appropriate staffing model to have the nurses in place. I believe all those hurdles have been overcome and the position posted to fill. So the efforts are ongoing to fill the position and ensure they have an appropriately trained. That's enhancing and strengthening the health professionals within the emergency department to facilitate, of course, the care of the you know, patients. It provides the you know, when you have someone that has kind of more focused or specific training, there's cross training. There's you know, as you get exposed, Madam Chair, as in many professions, to the skill sets that colleagues have, you begin to acquire, and some of that rubs off in the work environment. So there is that element of strengthening the awareness and supports of education and awareness on the front line, particularly in emergency department. As far as the more acute mental health services, they still predominantly are resourced and staffed based upon historical structure and where the clinicians reside, providing, I think there's upwards of over 80 psychiatrists serving the Central Zone area, predominantly again out of the Halifax and the Peninsula side. That's still the case at this point. But again, we recognize and wish to improve, and I think these mental health liaison nurses show that genuine commitment and work to improve the services while still you know, leveraging the resources that are in place for the more acute mental health system.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister for that answer. Can the Minister advise when he expects those nurses to be in place?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
As I'd indicated, I believe the positions have been posted, and the last update I received is an expectation they should be operational within a couple of months. Again, you can't force that. I believe there's conversations with one of the members of the official opposition yesterday about a very specific position that had been posted 2 or 3 times to get an appropriately staffed to fill the position, but every effort being made to get it filled as soon as possible. And again, the last update was the process should take probably a couple of months.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for those answers, and I'll yield the remainder of my time to the member for Cape Breton Centre.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to go back where we left off yesterday to one patient, one record. And from what I understand, it's a significant investment into one patient, one record. And physicians that I talked to were very worried about that. They're worried that, first of all, that the Privacy Commissioner believes that she needs to be in consultation with this to ensure, of course, of individuals' privacy. Physicians have expressed their concern to me that if the wrong person sees the information, and I'm being told that we're all human, and if you have the ability, you could look at somebody's record. There are times when physicians tell me that they record information that is quite devastating about a condition or a diagnosis for you or your loved one that you wouldn't want anybody to see. Physicians tell me that they're included and told more private information than even psychiatrists and counselors. So having said that, what protections is the government taking to ensure that there is never a privacy breach with this program? Because when I'm talking to physicians, they're telling me they want to go back to pen and paper because the records, the personal records of the patients are the physicians, the responsibility of the physician. And if that information gets out there, they are very concerned. So what protections is the government making, and what is the dollar amount that it's going to cost Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the member for the interest and the questions. I know the member referenced feedback that she'd received from some physicians. I can advise, Madam Chair, my colleagues here, that just I don't think it was 2 weeks ago, I had my last meeting with the Doctors Nova Scotia, President and Executive Director, and indeed the main point of discussion was actually digitization and technological progress within our healthcare system, and obviously OPOR, one patient, one record, was a significant part of that discussion. I can advise the member that the President expressed in no uncertain terms his belief that moving forward, and this is the right direction with this updating, enhancing technology, that this is the way that physicians are being trained, digital systems. The member made reference to going back to pen and paper. Just for context, I suggest that perhaps if you talk to current students and residents and the future of our healthcare system and physicians, they likely have never seen paper records for the most part, and that happens, Madam Chair. Just parallel analogy, when I was in school, we talked in a business program about ledgers and so on, journal entries and how to do them, but we did them electronically. But that was early stages, very early stages. I came back. I was the treasurer of a union, Madam Chair, for a period of time. Yeah, believe it or not, I thought I'd surprise the member from Cape Breton Centre with that little tidbit. And Madam Chair, imagine my surprise when as I was transitioning, my colleague advised, well, actually, don't worry about it. You're working to manage the ledger at the end of the month, the journal entries and so on. There's not a lot. It wasn't a large entity. And I said, oh, great. What software are you using? He said, no. It's a ledger. It's a book. I'd heard about these in school, but I'd never seen one until I started that job. And I was doing it on paper, but I had never actually done it on paper like that before. My point is, I think that would be a similar experience for the next generation of physicians. So it's important, I think, and incumbent for members of the legislature to understand that this investment is about the investment in the future of healthcare systems in Nova Scotia. We already have a lot of digital systems in the province already providing these services. OPOR is, and one of the features is about having a single record across the system. But rest assured, Madam Chair, there are already systems tracking and collecting this information. It's already being documented. EMR, electronic medical records, is the system being used by primary care providers, family physicians and nurse practitioners on the front line in their practices in the community. That's already happening. Those systems are in place. The OPOR system largely is predominantly in the hospital system. We currently have, because of the history, Madam Chair, the historical 9 health authorities, 9 different systems, essentially not talking to each other. So we're talking about hospital systems, so that if you're transferring from Cape Breton Regional up for a particular specialty up in Halifax, that those Halifax physicians cannot see the medical information cleanly from Cape Breton, or if you're going from Antigonish to Cape Breton, both in the Eastern Zone, because they weren't necessarily integrated. The vision and the objective of OPOR is to have the same system, so that all of that data is available to those healthcare providers and specialists. It's about clinical access to information. As far as the privacy side of things, I want to advise members that in fact we have started bi-monthly meetings with team members, including representatives from the Privacy Office, Madam Chair. These meetings are starting up. It's important to realize the point in time we are with this project. The RFP process is still underway, Madam Chair. The project hasn't, as far as the technical side of the project, hasn't been initiated. There is still a lot of work to go with this project. Those technical privacy questions are still part of the equation. But what I can advise the member is that more often than not, privacy breaches that do occur in these types of systems are often the result of human factors rather than technical ones. And this is one of the challenges that we have to strike a balance with, is the clinical benefits of our clinicians having access to the clinical information on patients when they need it, and having that flow of clinical information to support that, versus locking it down and keeping it too restricted. The more restricted you keep it, the longer it takes to pass that information from one healthcare provider to another, potentially having a negative impact on the delivery of care. As the member would know, particularly in emergency situations, seconds matter, and that's where these digitized systems improve. So the more you constrain and restrict from the security perspective and the technical solution to limit access, the less you're achieving the clinical objectives of the system, where the that flow of information to ensure the right healthcare provider has the right information on a patient at the right time. Now, that means, though, that those healthcare providers have to have the ability to potentially access a citizen's record at any point in time, just like in the old systems when it was paper-based, Madam Chair. A nurse, for example, or a healthcare provider in a hospital could access those charts within the hospital environment. But they should only be accessing at that time the charts for their specific patients that they are taking care of. It's the same expectation in an electronic or a digital system. The big improvement around privacy, Madam Chair, and I think I took from the member's suggestion of switching back to pen and paper that that somehow solved privacy issues and concerns. In fact, Madam Chair, the issue with pen and paper is there's the capacity to actually audit and know if there's been a violation of privacy becomes almost non-existent. One of the advantages of having these digital systems is the auditing and the logging that takes place, so that you know if somebody's violating and accessing records when they're not supposed to. If it was back in paper-based, you could have healthcare providers flipping through those charts that are on site that they have access to, and nobody would be the wiser. With our digital systems, we're able to do scheduled and unscheduled audits and have triggers for what would look like inappropriate behavior. So there's a lot of technical features to help ensure, because I assure you, Madam Chair, there's lots of research out there that highlights, for individuals, their individual citizens when evaluating what type of privacy interest. It is their personal identifiable information, and indeed it's health and financial information that is most concerning. I think upwards of 87–90%. That's their top concern is in the healthcare space. So, Madam Chair, rest assured we're aware of that. I'm aware of that, and it's a big part of what we're doing with the OPR project. As far as costs, RFP hasn't been completed yet, so those figures and cost values aren't going to be deemed public. Again, we want to ensure we get the best value from our negotiations. If we announce the dollar figure publicly before we start those negotiations, I suspect it'll be somewhere as the bids come in, somewhere just slightly under what we put out there. So we want to negotiate, try to get the best price possible. But we will certainly, the public will know how much the system costs as our estimates and the RFP process proceeds.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll tell the minister that the numbers that I'm hearing is about $500 million. So that's a significant amount of money to put into something that still has some questions out there. While I appreciate the auditing factor, but I also remember back several years ago when Meditech came online, this was supposed to be the be-all and end-all for medical care from Sydney to Yarmouth, and that didn't happen. So, but regardless, so just to clarify then, or to finalize, we understand that patient records are legally the property of the physician. So what arrangement will be made to ensure this continues, and or what legislation will have to take place in order so that it doesn't?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just minor modification to one of my statements before. I think I'd mentioned that there have been multiple systems. I think I might have used the term 9 when I was referencing the 9 health authorities. I believe some of those health authorities did have an integrated system as part of the Meditech update. So I think there may be 3 or 4 implementations, not 9. So again, I didn't want to leave people with the impression that there were 9. There was some work to begin the amalgamation, even while they were separate. But to the member's point that she just raised, it was supposed to, be the whole system across the province. That was one of the complexities of having multiple health authorities. Everyone had to have their budgets aligned and timing and so on as a single health authority, a single project to bring these integrations and finally truly get to that point where we have a single system for our provincial system. Perhaps to some degree to put the members' mind at ease again that we are taking this project very seriously, Madam Chair, that it is a very large complex, and indeed we know that it is the frontline healthcare providers who use the system and will be using the system day in, day out. It may be a period of time that we are trying to make the policy decisions, but we want to make the ones that support the operation, the delivery of care. I believe there have been about 50 physicians that have been part of the team that has identifying the business requirements needed. There have been, that's 49 in the evaluation process. I believe there are over 300 clinicians across the system that have been involved in some way or another, providing input, feedback, suggestions, even to this point in the identifying the requirements and moving forward through evaluation of the RFP. So rest assured, there are many, as I said, around 300 clinicians having some form of engagement and participation in this work to date. And again, we're at the early stages of identification. There's still a whole large project once the vendor is identified and the particular product. Then you get into the detailed project work, and there's be still more consultation and engagement before we can start implementing and rolling that out. What's the other piece? And as far as legislation, sorry, just trying to, there are multiple steps in there. The other one, I believe, Madam Chair, the question was around privacy and ownership of data, the custodian of health records, and what legislation may need updating or modification through the process. I guess first and foremost is looking at the notion and by and large, physicians who create and manage or any healthcare provider, they are defined as their custodian. The predominant or the main piece of privacy legislation would be FIA, the Personal Health Information Act, that governs these aspects and defines the notion of a custodian as the owner and having responsibility. As far as record management and maintaining records, there's the regulatory requirements, Madam Chair, around the college, for example, for physicians. The College of Physicians and Surgeons have certain requirements for how long records are maintained and so on within their systems that they are responsible for. So again, there are intersections as we delve in and build an environment with technology and providing access. These systems also provide the opportunity for patients to have more access. And although historically and traditionally we see it as again, physicians creating the record and being the custodian. At the end of the day, I think, Madam Chair, most Nova Scotians would believe that those health records are actually their property, that they own them, and that's why, again, the language is custodian. The health professionals are the custodians of that health information, but the health information ultimately does belong to the individual Nova Scotian that the health information is about. It's your health, it's your information. Again, the language, though, Madam Chair, in our Privacy Act doesn't talk about ownership of data. It does talk about the custodian role that healthcare providers play in maintaining. So we're aware of the privacy legislation and privacy impacts, but again, we're not quite at that stage through the project. There's still quite a bit of runway left. We're really focused at this stage on the RFP, make sure we get a vendor and a product that will meet the needs based upon the information we've received from clinicians to date.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Something just twigged while the minister was speaking. So the minister said that they're the patient's records. And if that was the case, and I agree, it should be the case, but so many times when doctors leave, their health records go to somewhere else, and many times, Madam Chair, in Ontario, my office has had to try to track down patients' records and health files in order to get them so they can bring their new doctor or health professional up to speed. So I'm not aware that happens currently. And secondly, I'm just wondering if there's a timeline on the One Health, One Record. But I would like to hear from the minister on the health records being the property of the patient, because that's not what we experience.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what I had said was I believe most Nova Scotians would believe that the records belong to them as it is health information pertaining to them. And I referenced that the legislation really only makes reference to custodianship of records, not ownership. I don't think ownership is actually defined anywhere through our privacy legislation, but rather the custodianship definition that our healthcare workers have. And so as I'd also mentioned, is the professional body that regulates physicians, the College of Physicians and Surgeons, does have professional standards and requirements around the retention of records for which a physician has been the custodian. And so the circumstances I believe the member is referring to generally relate to physicians who most often retire and have a series of records, and again, often paper records in many cases based upon historical practices. So they have large boxes, and they have to store. There's a requirement for them to maintain those physical records for an extended period of time. It's a very similar requirement in for engineers, professional engineers, for the projects that they've signed off on and used, stamped off to approve, they have to maintain them in case something happens down the road. I think that the same is true for physicians, and the college defines those retention requirements. When you see those circumstances of physicians who retire, they need some place to store. Not everyone has, and particularly if you're getting to that point in your life, often you're looking to downsize your home environment and so on, needing less space. So they outsource these physical storage to third parties, and costs associated with that are what are passed on.
Time has elapsed for the NDP. We will move over to the PC caucus for 1 hour. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I just have a few questions, and they're going to be pertaining to my constituency of Cumberland North. And the first one is the North Cumberland Healthcare Facility was announced by the Premier in April 2017. And I'm pleased to see that it remains in the capital plan. I'm wondering if the minister is able to provide the amount budgeted for the capital plan for this facility and to provide a timeline for the construction of the facility.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As with many of our projects, we break out and focus on the specific costs as we move through the procurement process. Again, not to weaken our position as we move through that. What we have is the design is nearing completion with the site, and the next stage then would be the final completion of that design and moving then to a procurement to have the construction of the site implemented. So the work is ongoing. A lot of progress has been made on the design side. So we look forward, and we'll make sure that the member and the community are well aware when it moves into the next phase.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't know if it's possible or not, but it would be nice to have some sort of an announcement or update like that the public could have, just to give them a little bit of hope, because of course they worry that it's another announcement that doesn't get actually fulfilled. And I have assured them that the Premier has said that it is going to happen, but any kind of timeline or update that could be made publicly, I know would be appreciated by the community. On another topic, I know I've brought up in the legislature previously about my concern about the empty long-term care beds in Cumberland, especially with the long wait of people in our acute care beds waiting long-term care beds. And I don't know if this is an issue province-wide or not, but as of at the end of last week, there still were 15 empty long-term care beds, and I first brought up the concern about 6 weeks ago. And the chair of NSHA did set up a meeting with me with continuing care director, which was a great meeting. And we discussed the reasons behind the delays in moving people from acute care beds to long-term care beds. But nothing's changed. And we still have, of course, the overcrowding in the emerge departments. So I guess it just makes me question, what can we do to try to facilitate faster movement? So the director had shared with me that it's on average 10 to 12 days to move somebody from an acute care bed to a long-term care bed. The expectation is 6 days. As a nurse, I would have thought it would be more like 24 or 48 hours. I'm wondering what can be done. It's definitely a problem in Cumberland County. I don't know if it is province-wide, so I'm wondering if the minister, is it possible to look into how many empty long-term care beds are there province-wide? Because I know how many there are in Cumberland, but is this a bigger issue that we could try and, that would, if we could solve the problem there, it would help alleviate some of the pressures in the hospital?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start with the announcement thing. As I'd mentioned earlier, once we formally complete and sign off on the design and get ready to move forward to the next phase, we'll certainly be having that information made available publicly. As we've, as I think it's important again for the public to be aware as we move through the process, keeping in mind also that the process, particularly the RFP process and so on, are also public processes, but we'll make sure that the information is announced announced and put out there so that people do know. As far as the long-term care beds and the efficiency of moving through the system, we've talked, Madam Chair, a few times about emergency departments and patient flow within the hospital system. We didn't carry that conversation to this point, but it's all really part of this, to some degree, the same conversation. It highlights the integration of our healthcare system and the various parts and how, as they say, the expression goes, a well-oiled machine. So I believe, as part of the work that the health authorities renewed focus and concentrated focus on improving the flow and efficiency of our emergency departments. We've talked a lot about the ambulance transfers into the hospital system to help on the EHS side and get those ambulances back out on the road. But I've also stated multiple times, Madam Chair, that work is not limited or restricted to just that piece of the system. And I believe recently the Nova Scotia Health Authorities begun engagement with our long-term care providers in the continuing care space to look at and improving those efficiencies between those two organizations so that the system can become a well-oiled machine where inefficiencies exist. And so I really do appreciate the member raising the question, but I want to assure her that this and opportunities like that are exactly what's on the radar of the Health Authority to improve the system, because we know that's going to be good for residents. But to, I guess, to introduce the caveat piece there, when the member mentioned, 24 hours to move through, I guess there's a balance between being a perfectly efficient system and being a compassionate system. That to some degree these are life-altering decisions. So there is, time for people to make the decision that they are actually going to be moving and so on. And we do want to move people through, but we want to be compassionate. These are major life points that some of our vulnerable, some of our most vulnerable citizens. So the system is trying to strike those balances between the clinical efficiency and effectiveness, while at the same time being a compassionate system, as I know we are as a province, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely, I agree with your comments. I think the patients that I'm referring to are people that have made the decision, and the family are aware that they're waiting for a long-term care bed. So they're ready, waiting in an acute care bed for that long-term care bed, and yet the long-term care beds are empty. And paperwork was the #1 reason that continuing care gave me for the delays. And one of the pieces of paperwork that they gave was that the family doesn't always have the financial paperwork done. And I know if I had to fill out financial paperwork for my father, it would take me a long time probably to find income tax information and that. So they did share with me that 90% of patients going into long-term care are paid by the province anyway. So I guess my suggestion would be, if 90% of the people are being paid by the province, let's not hold up people being moved because of paperwork not being quite filled out. And the reason that this was brought to my attention is the physicians that are working in ER, it's a small community, so they all know that there's all these empty beds in long-term care, and they believe that it's needless jamming in the hospital where there are these empty beds. So now recently, one of the facilities, and I have brought this to the attention of the minister, one of the reasons that they're not accepting patients from the hospitals is due to staffing crisis, which leads me to another question to the minister is, because of the staffing crisis that the nursing home is having, not able to staff adequately, is that something that the minister could discuss with our Minister of Advanced Labour and maybe add seats for the CCA program, just looking at the critical importance of ensuring we have safe conditions for our vulnerable in long-term care?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I thank the member for raising these points. Again, the notion of paperwork and the role that plays. Again, as I said, that's exactly the type of thing we're trying to focus on with the NSHA and our partners in the long-term care, continuing care sector to improve those efficiencies. And I think, Madam Chair, we do have, as a government writ large, on reducing administrative burdens. I think, as we've seen, we established an office in government to do just that, and we've had a very good track record thus far, leading many parts of the country in this regard. So I think we've been building our capacity to do this across the board, and look forward to having the skills and our efficiency improvements, again, especially where they're administrative as opposed to clinical burdens. So that's exactly the type of path that we're on to try to make improvements there. With respect, Madam Chair, to workforce within the continuing care, long-term care sector, of course, that's something that we're aware of as well. It is something that, in fact, not just through labour and advanced education and working on multiple fronts. In fact, the expert panel on the long-term care, quality improvements in the long-term care sector, many of their recommendations actually are very specifically related to workforce, both in terms of the complement, but also specifically related to CCAs in particular, workforce, for workforce planning, what program curriculum requirements, which again would be in collaboration with labour and advanced education, and also again references to again how do we improve and increase the number of CCAs available in our province to fill vacancies and provide care. A very, perhaps challenging, but very rewarding and very important career in our province. And part of that, Madam Chair, that was highlighted by the expert panel was actually to remind people about how rewarding a career as a CCA can be, so that people do look at when they're considering what programs they may be taking. And with LAE, as I understand it, there are some locations where the seats aren't all filled, and there's a wait list in other sites. So again, we're looking to optimize and get those improvements. There's a recommendation around bursary programs. So we've introduced, I believe, about $200,000 to begin providing some bursaries and target, so we can fill what may be hard to fill positions within the program. So we're willing to support you financially if you'll fill those vacancies that kind of are long-standing in certain communities or certain facilities. And indeed, we've had a lot of success partnering with my colleague, the Minister of Immigration, on a number of fronts, from physicians to early childhood educators. And Madam Chair, there's discussions we're working with immigration as well to say in the short term, is there an opportunity there as well to help strengthen our workforce at this point in time. So we have a number of items, I guess, is what I'm trying to articulate to the member, aware of the challenge that some providers are facing, not just in long-term care facilities and some of our home care partners as well. And so the work that we do here, based upon the long-term care panel reviews, we're going to be helping both home care and long-term care facilities.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
So I'm trying to think of how to pose this next question without sounding harsh, but not to you, but to anyone else who's listening. But so we pay long-term care facilities whether there is someone in the bed or not, and I am concerned that. I'm just wondering if it's something that the minister thinks we should be looking at. I was trying to figure out in the budget where nursing homes are paid. I think it's from continuing care, which is under Department of Health, I think. Anyway, I'm just wondering if that's something that the minister and his department has looked at, the payment model. Should we be looking at if there's excess, if nursing homes are not filling their beds, should we be looking at only paying if the beds are filled as an incentive for them to work harder to take the patients that are in the acute care beds. And on that same vein of payment, I'm also concerned about the number of empty residential care facility beds. In Cumberland alone, there's well over 20, and that's been for a few years that this has been an ongoing issue. And the owners of the residential care facilities are paid whether the bed is empty or full. And I'm just, from a business model standpoint, I'm just wondering if this is something that the department, if we should be looking at. Again, it's a problem in Cumberland County, and I don't know if it's a problem province-wide, but certainly if I'm a business owner and if I'm going to be paid for a service and I don't actually have to provide it and don't have to provide the staffing, there is opportunity there, Madam Speaker, for businesses maybe not to be motivated to be making sure their beds are filled. So I'm wondering if payment is something that the department's discussed and looked at.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think in the budget around long-term care facilities, I think that was a first part of the question. We are paying. See, this would be the total space of continuing care space for 1920 for our budget is about just under $870 million for this year's budget. That includes adult protection and home care, home support services. So if I just look at long-term care itself, we're looking at, and just give me a sec, I have to calculate in my head here. About 580 of that 870 is in the long-term care space for 2000. Look, someone used a calculator and came up with 582. I guess I was pretty close. So 582 of the 800 and just under 870 million. As far as again the payment process, again the agreements and so forth that are in place with many of our facilities, long history to them. You know, and we have a mix of providers that are out there, many of them nonprofits, long history, some of them, you know, historically municipal-based, community, that the history and understanding the history of where they evolved from, they actually were community response to needs long before government actually recognized and became involved in providing care for citizens. So based upon those historical contexts, it does, you know, it does mean we don't necessarily have the, you know, certain aspects of efficiency in there, but, so I put the but, we do recognize where we have them, and we're working with our providers and our partners to improve systems. And said, you know, for example, the concerns raised in this particular line of questioning that the member raised, if we address the question that was asked previously, which is the efficiency and have fewer of those vacancies, and again recognize that sometimes there's system problems. So that, you know, I think as the just one example the member used previously, Madam Chair, that it wasn't necessarily that the provider was restricting access because of paperwork and the paperwork requirements needing to be in place. So should be penal, you know, in a situation like that, should the provider be penalized for that? So what we're really getting at is how do we become more efficient in the operation and delivery of our system? And so we are working to identify where the inefficiencies are, who's responsible for those inefficiencies, and driving that accountability to that part of the system. So I think, Madam Chair, believe it or not, as many people in the legislature may be surprised, I think we're thinking, working down the same theme. Whether we'd hit on the exact way we would implement or not, maybe we'd have some differences of opinion there, but I think we're certainly rowing in the same direction on this one.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Great. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On another topic that is an issue in Cumberland County, specifically at our regional healthcare center, but also in rural, more rural, is our support for our IMG physicians. And this has been an ongoing issue, and I continue to hear from our local physicians about their concern for their colleagues that are faced with having to write the Royal College exams. And What if they don't pass? What if they leave before writing them? How are we going to replace them, especially our specialists like anesthesiologists? And it causes a real stress, Madam Speaker, for both the physicians, both the IMG physicians that are faced with that requirement, and also their colleagues, knowing that if they leave, how that will, it's like a house of cards, how that impacts everyone else. So I'm wondering if the department has any plans for providing academic support to our IMGs so that they can be successful and stay here in this province.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do thank the member for raising this concern for international medical graduates. I'll touch on a few different points here and a few different programs and services and things that exist in the international medical graduate space, Madam Chair, that I think addresses not just the specific, but also more broadly the concern being raised by the member. First is again the context of the concerns being raised, that this was a change that was brought into effect in 2017 by the College of Physicians and Surgeons. That this issue and this challenge, I want to stress to the members, was not initiated or precipitated by anything the government has done, other than the fact that we allow physicians to self-regulate, and they have a regulatory body that adopted some standards and provisions that required changes to an historic program, defined licenses, but requires within a set period of time that physicians that would be internationally trained obtain the national standard, the Royal College exam successfully. And so that's just the context so people, Madam Chair, our colleagues understand what we're talking about here is the challenge point, that historically these defined license contracts were continued and maintained without an obligation to write the Royal College, and then in 2017 that changed, and it's how do we manage that change? So I'll address how we manage it on a long term and how government stepped up and worked and brought our partners together to move forward with this, so we can address the go forward. And then we'll go and delve in. I'll talk a bit more about the specific question concerns the member raised, which is how do we catch those, and support those people caught in between. So on the Go Forward program and supports that we've developed is a replacement program. So engaging with the college and saying, international medical graduates, physicians with training and certifications from outside of reciprocal jurisdictions have historically provided valuable support in communities across the province. Obviously, the college's concerns being what their primary mandate is around public safety and so on, and they had deemed what they thought would meet the public safety requirements. We wanted to say, okay, but how can we provide more opportunities and supports? And that's the Practice Ready Assessment Program that we've worked with our partners. And those partners are not just the college. It's the college, it's the health authorities, as well as Dal Medical School. And again, physicians on the front line. None of this can be successful without frontline physicians who are willing to step up and work as preceptors or supervisors as physicians go through to get their clinical assessments and certification that is acceptable to the college to ensure they get their full licensure. So we have the practice ready assessment. The website is online. If anybody's aware of individuals who may be interested in coming to Nova Scotia but they don't have a recognized license, it would be the practice ready assessment program that you want to encourage them to go through. Again, those are for already licensed in another jurisdiction. That is a difference from international medical graduates looking for a residency program. So there is a distinction between the two, but for those fully licensed in another jurisdiction, that essentially can come in and get that training support. So we've worked to build that program. The website is online. You can do a quick search, you can find it, and people can get the information and apply. And they're reviewing applications now, and we expect through the spring or summer the first cohort being trained, and we'll start to see that stream of physicians that was previously under a defined license coming through the practice ready assessment. So we start to build up another stream, which in the last couple of years has been missing. So that's kind of the go forward to say we've recognized. Things that we also have in that space are for those international medical graduates. I've talked briefly about this before, who haven't been licensed yet. They need their they need their residency, Madam Chair. And in our residency system, we do have, I believe, 3, maybe 4 residency seats in the first round of the CARMS matching that are reserved for international medical graduates to be filled. And in the second round, any unfilled residency matches you have equal standing as an international medical graduate as with a Canadian medical graduate. So its first round is preference given to Canadian medical students, and second round is open to everybody, but we do have some reserved international seats in the first round. The other piece then about those physicians that have historically been working on the defined license and the college is requiring them to complete their exam. Again, I mentioned earlier that I recently met with Doctors Nova Scotia, and one of the topics was in this space, and it was a very positive conversation. They spoke about the work and the collaborative work that's ongoing between the stakeholders, the medical school, the college, the employer, Doctors Nova Scotia, and the department, to do just that. They had indicated, you know, they've spoken to many. They focused on a cohort that are in the process of needing to write the exam, the ones that they think might be most benefit from the supports. So I'd encourage, if you have a particular constituent, that maybe they could reach out and see if they're one of the ones involved in those discussions, and kind of that focused effort to try to support them to get through. And if not, they can reach out and we can perhaps provide more details for how it might be available to support their specific circumstances.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the answer. There's certainly in rural Nova Scotia, the specialists in particular have a really hard time because they're often in on-call rotations of 1 and 2, and so I'm pleased to hear that there is some work being done. I might have misunderstood. I was thinking the practice readiness assessment program was an assessment program, so it's more assessing, making sure the IMGs that we accept in meet our requirements. I didn't think there was any academic supports to help them actually pass the exam. And what I'm hearing from our IMGs that are here is that they really need academic support. And when they've gone to Dal, at least the ones that I've spoke to in Cumberland, Dal Medical School has said no, unfortunately, to providing them with support. So, but we can certainly talk more off about that. So I do only have a couple minutes left before my colleague's going to take over. So I will use my last couple minutes to ask about psychiatry. I think we've all heard here in the legislature about the concerns with mental health around the whole province. I can certainly say in Cumberland we're in dire need of psychiatrists. Everyone in healthcare is valuable and important, but in mental health we need psychiatrists to actually make the diagnosis. And when you don't have a diagnosis, there's often treatments being given that sometimes aren't in alignment with what the actual diagnosis is. So I think I would love to see a real emphasis placed on recruitment of psychiatrists, definitely in Cumberland, at our regional healthcare centre. We're in dire need, but I think it's province-wide, Madam Speaker. And so my question, I've been speaking with our local staff. My question for the minister is there an actual clinical plan for psychiatry which would outline the number of psychiatrists that we need in the province based on population and where people live? And if yes, would it be possible to make that available? Because I offered to help do some recruitment of psychiatrists for Cumberland. There's a big conference in Quebec, and some of us from our area were going to go up to try and recruit. But I was warned to make sure that we actually would be approved if we, in fact, we were able to recruit some psychiatrists to Cumberland, that they would be approved to come. So I'm wondering, is there a plan, and is there an active plan to recruit psychiatrists to Cumberland and throughout the province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the member for the question. As I've indicated to other colleagues, every time the question is raised around mental health, I again do genuinely appreciate it, and I believe all advocates who have either experienced or know someone who've been touched by someone with mental illness or mental health challenges appreciate it, because every time we stand up in this legislature to talk about mental health concerns and issues and opportunities and what we're doing to improve them, I hope that in some small way we're also breaking down the stigma, which is one of the challenges, and we become more accepting and more willing to engage. So I just wanted to put that on the record so that people understand why this is so important to us, and why, even though we're having the discussion here, I hope others see this appropriately as a good thing, that this is ensuring this is a priority for all of us in this legislature. Specifically to the questions, and there were I think a couple in there around psychiatry, we do have the vacancy across the province, so I'll provide that to the member in the 4 zones. In the northern zone, which the member resides in Cumberland, it's 8 psychiatrists. In Eastern, I believe it's 11. Western is 2, and Central is 7. So we do know, and the demand for psychiatry we recognize as a challenge across the country. We have these vacancies, and we have vacancies because of in part supply and demand. There is I guess as a society in the province, but across the country and across much of the world, over the last 10 or 15 years, the progress we have made at breaking down the stigma and recognizing mental health challenges, I believe through that there has been a positive effect, and that is we are seeing people perhaps more willing, as we break down the stigma, to step forward and ask for help. It's not perfect. There's more work to be done in breaking the stigma and providing that safe environment and creating an environment in a society where people feel safe and comfortable coming forward. But I think, Madam Chair, we have made strides, significant strides as society writ large to do that. One of the impacts of that, though, is you increase the demands, and there's, as we've been working so hard as a society to break down the stigma and be more welcoming, so on, didn't necessarily build the capacity in our systems to respond to the increased demand that was going to materialize within our health system, providing mental health services. And that's, I think, one of those pressure points that we found, because our health system and the planning to develop and train the psychiatrists was based upon an old model where, not everyone in society was willing to engage, but they were serving those in our society who did reach out. But that was only a fraction of the people impacted, I believe, and affected. And so that's one of the challenges we're having. And all of us as a society across the country are facing that, and I think that's a contributing factor. So what are we doing about it is, I think, what's really important. What we're doing is we've reviewed compensation based upon feedback, and we know that even if you look at the numbers, the Eastern Zone, Cape Breton, are one of the areas most acutely in need of psychiatrists. So I've spent a lot of time in my first year in this role engaged in conversations, learning from those psychiatrists on the front line, not just to understand the challenges, but what are some possible solutions? And some of those suggestions that have came forward, we've actioned. One was a concern about whether the compensation rate was in the last master agreement negotiations, perhaps didn't properly consider the way that some psychiatrists in the central region are compensated relative to those working in other parts of the province. We made adjustments, Madam Chair, to that, because when we looked at it, we recognized the legitimacy of those concerns and made some adjustments there, including some consideration for the northern and eastern zones that had the most acute vacancy. When you look at not just the absolute numbers, but where those absolute vacancies left the demand. So the percentage of vacancy, I guess, because although the central number is only slightly less than northern, they also have somewhere in the vicinity of 85 psychiatrists. So those 7 is less acute of a challenge because there are many more hands in the central zone to share the work versus the northern zone. Those 8 vacancies are quite impactful because there are so few additional ones. So we recognize that. We've made those changes. We've also made a change, again, a very specific recommendation from a psychiatrist in Cape Breton is, acknowledging and recognizing the recruitment challenges because of the availability of psychiatrists to do the work, was providing additional support for the psychiatrists we do have in place, particularly in these communities with the more challenges with the psychiatrists. And there was a recommendation for a new program called a clinical assistant, who could provide support. So we've launched that. Again, it's something that took some time to work with the college and the health authority and the school to develop this program, to get the college to recognize the license and what the standards would be. And so that took some time. But we listened, we heard, we worked with our partners, said we support this. And I believe there are 2 in Cape Breton. I believe their training started or starts this month. It's, I believe, a 3-month training initiative, so we expect them to be in the community soon. And there's another 2 that have been approved to begin their training maybe a month or 2 from now, and they're targeted towards the northern zone services. So we've listened, we've done these things, and on top of all of that, again, recognizing that how do you address the vacancies if you have a system-wide challenge of availability? You increase the number of training opportunities, and those 15 specialist positions, we have identified positions, at least 3 of them are, off the top of my head, I don't have the number here in front of me, but at least 3 of them. I believe we have at least 1 in youth adolescence, 1 in adult, and 1 in geriatric psychiatry that the residencies will be beginning in July of this year. So again, that's just a sampling of what we're doing to say that we're aware. We've been listening, we've taken that feedback, we've executed a number of the recommendations, but it took time to get them developed and implemented in some cases. But we look forward to seeing the positive results that these efforts, again, by multiple of our partners in the health system, are going to have on our mental health services.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to have another opportunity to speak with the Minister of Health, and I'd like another gold star today if it's at all possible. Yesterday we were talking mostly about continuing care, home care and long-term care, but today I want to specifically ask questions that my constituents have at the top of their mind. And I will go to the reference that you made about continuing to listen and work and invest with respect to psychiatric services, because in my constituency, although we don't have a family doctor, we also don't have any other services. The only government offices that are paid for in my constituency is the Unemployment Office and the Liquor Commission. We don't have anything else there with respect to any type of government services or healthcare services. So on the weekend, I had a constituent who called me at home and She has an adult son who, when he was still in high school, was able to get access to psychiatric services and supports, but he's graduated out of that as he's now an adult. He was becoming increasingly violent, and she managed to get him into a car and go to Dartmouth General outpatients, and they said, we don't have any psychiatric services here, take him to Halifax. She got all the way over to Halifax, and they wouldn't come out and help her get him in, and she's little and he's big. So they were told to call the police department. So when the police department came in, they said, well, we can't transport him into the hospital unless we arrest him for assault. So she's absolutely distraught, saying to me, is my only choice to get my son in to see a specialist to have him arrested. So I'm just wanting to make the minister aware of that, and I'm asking you, what do we tell her? Because I have to call her back today, and I'd like you to help me figure out what it is we tell her. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and indeed, the member's constituent has struck to the heart of one of the most challenging circumstances in our mental health system, and in short, that is having a family member or a loved one that you see suffering through mental illness, and one of the characteristics, unfortunately, like illness and addiction, is individuals don't always notice or aren't necessarily self-aware when they are suffering and in need of help, and yet our loved ones can sometimes see first. And being, again, the compassionate society and people that we are, we want our loved ones to get the help that they need. The unfortunate challenge is, as it exists in legislation and so on, is really for mental health services and having the involuntary admission. I believe, and I'm paraphrasing, and it's not exact, but essentially, unless individuals represent kind of harm for themselves or somebody else, if they don't want to seek help or be provided help, we can't force that on them. And so the process that we do have in place is the involuntary psychiatric admission program, I believe. And there are very set rules. There is an arm's length body that would review those requests to be admitted, again, involuntarily. But I believe that one of the thresholds is about harm. Unfortunately, observing the behaviors and the outcomes of certain behaviors that we know are influenced by, again, whether it's mental health or addictions, often the two going hand in hand when there are challenging behaviors that go along with it. It is that threshold of kind of that imminent threat to themselves or someone else. And I would have to go back to kind of the history books to show exactly how we evolved to that point as a society. It's relatively consistent, as I understand it, in other jurisdictions. And again, this wouldn't be 100% factually accurate, but in a simplistic way to describe it, I believe society previously erred on the other side of the equation, in which case we had individuals being admitted involuntarily for services, and again, there was abuse in that model and a process, and people were not, necessarily in need, and so as a society and through various means, again, I'd have to look it up to see the details, we have evolved to this point in time and this stage as the threshold. And I've seen people long before I got into politics struggling with that very same challenge, and look, if we can come up with a solution to that balance, this is the best that people have come up with to date to strike that balance. And again, it's the heart of one of the biggest challenges we have, and one of the most stressful, challenging things for loved ones of people struggling with their mental health.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister for that answer. And I think right at the moment she is left with the only option of having him arrested in order to get him into the building. So I'm wondering if we can't work with HRM Police and the RCMP to see if there isn't another alternative to having to arrest one's child to get them in. Another question that I have from one of the constituents is how many of the new medical grads have signed on for the recruitment incentive for family doctors this past year?
Excuse me. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just back to the previous question too, another scenario or option, again, there's the crisis intervention team to engage. So they would have the training and the process. So clinically speaking, they would know and provide the best direction and course of action for the specific circumstances in place. To the current question, Madam Chair, I don't have it broken out specifically to, I think it was first year or graduates that came in, but in terms of the various return of service programs that we have, the IMG residency program that I talked about, where in the first round there's 3 or 4 residency seats that are reserved for IMGs. If an IMG takes one of those seats, they are obliged, as part of a return of service with the province. That's kind of, the quid pro quo, I suppose, of us reserving seats for international medical grads, is to tie them to a return of service. Tuition relief, which is probably the largest dollar value piece. Family medicine bursary for those pursuing family medicine. IMG clerkship, debt assistance program, and then re-entry. Those are for existing physicians that want to take some time to tweak or get another specialty. So those are the different programs. And again, I don't have this broken out about because these are multi-year commitments, but we have 163 active physicians. And again, that are part of our return of service program right now. Again, that unfortunately I don't have the. I think the member asked specifically about first-year graduates. I didn't have that. I just have the total number across the system.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we're looking at the budget books for health and wellness on page 13.2, it shows that the forecast for 2018-19 for physician services was $860 million, and for this upcoming year it'll be around $871. So what I'm wondering about is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the fee-for-service physicians got their raise last year. I believe it was 5.6%. So my question to the minister is, how many of the physicians, especially those who are in the underserviced rural areas, who are on the APP, will actually be getting the raise from last year if they meet their 80% threshold? so that they will end up actually getting the similar raise that the fee-for-service physicians were already getting. And my understanding is that this raise, even when they do get it, is going to be spread out over the next year. So it's kind of like they're almost earning it for almost 2 years before they're actually recouping it. So I'm looking for how many of those are actually going to be getting their raise that are on the APP.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the just for clarity for the members here, and even for myself, that the members' question about the raises relate to the increase for comprehensive primary care services that we entered into about a year ago. So outside of the master agreement, but an amendment for primary care to help encourage physicians and recognize as part of our recruitment retention. So the member's right, Madam Chair, when we implemented and that program went live, the vast majority of physicians that are fee-for-service in our primary care system would be receiving the compensation based upon the completion of office visits that relate to that meet the criteria defined for comprehensive primary care and the attachment that they have for patients. For the alternative payment plans, Madam Chair, the nature and the approach of how they deliver their care is more salary based, and the criteria is to ensure that they bill at an adequate rate as per the criteria that was established in conjunction with Doctors Nova Scotia. And the member's right, it is at the year end, so it's a year in arrears. But part of that, Madam Chair, is because it's this was not just an automatic increase, it was an increase that was tied to actually delivery of outcomes. In the fee-for-service model, you see those outcomes being delivered on a day-to-day basis. In the APP salary model, they do something called shadow billing that takes place, which is done kind of more retroactively than the billing program within our fee-for-service model. So that's why the programs are a little bit different, but the models of compensation writ large. But again, we have the money allocated to provide the compensation that we've agreed to provide, and we thank those physicians for doing so that have participated in it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister for his answer. I'm not sure if there's an actual percentage, and if he knows that percentage yet, that would be good to know. One of the other things that I've run into over the last few years is when I speak with MSI about billing codes and practices and procedures that are possibly cheaper to perform now than they were in the past. So eye surgery is one of those surgeries where in the past it might have taken you 1, 2, or 3 hours. So physicians were paid accordingly, or surgeons, I should say. But now they're in and out. I personally have been in and out in 10 minutes. I think I saw the surgeon for less than 5. But they're still being paid at a rate that was considerably higher. And not that I'm looking at discouraging any surgeons, but I'm wondering if that particular dynamic has been looked at in terms of a reasonable amount of time versus a reasonable amount of compensation. Thanks.
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, to the previous question again, the member asked about percentage. I believe it's about 5.6% that it works out on the APP contracts. Oh, again, I don't have the data on the members, Madam Chair, of who've earned that percentage, but that was the percentage of compensation. I don't have the list of the number of members that have achieved that threshold requirement at this point. To the current question, Madam Chair. On the surgery, on compensation, Madam Chair, based upon, as the member would know, the compensation framework is negotiated with the bargaining agent for physicians, Doctors Nova Scotia. We negotiate that agreement, and it establishes the fee schedule and the compensation rates and how those rates are distributed across the physician population. that's the way this works. I certainly you know, am always willing to consider how we can be more efficient in our distribution of funds for ensuring the efficiency and the effectiveness of our compensation structure and framework with physicians. But we also have to ensure that we have physicians willing and able to provide the care that we need in the province. So that's what negotiations are all about. You know. That's what's taking place, and we are actively at the table. So I'm not going to go into too much detail about the specifics of what's happening at the table, other than to say that we are at the table with Doctors Nova Scotia negotiating the next master agreement compensation structure. Certainly appreciate the members' interest and suggestion around how we can be perhaps more efficient in that.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
I thank the Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister for that answer. I was hoping for another gold star, but I'll keep working at it. One of the things that I'm aware of is sometimes there's a change in procedures because we've evolved and we do things better. One of the procedures that's sort of the old way of looking after varicose veins is stripping. And currently, if you get a referral to a specialist, you can get vein stripping in the hospital. It's an outpatient procedure, but you then have to take 4 weeks off work. You have to go on unemployment. There is laser surgery that these same surgeons can do that doesn't require you to take 4 weeks off. It only requires you to take 4 days off work. And so for somebody who's a single mother or father who's got small children at home, taking 4 weeks off work is not optimum. So I know of constituents who've advocated to MSI to change the billing codes, and they've said, well, you know, if a surgeon comes and presents a sufficient case, we'll look at it. But I'm wondering about how many opportunities there are to save money for the system, as well as stress on family members. So I'm wondering if the Minister is familiar with this particular surgical procedure and where there's an opportunity to save money. Could we take a closer look at it? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, again, as I mentioned, I think to the member's colleague earlier today from Cumberland North, while we may not always agree on the specific implementation or action, I think again we're perhaps rowing in the same direction on some of these questions. The member may not realize, but in 2015 I was the Minister of Finance, and indeed one of the first things I did in that role, I presented information.
Order, just a minute. Can the chatter in the chamber please lower? And the Minister of Health and Wellness has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I was saying is then one of the first proposals, knowing we were going into the 2015 round of negotiations with unions and bargaining agents like the Doctors Nova Scotia, was a bit of a framework, and you know, it was predicated on our fiscal capacity and ability to deliver, and so we laid that out very clearly. I laid it out as Minister of Finance that was going to be guiding principle. But one of the things I also recognize is, you know, that we believe there are efficiencies within the system, and that, you know what, being the Minister of a department, so for example, you know, the Minister of Health and Wellness may not know where all of the best efficiencies within the system reside. So we had proposed through that process a means of essentially shared benefit, that if, as we negotiated with bargaining units, that if their members, you know, if we entered into a compensation rate that met our fiscal amount, that we could also negotiate a shared gains prospect, where if we were bringing something new to the table, if they're willing to work with us on implementation that was going to bring efficiencies into the system and cost savings, that would be new fiscal capacity that we would have as a province that we could then reinvest partly back into compensation for those individuals and the compensation they have. We did make an effort. I'm not aware of any bargaining agents that took us up on that proposal to pursue those efficiencies. But I assure the member that that's in fact we thought, hearing from frontline professionals, and provide a financial incentive through the negotiations, the opportunity to do that, to implement and capitalize. But perhaps in some of those cases where those efficiencies exist, those efficiencies are coming at the expense of somebody, and maybe not everybody and I'm talking again in my time when we were talking about all of the systems. I'm not talking specifically about healthcare, just to show that as government, we certainly were thinking that lines. We were looking for those opportunities, and we continue to look for those opportunities, and are certainly willing and open to work to find those efficiencies, and make sure that our system is efficient and effective as possible. On the specific clinical treatment that the member has raised, I'm not intimately familiar with the specifics. Certainly, the member raises, Madam Chair, some compelling considerations that I'll look into with staff and our partners within the system to see if there's any compelling clinical rationale for the current, if inefficient, treatment versus alternative modern approaches, and whether or not that's something that's at the table or appropriate to bring to the table, or if it's something that has to go to the table at all as part of negotiations. But again, we're looking for efficiencies because we want to deliver the best care possible at the best price.
Order. Time has elapsed for the PC caucus. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to move on now to home care and talk to the minister, ask some questions about home care. We learned last year through a FOIPOP request that reconciliation of care received and approved is not currently done. So, Madam Chair, we'd like to know, we'd like to ask the minister, why is there no reconciliation of services done? Will that be done in the future? And what is the process now if that is not being done?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and if I may, just if I could ask for a little bit more clarification on just to make sure we're talking apples and apples here, what the member means in terms of the reconciliation portion, reconciliation of which portion of the system to the other, and if we just take a second to get that clarity.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
My apologies, Madam Chair, and I think I forgot that. So what's requested and what's actually done? The services that are provided versus what's requested by family or healthcare.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess a couple of points to the member's question. About care requested and provided, I guess really the home care services should predominantly be needs-based. So we do have care coordinators who do assessments, and that helps determine the needs of the care being provided. So so there may be at times gaps between what individual clients may want. So request or want versus what they've been clinically assessed as in terms of needing. So that might be part of the reconciliation part. We would be starting with what someone's assessed with and what we request based upon that assessment, the home care providers to provide. So just slight piece on the language, though. So just there might be some gaps between if using the language of what someone as an individual or a loved one has requested versus what they've been assessed for. So that's step one, where there could be some variance. But where we're focused on is again, once they're assessed, and that the care providers, the service providers, are providing those services for which they've been hired, Madam Chair, to provide. So some of the things that we have ongoing here is the development, and this is work that was started by my predecessor, the Minister of Community Culture and Heritage, when he was in my position, and that is around key performance indicators. I think we talked a little bit about this yesterday, so I won't rehash it. And so these are performance indicators to assess things like missed care and I think delving into that space. And it's a fairly new process, and we're working to identify the best performance indicators. And we started with things like, are they getting a visit when they're supposed to have a visit, and then once we get that improved in the system, we're delving in and saying, okay, the specific visit, are they getting the specific care that they need? So we're working our way through the system to find where there are challenges. If the challenges are related to particular providers, working with them to say, okay, why are the challenges in achieving these expected outcomes in the delivery of the care for your clients, Madam Chair, and that's the approach we're taking. So it's through the key performance indicators, but I don't have data on the specific reconciliation because again that can get kind of complex in terms of the many different types of care plans, because they do become very individualized for individual Nova Scotia clients.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following up on that, I'd like to ask the Minister, how do home care assessments work? What is the least and the most amount of home care that any individual may receive?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Notwithstanding any potential exceptions, so generally the vast majority, not aware of minimum amount. That's not something I'm cognizant of. I'm not sure. There may be now, again, for that minimum though, again, as I said in my previous response, there are clinical assessments that are done that, there's a certain need requirement, but that's not based necessarily just on hours for the individuals, but the nature of the need. So for example, there may be services that perhaps an individual only needs, but it's a critical need to have help getting in and out of bed. That may not take a lot of hours to complete that one task, and perhaps the individual, once they are, for example, in their wheelchair and in the equipment, they are actually able to care for themselves throughout the rest of the day. But there's a critical need. It's not about the hours of need, but rather the criticality and the nature of the need that they have. Now, some individuals, Madam Chair, may interpret that if they don't have a really critical thing that they're in need of, then they may not meet those, again, clinical kind of thresholds for the requirement. And it may be interpreted by some as, well, I don't think I need a lot of hours, so why am I not allowed? And it's really because the nature of the care that you would need for those few hours, again, it's back to the criticality or the needs-based as opposed to strictly just time-based. But from a time perspective of those cares and supports, I believe it's on the upper end, somewhere in the 150 hours range. And again, once you start getting into full-time care provisions, you start to look at it and say, is home care really, if your needs are that great, is home the best place? And again, obviously that's not 150 hours a day, that's 150 hours a month for care. And And when you start getting up, then you start to say, okay, is there a long-term care setting, perhaps a better setting for the care needs of the individual?
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last year, when we talked about this during budget estimates, the minister clarified that those 150 hours wouldn't affect any hours that were provided by the VON. Can the minister still confirm that one number of hours doesn't affect the lack of, in a situation where if somebody was receiving the max 150 hours, Madam Chair, it was some believed or understood that VON hours would be subtracted from that, and I believe so. I'm just looking for reconfirmation.
I recognize the honourable member, the honourable minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I haven't, the process or the parameters haven't changed from last year. So again, I don't recall specifically the question from last year's estimates. Yeah, it's amazing. I know, Madam Chair, what I put in about 20 hours of estimates that I don't remember every question and response from a year ago, but I do my best. And on this particular one, I don't remember the specific one coming up, but I can assure the member, Madam Chair, that we haven't made any changes. So if it's if that was the information provided at this time last year, that information should be the same. But I'll endeavour to just verify that again with staff that again the recollection from last year was correct.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I wonder if the minister could tell us how many appointments are cancelled per year. Is the department tracking the reasons why they're cancelled, and are the home care providers still paid even though their visit has been cancelled?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have the specific data point. We have some staff looking that up, and for the sake of not holding up to get the information, as I've done before, we'll work to come back. But there is a little bit of data that I do have, just so the member knows I'm not without data here in preparation, just not always getting the, maybe, perhaps, Madam Chair, if the member submitted the questions before we came to estimates, I might have the exact data on hand. Just as perhaps a point of interest for the member, home support hours breakdown in terms of the type of care being provided in our home care. About 42% of the care time being provided is for personal care, 23% around meal preparation, 21% respite, 13% housekeeping, and a smaller remainder in other categories. So I thought, given the interest in the nature of home care, the member might be interested, and members might be interested, Madam Chair, in that information. And to the specific question about missed visits, no, I don't believe home care providers are paid for the missed visits. And again, for the ratio of the missed visits, I'm just waiting to get that information. I'll provide it to the member.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear then, if I'm working full-time as a home care provider in a unionized environment that guarantees me 40 hours per week, and for some reason John Doe cancels his visit, would I just not be reassigned and paid for the full 40 hours, or has that standard come to reality where home care workers are being paid by the minute?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I think, Madam Chair, it gets a bit more complex. For example, if there's a client cancellation, then through scheduling, there's efforts to fill that missed visit for the care provider to be able to ensure they get their visits in. Obviously, there are different bargaining units and collective agreements with different home care providers. So the specific nature of how the compensation to the care provider would be addressed may vary. So it's hard to say. When I was referring to the compensation, I was talking really from the provincial perspective to service providers. I was not interpreting that question, Madam Chair, as a question of whether or not employees were being paid for the services. But again, it does get complex because efforts are made to ensure that a visit is made and care is provided by if there is an ability to build that into the schedule because of the cancellation, and the other side of the equation is sometimes if the care provider cancels the care, if there's something that came up that prevents the care provider from getting to a client. So cancellations or missed visits can occur on either side of the equation. And I believe just overall, I do have the data. And to the member's question, figured if I talked long enough, I could pull it out of my head. And I believe it's about 2% of the visits that are missed or cancelled.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if the Minister could tell us, of the home care budget, how much is paid to for-profit providers versus non-profit providers, and are the profit margins of home care operators disclosed?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize for the delay. We had some figures here, and we just wanted to cross-reference and verify it's correct. And I'm going to wear this. Someone talked about getting a gold star. I'm going to get a gold star for mental math that I've learned in school, because I'm going toe-to-toe with the calculator here. But it is about 16%. Is the contracted home support from the 2018-19 budget, and that we had established. So that's about 20 million on about $124 million.
Oh, I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Sorry, Madam Chair, just to clarify, when I said 20 on 120, about 124 million, I want to clarify it's 124 million for non-profit and about 20 million for for-profit, the total amount being 141.8 143 million in that case. And for this upcoming budget year, it's about about 122 and for nonprofits and 20 million estimated for the for-profits. And that's what the budget is expected to be for this fiscal.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we know what the wages are in comparison between profit and non-profit?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Where I'm not the employer for the service providers, we contract the services out. So in terms of the budgeting that we do and prepare, that's not information that I would have available. As was mentioned, even when you delve into the conversation, with multiple employers in both the profit and non-profit sectors, these are all service providers outside of the Department of Health and Wellness providing the care, whether they're for-profit or not-for-profit. And there are different bargaining units out there and different contracts in place. So to actually articulate or specify what the rates of pay are, they would vary from service provider to service provider right across the province. So that's not something we have and would be more challenging to delve into, I think, with the member.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that some home care providers are no longer providing travel allowance to their home care workers. Are these companies within the rights to do that, or is there an agreement or something made with the province to protect these workers from not being paid travel?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I'd indicated, there are many different employment agreements in place with the employers who provide the home care service to the province, and they are with different bargaining agents in some cases as well. But again, each individual employer, there's a wide range of different contractual agreements in place. So it's again, I'm not aware of a specific example, and I couldn't talk about it in generality, Madam Chair, because again, first I've not heard of an allegation to that point, and secondly, again, the specifics as to whether it's applicable or appropriate or not. Again, in many instances, it really boils down to the collective agreement that's in place at many of these providers.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Minister knows, we've discussed the Cobequid treatment centre or health centre in question period before. So I'm wondering if the Minister can tell us how many times people have to stay at the Cobequid overnight and what they're being fed when they're there.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the last data set I had was from the end of February, and I'm doing this by recollection. I don't have the notes here, so I will put an asterisk beside this comment that it may not be 100% accurate, but I believe for the month of February, somewhere around 18 days that they ran extended hours in the month of February. We just completed March, so that information again and work would be collated. The question of food, again, on any given day, what the specific dietary availability would be. Again, I can't speak to, but what I can advise the members that food services are provided by a central NSHA food program. So while they don't have food preparation services on site, food is brought to the facility from the NSHA system. So it would be similar food produced. I forget exactly which location prepares and brings it forward, but it is food that would be again produced and would be of the same menu structure, I guess, that another facilities would have. So again, it's NSHA food preparation, and they just transport it and bring it into the Cobequid Centre.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, like the Minister, just received some clarification. So if I could go back, I'm actually looking for if there's a contract, a provincial contract with home care providers that the province details what some of the minimum requirements may be, that i.e. being paid travel or for example.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we'd previously discussed in the space, the nature of the agreement and the work that we're doing and the evolution, again, I won't rehash this for the sake of time, Madam Chair, but I believe yesterday or a previous day when we talked about this, the evolution and the history of continuing home care services and the efforts that are ongoing for us to be respectful of the long-standing nature of many of these organizations, most non-profits in the province, to work with them to continue to move them forward on a quality delivery of care program. But the nature of our agreements with these home care providers really is at a much higher level than the about the fact that the expectations of the care is being provided, that you know, Madam Chair, that if there is an appointment booked, that it's fulfilled, that the care that has been identified for the client, that that care plan is being followed and provided. And those types of things is that nature that our contracts, again, because the employment relationship and what compensation structure that employers have with their employees, again, gets negotiated and worked out by the employer, which is the home care provider, not the province.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if the Minister could tell us how many visits that the Cobequid Community Health Centre receives every year.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The data we have is on this particular question around the emergency department's broken out is more financial than visits at this point. That I think is data we can reach out and connect with the NSHA, who would be tracking visits, but again, it's not a level of detail that I have at this point, so we'll make note of that. So Cobequid number of visits, but I would like, Madam Chair, perhaps to get a clarification on that, if the member means visits, because the Cobequid Centre obviously provides in clinic services at the site as well as the emergency department. So I'm just curious, when the member raised the question, if it's the entire site, how many people have appointments and clinical appointments at the site, or just emergency department?
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess if the minister was able to provide both, excuse me, emergency and scheduled appointments, we're trying to understand the volume that goes through that centre. I understand that the land around the Cobequid Centre is owned by the provincial government, and instead of using that property, $16 million is set for a developer in Bayers Lake. I wonder if the minister could explain or tell us if there's been any analysis done why the Cobequid Centre is not being expanded either into a full-blown hospital, and why it's not, and why it's going to Bayers, why this money is being spent in Bayers Lake rather than being expanding the Cobequid Centre.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the member for the inquiry. As the member would know, in the province, one of the healthcare initiatives that we recognized and responding to is some of the infrastructure challenges that we have. And in this context, where the nature of this question delves into is the QE2, the Victoria General Centennial buildings, and the need to replace those aging facilities. We made it very clear that as a government, our policy direction on this for the path forward, based upon advice and information that we'd received, is the opportunity to move forward here is not just to say, well, we had a building that looks like this with this many beds and these services, and just rebuild it over here somewhere else. The advice and feedback said is, this is an opportunity because of the size and the scope of this infrastructure project to really evaluate what the care needs and care delivery models look like, not just today, but what we anticipate going forward. And so there's an extensive work done in functional planning and planning delivery, and that's why we've seen projects in as far as ways as Hants that had an operating room refurbished and a second operating room that had been used 30 years ago, basically a brand new one put back in. So we returned an operating room to one of our rural hospitals that had previously kind of been taken out of service. Dartmouth General, we talked a bit about, Madam Chair, with the member's colleague, because it's in their riding, and a lot of investment going into Dartmouth General to expand our operating room capacity and some patient services and changing the structure and the flow in parts of the hospital there, and Bayers Lake as a clinic to provide care. Why that part of the region and part is the growing nature, the intersection points of travel patterns, that this provides an opportunity for some of those services to be provided to Nova Scotians, not just those on the peninsula, but those from outside and surrounding areas that would be coming in, that they don't have to go all the way downtown necessarily. So reducing some of the pressure off of the QE2 site as it develops, but providing care, and it again, two important and growing communities in the Bayers Lake area and the Cobequid site. And as far as explicit expansions, again, we had the teams do assessments on the overall, and we said, what needs to be done, what is the path forward. They came forward with a plan. A lot of clinicians had the opportunity to provide input and insight, and we were very clear as government, as I think was demonstrated by the work at Dartmouth General and at Hants and the Bayers Lake, that this was not to be restricted to simply the peninsula services, but how can we improve the overall flow and system, and these were some of the recommendations. So that's that's what's been announced to date and the work that's being done there. Certainly, what we're seeing take place now at the Cobequid raises questions, and some people are now having some conversations saying, what does this mean? Is this a short-term, a temporary? With the QE2 redevelopment, there are going to be some expanded beds and expanded services, a new building going up. Is that sufficient to address what we're seeing as challenges today? Do we need permanent infrastructure at Cobequid or not? Again, at this point, from a long-term planning, part of the QE2 redevelopment, it wasn't identified and determined to be part of that. But in terms of the current situation and having the extended hours, again, the clinicians, Madam Chair, are making those assessments based upon where the pressure points are on a given day to make sure that the patients are in the best place for them at a given time to ensure they're getting the care that they need.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm wondering that would the minister say it's fair then to think that we're spending $16 million when we already own the land around the Cobequid Centre and now we're looking at expanding it? So was there a full-blown analysis done as to what it would take or cost to turn the Cobequid Centre into a hospital, or at least take that $16 million and invest it in the Cobequid Centre rather than land and start from scratch?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, as I mentioned, the clinical considerations. It's a health centre in Bayersley. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Habit. Perhaps I should look the chair in the eye when I'm speaking, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that threw me for a loop. The reality is, again, the nature of the care. We're not building a hospital in Bayers Lake, Mr. Chair. That's not the development. So I think the nature of the inquiry about building hospital infrastructure, adding on to the Cobequid building, why aren't we doing that when we're building a centre out in Bayers Lake? Well, we're not building what the members just asked. Why aren't we building this? Because we're not building that. We're building hospital infrastructure on QE2 on the peninsula. That's a clinic space being built out in Bayers Lake, which would be similar to the Cobequid Centre, and the services, and it's to bring that capacity and a new capacity. And again, having two of those types of centres, that's a population density and demand in the area, plus the flow of traffic and the ability, because people being referred to clinics, Mr. Chair, that would be provided at sites like this, being able to come right off the highway for those that are coming from a distance to receive that care, Mr. Chair, that new capacity in the system. It makes it easier for those Nova Scotians too. So again, the province of Nova Scotia owns I think about 30% of the land in the province. Mr. Chair, if we only made decisions to put our infrastructure on land we already owned, it wouldn't necessarily be in the best locations to meet the needs of Nova Scotians.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is the minister at all concerned about the closure of the walk-in clinic in Sackville?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, it's important to recognize that walk-in clinics are services that are provided by physicians, predominantly in the healthcare sector, that they establish as independent businesses and providers of healthcare services. They choose if that's a model of care that they wish to provide. They do provide an important service, Mr. Chair, to many Nova Scotians. The convenience of operating hours outside of regular business hours makes it, which aren't necessarily available, so not all primary care providers and practices provide an after-hour opportunity to receive care. So walk-in clinics do provide a valuable service. You know, if anytime we see a reduction in primary care services in the province, you know, of course, it's a concern for us, but unfortunately, Mr. Chair, we've got to also respect and recognize the decisions that are being made by an individual or group of individual physicians that they make for the care and how they plan to practice and provide care. And I'd also like to highlight and I guess remind Mr. Chair, my colleagues, that we do recognize the importance of primary care and the services being offered, and that's why we've been investing heavily in collaborative practice teams. I know it's like a broken record, the investments that we're making there, providing opportunities for nurse practitioners and family practice nurses and other healthcare, and indeed even social workers to come and join our delivery team in the healthcare system to ensure we're treating the whole person and making the best use of the skills of our healthcare providers to ensure we get the best primary care services we can delivered to citizens. And again, certainly it's concerning if anytime we have a reduction, whether it's in a practice or walk-in clinic environment.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Let me finish. Thank you, Mr. Chair. To finish up regarding the Cobequid Centre, I'm wondering if the minister can tell us how much of the budget for Cobequid is spent on mental health and how many people use the mental health services there per year.
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't do that. We don't have the breakdown of the budget. Again, the level of detail that the members are requesting there is quite specific. We work at our investments in mental health with you know, physician costs, pharmaceutical costs, clinician costs, and community-based. I think we've got a few different ways we have it broken down, but not at a specific site level breakdown.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to pass this along to my colleague from Dartmouth North for the remainder. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for answering some of my questions. I'm thanking you in advance. My first question is about collaborative care centres. In the budget, there appears to be $10 million of new money for collaborative care centres. And I believe that in your opening comments at the beginning of the estimate session, you did name some communities where collaborative care centres or where something was happening. You made a list, and Dartmouth was in there. I'm wondering if you could break down the number, that $10 million number, and talk about what the plan is for collaborative care centres for this year, how many centres are scheduled, and in what communities.
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and yes, indeed, we have added another $10 million to continue building and expanding our collaborative care practices. I believe I think the member's interest is specifically in the Dartmouth context, so I'll mention some of those practices that are already in place and providing care. The Albro Lake Medical Clinic, the Cole Harbour Family Medicine, Forest Hills, Pleasant Street, Woodlawn, and in North Preston, East Preston, the Community Health and Wellness Centre. So those are 6 teams that are in the Dartmouth area providing care to people in that region. As far as the teams that will be established or expanded in the current fiscal year, we'll have the budget approved, and the NSHA will continue working with the clinicians that have expressed interest. It was in January of 2018 when they had a request for expressions of interest by healthcare providers in collaborative teams. At that time, they had identified over 100 teams, interested potential teams, made up of over 400 physicians, if I recall that data correctly. That had an interest in this. So this is, their ability to tap into it. They have a wait list of teams that are interested and healthcare providers interested, and so they're going to be working their way through that once we get this budget passed, so we can move the funds forward and they can get going on their work for this fiscal year. But I don't have a list of those specific sites for the upcoming fiscal year.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. So. I guess my question's, okay, so I know that there's a group, I know it because I go to the meetings. There's a group in Dartmouth North called the Dartmouth North Community Health Centre Planning Team that's been working with the NSHA for over a year. We've regularly, the members of the NSHA staff are at our meetings. And in December, it was my understanding that there was to be an RFI put out, and there was some site selection being looked at and that kind of thing. So, but it concerns me your answer to that first question, because this would be a brand new home. There's no clinicians attached to it, as far as we know, because. This is a community-driven project, but the NSHA has been working with us. So I'm concerned because, as I said, we don't have clinicians attached. Does that mean this project for Dartmouth North would be going to, is it like going to the bottom of the pile because there's no clinicians attached? How does our project in Dartmouth North fit in with those new centres?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the NSHA, as I'd mentioned, is working on establishing part of that work is a combination of ensuring that there are teams that have or organizations having an interest in building, or again, existing teams that would be looking to expand their services to meet the needs. Obviously, there's an element of or multiple variables that need to be considered as they go through that work, Mr. Chair. Things like, is there an interest? So that's step one. Is there a location? Or a potential location? Is there the potential or the capacity to actually staff and fill it in? So do you have the clinician? So it's sometimes making decisions on matching. And another important variable, Mr. Chair, is the need. What is the need in the communities for expanded care options? As far as the specific on individual sites that the NSHA is working on, we're really relying on them, in their work and health system planning and focusing on the communities and the needs to make sure that they provide the care. So I wouldn't say I made reference to the the request, expression of interest request from 2018, or it closed in 2018, mostly, Mr. Chair, to assure members that there's no shortage of interest and opportunity to expand. As far as other opportunities, and if representatives from the health authorities already been engaged and have been working with a group in a community where we know that there's demand and need, I would expect that they are doing so in good faith based upon their anticipated capacity to expand and grow. But again, I don't have the specific list that they've made decisions on any of the sites, but certainly we know that this is a model that we've been seeing success with. We know that we support it from a policy perspective, and we support it from a financial perspective, but we do rely on the Nova Scotia Health Authority to identify, work with the teams themselves, whether they're starting from the ground up from a community base or from a clinician base, to get them implemented, get them staffed, and get that primary care rolled out to those communities. So I'm, again, I note the member's concern, but I wouldn't read necessarily too much into it. The NSHA is, and if the member's been meeting on the specific one, again, I would fully expect the NSHA to be working working in good faith with the meetings that they have, and if they're continuing those meetings, then I would say that I would expect that that's in the the work that they're doing is part of their planning work. Again, until it's a done deal, though, and I's are dotted, T's are crossed, nothing's absolutely for certain. But I'm not directing them in one way or the other. I'm other than saying we need to get it in communities that need it with people who are willing to provide the care.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thanks. I recently attended a focus group that was led by the NSHA around doctor recruitment. And there was, at the meeting, there was a lot of discussion about, from the people that were around the table, about sort of their experiences in doctor recruitment. There was a couple of people who worked at clinics who were, in charge of the recruitment for their private clinics. And I have to say that some of the information that I learned at that meeting was concerning around the rules around, when a doctor comes to visit a clinic, for instance, or they're on a tour or whatever, that there's not a lot of information that's allowed to be exchanged. For instance, the clinic, my understanding from this meeting was that a clinic would not be allowed to give the business card to the doctor, the potential physician, for instance, to do a follow-up. And vice versa, when the clinic received the resumes from the physicians or the potential physicians, there was really no information except for their qualifications and experience, had no information about whether they had children or if they like to play soccer or whatever. And so that was information I learned. I also know that there is a focus from the NSHA, but also clearly from the government because of this $200,000 that's in the Cultural Innovation Fund, which I think is a great idea, to have community members focusing on doctor recruitment. And, I've had conversations with colleagues and community members, and, creative ideas have been floating around about what we could do to bring doctors to Dartmouth North. But I'm wondering how those two things, it seems to me those two ideas are clashing, because in order to be creative about attracting doctors, we need to have some information about who they are. For instance, if we know that they love, very good restaurants, then we can say, well, Dartmouth, this is a perfect place for you because we have these amazing award-winning chefs that are working downtown. What's that? Don't tell anyone? So can you explain a little bit about how that process is working and how those two things can coexist? Thanks.
Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice plug to the member for the constituency. I know we all like to take it, take the opportunity. Actually, talking about that, I think the member for Guysborough Short Track, he actually highlighted one of the teachers at the school that my kids go to, being on MasterChef Canada, in doing quite well there. So I guess we have some great chefs coming out of Antigonish as well, Antigonish and Guysborough areas. Back to our regular scheduled program. Mr. Chair, the concern being raised by the member, it's not one other than I think a week or so ago it might have come up in question period. One of the members from Dartmouth, I believe, raised a question about this notion of information flow, or I think actually it was slightly different. The question was when they had a meeting and the community group was meeting with the prospective physician, they felt rushed. There wasn't really an opportunity to delve in, and I think it seemed in lines anyway, whether it's the exact same scenario or if the information came from the same community group. I can't say. I don't know if the details had been passed along or not, but the benefit of estimates, more details being provided here. Again, I'm not aware of that circumstance taking place in any part of the province. I'm not aware of it if it's from a policy perspective. Certainly not one that we've engaged in. So not being familiar with it, I can't articulate the rationale for it. But I will, and I'm going to put a big asterisk on this, and I probably shouldn't do it, Mr. Chair, but the only thought of a rationale that I could think of is the NSHA might be concerned with competing community groups on the recruitment and the notion of trying to recruit from each other. The NSHA wants to get people in and attach to the community and allow groups, and they want to leverage the community groups, but they don't want necessarily, and this was something I heard when I toured the province in 2017 as the new Nova Scotia Health Authority, was relatively new at that time, Mr. Chair, trying to establish and get their feet under them for how are we going to recruit provincially, and there was a lot of talk and discussion that's continued since then, and we continue to evolve and mature our recruitment mechanism. The member, Mr. Chair, noted the $200,000 being made available for community groups and efforts to support their ability in communities to put their best foot forward as the Health Authority continues to recruit physicians and support those initiatives in communities. But one of the things that I had heard when I was going around, again, these are from Frontline, that number one, as we acknowledge, nobody can kind of sell their community or present, I shouldn't say sell, perhaps present their community better than those who live in the community. They know where the best chefs are. They know what the recreation opportunities are, where the theatres are, where the recreation or sports activities and things for children or partners and job opportunities. And it is the local voice. And I heard that. But when it came to the point of provincial recruiting and where should the driver be, in the Health Authority centralized system, or should it be in the community, and should that be the lead point? And some of the people had highlighted and stressed, one of the challenges in the past when we had communities is that we were negotiating between communities over the same physician and actually negotiating to the bottom, kind of a race. Everyone was incentivizing. An individual had decided to come to the province, and then communities were investing a whole lot more, making it much more expensive in the delivery of that care. I think that might be kind of some past experiences in that space, might be what the Health Authority is trying to avoid. So I just, again, I'm not specifically familiar, I can't say with absolute certainty, but I did want to provide a scenario and some information that I had received, not from administrators in the Health Authority, but rather some people that I had met with as I went around the province and in a couple of different communities who did reflect on a general consensus of, yes, there's an important role for communities to play in recruiting, but a differing of opinion as to whether or not communities should be the starting point or merely a supporting actor in the recruitment process because of that competing interest and negotiating up. So to that end, I again can't say for sure in terms of the sharing of the information. The member's right, though, the role that the communities play, and I'm hopeful that the investments we make this year in working with communities, as the member said, what could or should we do to help, right? If you're limited in the information you have, how do we make that work? I think one of the advantages of the investment in the program that we're investing in, the $200,000, is that it allows us to, again, connect with these community groups, hear from them some of their thoughts, and then figure out not just the financial, but again, operational way to build the relationship stronger and ensure that all of the players, both the Health Authority and the community representatives of the community groups, and of course the prospective physicians, all have the information that they need to, again, be as efficient and effective as we can be at recruiting physicians, but at the same time minimize the internal competition, that we're not, again, just moving physicians around the province. We want to focus on the physicians we're bringing to the province because we know that there's needs in all of our communities and we want to fill all of those needs, Mr. Chair.
Honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to change directions for a minute in a way. I mean, not staying in Dartmouth North, but excuse me. Despite the emphasis we place on healthcare in Canada and Nova Scotia, across the country, we know it's the top concern of most people in the country. Healthcare actually isn't the biggest factor in determining health itself. The social determinants of health, income, education, social supports, housing, nutrition, environment, and more are what make the greatest difference when it comes to health outcomes, as I'm sure you know. Excuse me. And in Dartmouth North, which is a community half of which has a great need. Sorry, excuse me, sorry. there are numerous examples of the social determinants of health negatively affecting the health outcomes of the population. There's a lot of poverty. There's a huge housing crisis, and lack of services. You know, I could go on and on and on. I could tell you lots of heartbreaking stories. So I'm wondering if you consider the social determinants of health a priority for your department, and what leadership are you providing to the rest of the government on this issue?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just if I can just be a little bit of an aside, I believe the member from Cape Breton Centre had asked about Cobequid ED visits for fiscal 17-18. It was about 45,000 visits. And for the first 3 quarters of 18-19, again, we only just finished the 4th quarter, so we don't have that data included. It was 35,000 visits to that site. Sorry, Mr. Chair, for that. Answering an earlier question. In terms of social determinants of health, you know, this is a growing area of recognition in our healthcare system. It aligns with, you know, a principle of the healthcare system, Mr. Chair, that I think has been long recognized is the role of preventative actions taking, and that's following that principle you delve into and say, so what are those root causes that lead to better or worse health outcomes? And Mr. Chair, as the member noted, things like income and housing security and food security, nutritional aspects do contribute obviously to one's health. As a government, what do we do? Well, I'll talk first a little bit in the department, Mr. Chair. One of the things when we talk about our collaborative teams that we put in place, you know, in some of these teams, we are establishing social workers as part of that team. I think a very clear indication to Nova Scotians, Mr. Chair, that we do clearly recognize the fact that not all healthcare needs are treatable, root caused by traditional health, the symptoms. And I'll just to illustrate that point, one of the physicians in Cape Breton that was working on a collaborative team passed along a story that they had added a social worker to their team. First time they admitted that they didn't really understand how or why they would use it, but then they passed on a story where they had a patient who had a recurring respiratory illness, and they come in, they get treated, cleared up, and 3, 6, however much time, they'd be back in, same sort of respiratory illness, and that had been ongoing for a bit. With the social worker was able to meet and connect and learn a little bit more about this individual, found out that they actually had some housing challenges, some leaks and moisture in their home. So really the root symptom, or the root cause of the respiratory symptoms, was actually moisture, mold in the home. The social worker who has that training and the time in their collaborative practice was able to work with and connect that patient with the housing supports through DCS and Housing Nova Scotia to get some programs and support them to put some renovations and improvements in their home. So that's just an example how directly is integrating with programs and services we already have in place through community services and housing and other organizations. Other examples, our collaboration with schools. So particularly when we're looking at youth and how we ensure that our youth get the best start. So our 4-year-old program, recognizing that education is one of those variables that has a lasting impact through the life of an individual. So getting the best start and equalizing the educational playing field, so to speak, Mr. Chair, by getting that 4-year-old program in place and rolled out across the province. That's an example of our commitment socially to seeing these things. Food program, rolling breakfast program out to all schools in the province, another example, Mr. Chair.
The caucus has expired. I will now recognize for the Progressive Conservative Caucus, the Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, do you need a break? Is that you're good? It's wonderful. So we have, yeah.
Maybe we do.
Well said. Well said. So, Mr. Chair, just a few questions from my community of Dartmouth East. These questions will encompass the topics of mental health, home care, the working conditions of our frontline physicians, and some of the things I'm hearing about our paramedics. So I'd like to start off, though, Minister, with mental health. I certainly know, Mr. Chair, to the Minister that I know it is something that you are very passionate about. I know that, and I want to thank you for the work that you're doing. Certainly, as a former teacher, Mr. Chair, you know, some of the things I witnessed as a public school teacher, you know, was quite alarming as to the wait times that exist for Nova Scotians. So, Mr. Chair, my question is this. I'm curious as to whether or not there are plans for a new provincial suicide prevention strategy in order to keep people safe until they can take care of themselves. I wonder if the Minister could elaborate on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, I won't belabor the point, but as each member raises questions, as I've said before, I do appreciate it. Gives us an opportunity, and I hope, again, showing that regardless of political affiliation, our concern and interest in moving the benchmark and the needle, so to speak, in mental health services in the province is a nonpartisan issue, and it's a concern we all share and a desire for us all to proceed on. To the member's specific question, Mr. Chair, in fact, we did receive a recommendation from Dr. now Senator Stan Kuchar in pretty much right away. Actually, I think literally the first action that I took when I was appointed in June of 17, there was a situation unfolding in part of our province where there were multiple suicides in a short period of time, and that was very concerning to me, especially as a new Minister of Health. And Dr. Kuchar agreed to go down and do an assessment and provide some recommendations back. Again, as a brand new Health Minister, I really didn't know where to turn, but I knew Dr. Kuchar had a very strong reputation, particularly for youth and adolescent mental health. He came back with a number of recommendations. One of those recommendations, to the member's question, Mr. Chair, was to review and update the, and really, I think, in discussion with him, create a new suicide prevention framework for the province to set the stage for the work that needs to be done. And again, specifically, I believe the criteria around that in the recommendation was to be very much evidence-based and clinically led to drive the structure being built, and that work is well underway in the department along with others. So our starting point was to do some jurisdictional review to help build the overarching, or I guess the parameters by which we would approach the question of how to best pursue a suicide prevention framework. That included jurisdictional and some literature reviews, but also some information. We realized that the World Health Organization has a model that can be reviewed. We look at our own data in the province, and then once we kind of identified the I guess the skeleton of the approach we wanted to take that we think would lead to a positive. We then reached out, I wrote letters out to a number of experts that staff and some clinicians had identified, and Dr. Kuchar provided some recommended clinicians and experts in the area of suicide prevention and mental health. Both, you know, it was important for us to look both at adult and adolescent or youth because the parameters and the responses might be different. And we invited a number of experts to see if they would be willing to work on an advisory committee. So staff are continuing to work with them. They've made a lot of progress, and I think we're nearing the point where we'll have kind of the structure of the framework, and then moving from there, based upon them, is tightening up to what are the actions then that will stem out of that framework. So we're nearing the completion of kind of what would be the structure of the framework, and then looking at what does that mean then in terms of the actions to actually help reduce both suicide attempts, Mr. Chair, and of course, obviously to save lives in this province.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to thank the Minister for his remarks. I'm curious as to whether or not the department has attached timelines to a new provincial suicide prevention strategy in terms of when the residents of Nova Scotia can expect this to be unveiled. And I'm curious also as to, Mr. Chair, what jurisdictions has the department examined as best practices? What have they looked at as sort of a template, as this might be a good model for us to adopt here in Nova Scotia? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The process of the work that they looked at, again, some jurisdictions, and then through the engagement with the experts, staff in the department have certainly policy lens and experience there. They would look to see what jurisdictions have something, how recent those plans that jurisdictions across the country might have. Again, the WHO, the World Health Organization, has a bit of an approach and a framework that they've identified, so we use that as an informing piece of work, and that was kind of the starting point, and then engaging with those experts that responded to the invitation to help provide some guidance, Mr. Chair, some guidance and feedback as experts in this field to make sure that as we assessed, we did want to ensure we have a Nova Scotia solution, but one that's informed by evidence. And as far as the timeline question, like I said, when I say nearing completion, I think the last update I had, the goal was to have the broad focus of the framework done at the end of fiscal, so Friday. I've been busy in estimates here to get the exact update, but it's when I say near completion, it's very, very near. And so then that framework approach structure will guide and provide that informing guiding principles for us as a framework for where and how we approach our investments and work being done around suicide prevention within our health system.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Minister, as you're aware, for the residents of Dartmouth, if they are experiencing a mental health crisis, Mr. Chair, they have to go to Halifax. And certainly while Dartmouth is very much excited about the renovations, there's no doubt about that, I have to be completely upfront. I mean, there is certainly the concern that there won't be a sort of a frontline psychiatric care at the Dartmouth General. So that being said, I mean, Mr. Chair, the Minister knows the concerns of that. I've expressed that to the Minister. So because often the ER at the Dartmouth General is confronted with patients that are experiencing a mental health crisis, I'm curious as to what assessment tools are used in the ERs to assess risk in our mental health patients. Could the Minister walk me through sort of what are those assessment tools? What are the steps that are taken? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess at the front end, yes, the more acute upper end mental health psychiatry services that are being offered in Halifax on the peninsula at the QE2 and site is or VG and QE2 in the peninsula are continuing, and that's where the core has traditionally been and continues to exist, and that is in play. But I want to assure the member, Mr. Chair, that we do recognize and efforts are underway to recruit a nurse with mental health expertise to join the team at Dartmouth General. I believe the position has been posted. We expect it to be in place within the next couple of months once that recruitment process is completed. So we do recognize that there's opportunity, and the Nova Scotia Health Authority recognize the opportunity to enhance and strengthen, particularly at the emergency department when people are presenting through the assessments. And one of the approaches and actions that's already underway is, again, the recruitment of, I believe there are mental health liaison or nurse liaisons in mental health. So they have some additional training and expertise to support and be there in the emergency emergency department. So that is investments being made directly to the Dartmouth community. The other thing is, again, there are community-based supports as well, and I believe some of the funding supports that we have includes an additional support with the IWK and some supports that they provide in Dartmouth. So that's one of 5 clinical positions that were added in 2018-19. Was at the IWK. Halifax and Sackville have some additional supports as well. And then the Health Authority had additional supports added in Truro and Industrial Cape Breton. But I know the members' questions, Madam Chair, were specific to Dartmouth. So community-based IWK won last fiscal. So we do recognize we are investing. We're adding resources across the province, including in Dartmouth. And as far as the clinical tool for mental health risk assessments, Madam Chair, I don't have the very specific clinical details. That's that's work that I do leave to the clinical teams that does the work. That's not my area of expertise as to the specific, but I do assure the member the question of how mental health patients are triaged and moved through our health system. I had a very extensive conversation with a whole host of representatives from our health authorities as well as the Department of Health and Wellness to better understand that flow. And again, while I'm not intimately familiar with the specific, that risk profile assessment, as I've been advised, is a clinically driven, best practice type of tool, and training and supports for that throughout our emergency departments to help improve our response to people when they do show up at emergency departments needing mental health supports.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the next question is related to our Mental Health Services Minister. And I've heard over the years, when I was a teacher and now that as an MLA, those that are experiencing a mental health crisis, Madam Chair, when they present themselves at an ER, oftentimes they have a peer with them, a peer support person. And I've heard some stories where that peer support person the person that was in a mental health crisis and had that peer support person with them, they were not permitted to join them in the assessment. And I'm curious if you could clarify, what is the health authority's policy on a peer support person? Are they permitted to be a part of that process, or are there circumstances that's written out in policy where it says, that person's denied access to the patient? Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not aware of a specific policy in that regard. Again, I think part of if individuals are receiving any health care service, whether or not the physicians would have a third party in there other than an adult, a parent or guardian with a minor. I don't know that they usually have third parties in for any of the clinical piece. So I don't know, again, the policy specifically in that regard, but often people do show up at emergency departments for non-mental health types of conditions, other physical health conditions, I suppose, again, I'll check in, though, on that policy. I think I understand where the member, Madam Chair, is going with that, that if someone feels the need for the support, and I think, it would be a balancing act between, of course, the individual's privacy option of, really the question of the patient. Do they want the support person to be present? What I don't know is if there's a clinical driver that would say, having a third party there may influence or impact the assessment that's being conducted. And so there may be a clinical driver as to why for a mental health assessment they would want to have that one-on-one with the clinician and the patient. So again, not sure on the policy, but you know, I can envision some clinical rationales or logic that might be driving that type of scenario, but it's not one I don't recall ever being brought to my attention before.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. I'd like to talk a little bit about the wait times within our mental health system. I'm curious, Madam Chair, as to whether or not if we have clear wait time standards when it comes to our mental health system, and is there an action plan to improve the wait times, which often, I know, Madam Chair, when I was a high school teacher, you know, a young person would be in a state of crisis and required assistance, and sometimes you would discover, Madam Chair, that they couldn't get the assistance for up to 3 months. So is there a wait time standard, and is there an action plan to improve those wait times? Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, work being done for wait times on mental health is active within the health authorities, both the IWK and the Nova Scotia Health Authority. One of the things to note is that we are the only provincial jurisdiction that publicly posts our mental health wait times. We did go through a process to review and update the data, because historically they've been reporting a little bit differently across different regions of the province. So they've established, and in the fall we announced and rolled out the updated wait times for our mental health system. So it is standardized, is being collected, and is more comparable. So the details are available for the general public on our wait times website. You can drill down by zones and possibly even facilities, Madam Chair. And on the site, it does make reference to some of those parameters that they're being measured against, or what the would be kind of target parameters for each of the different assessments. So there's, I believe, 2 or 3 acuity levels that are considered. I believe urgent, emergency, urgent, and other kind of care. So just on the acuity level, I think there's a couple of different categories that the wait times are broken out to. So it shows how in each situation the response time is being achieved, or the work that's left to be done. So have they identified some standards or targets? Yes. Are we publicly reporting that so that people have an understanding and appreciation? Yes. And is it publicly available? Yes. And are they working? Of course, that's why we're making the investments we're making throughout our mental health systems. We want to make improvements. Some earlier questions from the member for... Actually, 2 members. I think Cumberland North actually brought it up about some of the vacancies for our acute care psychiatry services earlier this evening. We know we have vacancies. We have vacancies in each of our zones for psychiatrists. Unless the member wants, I won't delve into the details again for the sake of time. But we know that there's recruitment. We're making investments. We're additional residency seats in the specialty space, and working to try to enhance the availability of those acute clinicians to meet the needs of all Nova Scotians, on top of the community-based investments we've been making, particularly targeted at our youth.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the $11.7 million that's being invested in healthcare, I'm curious, Madam Chair, as to what systems of accountability will be built into these new investments to ensure, by way of example, Minister, that wait times are reduced. I'm curious as to the extent to which that money will be invested to see a reduction in the wait times for Nova Scotians to access our mental health services. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a number of steps being taken as we make the investments. In some cases, it's a matter for new programs and services. The department holds the funding and until they get rolled out. So we don't want to just pass the money over and say, okay, let's see at the end of the year how you've done. We'll hold the money until the program gets rolled out, and then we'll release the funds to meet the program that they've developed. So that's an example for new types of program investments. In some cases, the investments relate to utilization and support. And again, we've made investments that aren't necessarily directly to the Nova Scotia Health Authority to help with this, like the residency program, the 15 specialty residents. The 15 specialist resident seats, Madam Chair, at least 3 of them are for psychiatry positions. I believe this is off the top of my head, so I will verify if I'm incorrect, but I believe one is for a youth adolescent, one's for adult, and one's geriatric, and there may be 2 in one of those categories. But we're ensuring that there's going to be more psychiatrists in a residency program in Nova Scotia because we recognize the need to have more trained, not just in Nova Scotia, across the country, but we also know that where physicians complete their residency training, there's a higher probability of them staying to work there. We're showing our interest and our commitment to physicians, Madam Chair, by expanding, and I think that's a positive sign. We've listened and worked and established new programs to support our existing psychiatrists in some of our more acute demand areas like Cape Breton, and established a clinical assistant program to support the psychiatrists up there, while we continue to recruit and fill the vacancies that have materialized over many years. I believe there's an additional 2 clinical assistants established in the psychiatry space for the northern zone as well, which is another more critical need area within the province. So these are where some of these investments are being made, and again, as you add those people, we should see the care improve. Much of the dollar amount in investments, though, again, are targeted at in particular, youth services and programs in partnership with other organizations like our school system, the Schools Plus expansion, the work on youth mental health centres, the expansion of the adult the adolescent outreach model for mental health care, which we rolled out in the province. Was the Caper-based model in Cape Breton as an adolescent. So it was taking that Caper-based model and applying it. Obviously, Caper-based as a label or a name doesn't quite apply in the other parts of the province. So the technical, Madam Chair, descriptor would be adolescent outreach model, and then each of the zones are working to label it for their own community base. But that's expanded to services and availability of supports in, I believe, about 41 or 42 schools, additional schools across the province. So a lot of work going on. The investments being made, I'll run through some if the member wants to know exactly. Things like Kids Help Phone, an expansion for 1920 for an investment in 1920 of about $300,000. The youth health centres in schools, about $1 million. That again is building out of a recommendation from some mental health recommendation we had. The adolescent outreach model, the Caper-based expansion, is about $1.25 million. Some programs supporting new clinicians in First Nations communities is just about $1 million. Again, recognizing that Madam Chair, the disproportionate need in some of our First Nations communities for many health services, but in particular mental health. So there's about almost $1 million being spent there. Capacity building around e-technology solutions, about $1.5 million, leveraging technology to provide support and to help connect clinicians that may exist in Halifax in the central zone without necessarily having to travel, that they can leverage technology to provide support, and then other support providers. I mentioned the Kids Help Phone, the online chat services. When I met with the Kids Help Phone, they had indicated to me last year that, in fact, I think out of all jurisdictions, kind of on a per capita basis, Nova Scotia is kind of an outlier in how much volume we have through the chat service, disproportionately relative to the traditional telephone base. That digital is the way that Nova Scotia youth seem to be predominantly interacting with their services. And so for that reason, we do believe that in Nova Scotia in particular, the opportunity for some technology-based interventions and supports is important, both at the clinician level and again in that public space for initial points of contact. Mental health crisis expansion is again a little over $1.5 million. About $6 billion being invested in Schools Plus mental health clinicians through that program. So again, this is just some of the areas that we're investing in. I think all of these often have programs or supports that are recognized and have a positive track record. And then as far as accountability, again, we work. I have regular engagement with the chair when we think we're slipping on something, make sure we let him know that we need to definitely get going. And of course, on an ongoing basis at the staff level, Madam Chair, there's those conversations on an ongoing basis, not just on mental health, but other parts of our healthcare system as well.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the response from the Minister. That was, in point of fact, my follow-up question in terms of how Nova Scotians find out when and where they can find response services. Switching gears, I'd like to take a moment to chat home care for a few minutes, and then I'll hand it over to my colleague from Par-en-Bas, from Argyll-Barrington. So, Minister, when it comes to home care, I'm certainly hearing stories of a shortage of staff, struggling to meet sometimes at times the mandate. And I'm curious as to what measures have been implemented to get more resources for home care. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the member for the question and the interest in our home care, long-term care, home care, specifically home care, Madam Chair, services. So to tie in broadly our continuing care space, the member would know, Madam Chair, about the expert panel review. Much of the role and the work that is provided to our aging population through home care services and in our long-term care facilities, much of that care, personal care in particular, as opposed to their health medical care, is provided by CCAs, continuing care assistants, in both our residential long-term care facilities and in home care. And in the expert panel, they did highlight the need for some initiatives to improve both the training and recruitment and retention of continuing care assistants, CCAs, in our long-term care facility. Those efforts, we believe, will help support in the home care side as well to ensure, again, we're looking at really workforce planning of CCAs. And although the recommendation came specifically out of a long-term care panel review, Madam Chair, the reality is we recognize it supports the overarching continuing care system, home and long-term care. So some of the things that are underway, re-establishing a bursary to provide supports, and that was one of the recommendations that was made, but really to target towards areas of higher need and hard to fill, kind of historically, again, similar to some of the programs we have in other parts of our healthcare system to provide support for a return of service agreement. We're working with immigration. They've had very successful programs launched in physician recruitment through our immigration partnership, through the education department for early childhood educators. Immigration has played a role. So we see an opportunity in working with the department and and immigration to come up and see if we can develop a program that helps there as well as an interim, and working with Labour and Advanced Education to establish where there be program requirement changes in the if appropriate, in the training programs provided in our community college, and how to best ensure and let people know about the opportunities. A very rewarding career to provide care for some of our more, our aging population. These are the people. These are the people, Madam Chair, of whose shoulders we all stand on, because they have lived here and really created the province that we inherited. And so it is a very rewarding experience for CCAs to have the opportunity to work closely and build relationships with their clients through that. So those are just a couple of examples of things we're going to be doing to improve the recruitment and retention of CCAs in our continuing care system.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister, for that response. My colleague has allowed me to ask one more question. Very much a local constituent question that came to me the other day. One of my constituents, her child was in the IWK, and I guess there's a cost for walking casts. And I'm curious as to why is that not covered for children at the IWK? Has there ever been funding proposed to cover those types of things under MSI? Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
First time that question's come up. It's not one that I've ever seen as an MLA or as Minister of Health and Wellness. I think certainly there are sometimes various types of equipment options or like the walking cast versus a traditional cast options for implementation. And again, a formulary is established what's available on it, and I'll take the member at his constituents' experience. But again, it's not one I've seen, and again, on that specific item hasn't come up before. It's not one I've looked in at.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And maybe it's something that we could both look in together and find out what the situation is. I want to thank the Minister for his time, and I pass this over to the member for Argyll-Barrington.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyll-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. Minister, staff. Pleasure to see you. This is the latest I have ever asked questions of the Minister of Health in my whole career. This is I answered way more questions than you did, Mr. Chair. But I want to start in a little bit over the next half hour or so, or a little less than a half hour, when it revolves around the health authority spending. So I'm looking at page 1312 of the budget documents, the estimates and supplementary detail. And I just want you to maybe dig out a little bit where provincial dialysis program and maybe the Yarmouth cancer therapy, so cancer therapy for the province, where does that fit within that matrix that I see has got about $100 million more in there, because it's an expenditure of what, $1.9 billion for our health authority.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll start with the dialysis piece, where from a capital perspective, the capital expansion work, that will be on page 1314, the programs and services, the capital envelopes investment, and that really covers all of the capital. So it's not broken out specifically at dialysis. It's a capital grant to cover the costs of the capital work being done. And in terms of cancer care services, don't know if this is broken out explicitly in our budget document piece, but it would show up under the ambulatory care on page 1312. So when you look at programs and services, ambulatory care would be where oncology cancer services would be one of those areas in the clinic ambulatory space.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
So we'll go down the dialysis road quick first. And you know why the Minister knows why I'm asking that question when it revolves around the expansion in the province. And I know I have been a proponent for the expansion of or at least of a satellite in the Barrington Passage area, but I know there's other projects ongoing. So one of them, of course, the Liverpool or Lunenburg, but Bridgewater, and then there's sort of that discussion around that. Of course, the Digby and the Kentville Hospital. So maybe you can give a quick rundown of just how those construction projects are going, how that expansion's going, and when I might be able to go back and ask you about the Barrington Passage project again once those are complete.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I'm interpreting the interest of the questions that the member had. I believe were predominantly for those in the same zone area. I'll answer with those, and if you want some more, I'll let him know. So Kentville dialysis. Their construction is well underway, and we expect that to be finished in this year, 2019. The dialysis at Digby, work is underway. We still expect construction, though, to make progress this fiscal year, and if all things go as we'd hope to see it completed this year as well. Glace Bay, we've recently announced that this work was moving to complete the design, nearing completion, and then the funding for construction as well. I think those are the ones in that area, I believe. The main ones, the Kentville dialysis. Liverpool.
Bridgewater, Scotia Regional, Valley Regional.
We'll take a little pause and dig in on some of the other information on the sheet and just take another look at some of these items. Just give me 1 second, Madam Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The work being done as well. I think the Bridgewater is part of at South Shore Regional is part of a broader project, so I didn't see it jumping out there. So then others would be working through, and I think various stages of design. These are items that I flagged there, I think, from a construction perspective, and the work going on there.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
So, you know, as we continue to talk about the availability of it, making sure that we have the right number of beds, Yarmouth at this point is a full, almost fully subscribed. It's running, I believe, 2 shifts at this point. And I'm hoping that, you know, of course, we want to maintain. Need a Band-Aid, Minister, there? I think you got that paper cut there. We want to make sure that, of course, that service is as strong as it is, but of course, the community that I represent is sort of saying, well, if you're going to start adding seats to Yarmouth, that maybe there's a consideration for a satellite unit somewhere else. Has this been a discussion with the provincial dialysis program to, you know, try to get these units closer to people so they don't have to travel as far? The challenge that my constituents have had over the last number of years is, you know, driving an hour in one direction and, you know, a little bit compromised, driving back another hour, and that's only when the weather's good. So, of course, when the weather's bad, it makes it that much more dangerous for those patients. I
recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I thank the member for his continued advocacy on behalf of his constituents for the service. In fact, the notion of travel time as we do the assessments is an important variable that is considered. That's why there was that broad expansion and the work, the capital projects that are now underway to get additional seats throughout the province. So that of course is, we haven't delved in far enough into discussions that would be at the point that the member's been asked about, whether, you know, if there's looking at expansion in Yarmouth or you know, would other sites be open to consideration. But what we do certainly in addition to these initiatives, again, not that it's lines up for everyone, but the value proposition, or the value for those Nova Scotians for whom home dialysis can work for, we are working to try to encourage and work with the health authority and the clinicians that would be required to support home dialysis to expand that, because in that situation, I think we really eliminate the travel requirements for the dialysis, and in many cases, Madam Chair, that home dialysis is actually able to be run overnight while people are sleeping. So not just are we getting into and addressing the travel time, but actually the treatment time, what this does and the time that it frees up for patients on dialysis. Amazing opportunity, and we really want to try to encourage and provide and find those opportunities where we can expand the home dialysis as well. And then that's not tied necessarily always to a specific community, but rather available to Nova Scotians throughout the province, and again, hopefully reduce those travel times and increase quality of life, Madam Chair, dramatically, because that care, they get 3 or 4 hours a day of their treatments back, and that's multiple days during a week. So you're getting dozens of hours potentially back per week. I just see home dialysis being a very important part of our solution and path forward.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
I thank the minister for that answer, even though home dialysis is of course not for everyone, because of the reason of the complexity of it, of the healthcare considerations. If it's home dialysis versus peritoneal dialysis, the location of the ports, there's a whole bunch of issues that people are concerned about. So I'm just wondering, you know, we talk about home dialysis. I'm just wondering, what is the uptake of home dialysis, maybe in its two basic forms of home dialysis, regular versus peritoneal, which I know there's a bit of a difference in those two.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have the breakdown percentages, but what I do have and why I feel somewhat confident that there is more opportunity for our province. The data I do have been advised is that we are the lowest as a per capita basis, the lowest uptake of home dialysis in the country. So I would expect that if other jurisdictions have patients that meet the needs, then we should have some opportunity to expand and successfully provide this improved service to patients in Nova Scotia as well. So I do think there's upside opportunity. I don't have it fully quantified, but again, if we're at the bottom of the pack, so to speak, in the country, there is room for improvement, and that's why I think, and I thank the member for giving me the opportunity to inform members of the legislature, Madam Chair, of that option.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Well, and Madam Chair, hopefully the Minister might be able to provide us with maybe some information later on as it comes, and maybe not only to, you know, what is the uptake, but, you know, maybe what the distribution of it is around the province. You know, is it more people in urban Halifax, you know, maybe since they're closer to the hospital system versus somebody in a rural area who might be a lot further away and having to depend on the possibility of an ambulance, you know, so there's a couple of considerations there. So if the Minister could provide us with that. I'll move on to cancer care in the province. And I'm going to bet it shows up a little bit two places in the IWK as well, but you know, we're talking $280 million there for ambulatory. So I'm just wondering what the cut is on cancer services in Nova Scotia right now.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member. Again, this is just the way that certain costs get broken down and broken out. Not all cancer services, so for example, drugs shows up in our pharmaceutical. So, but what we log as Nova Scotia Health Authority Oncology and Cancer Care, it is for fiscal year 1920. We've budgeted just under $84 million. I think that's $83.8 million. Budgeted in this fiscal year, and that's up from about 78 million last fiscal year.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
So I'm going to guess that in that 84 million, that we're going to start talking about the enhancements for Yarmouth, the services that Dr. Bethune has underlined, or the committee has underlined, for, well, instead of having a radiation oncology in Yarmouth, which again, I'm frustrated on one side because I believe that we had a great case for that, but of course we didn't. So in the meantime, we have to come up with some solutions for transportation and accommodations, because that's the one I hear of the most, and the appreciation for coordination of appointments. So having to come back and forth on a number of different occasions for maybe minor appointments. They may not be seen minor appointments as they're for cancer service, cancer treatment, but you know, when you're coming up for an MRI, you're coming up for a CT, you're coming up, you know, it does add up to lots of travel for the patient. So I'm just wondering, you know, I asked a question about this the other day, but maybe give you a little more time to answer. You know, how are these things going to be put in place, and what kind of timeline are we to expect to see them in place and serving the patients from Yarmouth?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the member again for the question. Off the top, not just the member for Argyll-Barrington. Indeed, I want to thank the member for Yarmouth. I want to thank really all of the community members. Derek Lesser, Sandy, who unfortunately passed away, who participated first in encouraging government to take another look at the request and to respond appropriately, and of course Dr. Bethune and the entire cancer care team that took place and engaged and worked here. Honestly, Madam Chair, although Dr. Bethune was given the opportunity to take the lead and run this review, and he structured and did all of the work, and then came back and provided a report and recommendations. I had the privilege, and it truly was a distinct privilege to go and make the report. And I apologize, I'm using the member's time here, but I just want to let the member know, Madam Chair, that this truly was one of those experiences, this review, in particular being in Yarmouth, to present the report to the various stakeholders, clinicians, the municipal representatives, and community representatives. And again, one of the most powerful moments, Madam Chair, was when I had the opportunity to meet with Sandy in her home, and what a privilege to hear from her pride in having had the opportunity to be a small part, her words, small part, my words, a large part from Dr. Bethune. So just all of those people that were part of that review and the decision and the recommendations made, I thank them for that. As far as the request and the rolling out, in fact, some of the work has been underway even when it was rolled out, because some of the work is work being done out of Halifax, things like the improvements around scheduling, and some of those things are actually, although the impetus to review and say, hey, is there a better way? The people of Yarmouth should take pride because they triggered it. I hope they are okay with the fact that some of those improvements that come out of this system actually will be benefiting many Nova Scotians and not just those in Yarmouth. And I think that, again, is one of the things that made, Madam Chair, this review so absolutely such an experience, because they were so gracious in their recommendations that they knew this doesn't just help us, it does help others, and that's why we think this model is better. So some of those works around scheduling is already underway. The committee's in place. Dr. Bethune is leading and taking the full lead. I've been pretty hands-off, actually, Madam Chair, to be perfectly honest. Dr. Bethune and his team did such a great job with the actual review. I trust the work that they're doing there, and when they come through with their final decision stuff, much of it is operational and can be done within the Nova Scotia Health Authority without necessarily coming back. And then the work that we're doing around the travel accommodations within the department, again, the committees being struck and meetings taking place to build the framework. So work is underway, and I assure the member, Madam Chair, and all members here, I want to get it done as soon as we can to get these changes rolled out, because the community has been very patient, very accommodating, and very engaged on this file.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyll-Barrington.
And I know the minister understands this, and I know Dr. Bethune understands it as well. Urgency is important here. Urgency is of the utmost, because cancer waits for no one. So, while we continue to talk about it, more people are being diagnosed with cancer. They're having to having to face the issue of coming here for service, and looking at it with a I don't know how they look at it. It's such a big, daunting issue. You not only have this terrible diagnosis, but you now have to figure out, okay, I got to get to the city, got to see my oncologist. I need to see. It's just a lot for people, which is why I like the idea of the psychological support for patients, because it's a lot for them to take in. I as well want to thank Derek Lesser and for his work and his really working hard of putting that together and being a part of the decision-making process. And my heart goes out to Sandy's husband Ken, and of course their family. You know, Sandy was most definitely a driving force in this issue. Sometimes experience, and you know, she lived it. You know, she lived it and she fought it, you know, right to the end. And you know, if we can do anything to put aside, you know, some of disagreements that we have in this House, and just say we're going to do it for Sandy, I think puts all this into perspective. So thanks the Minister for the hard work. And by the way, the next time he comes down for an announcement like that, you know, a call to the local MLA next door wouldn't be too bad, and because I would love to have been with you during that presentation, which I didn't get a call, so just want to say that. Let's switch quickly because I only have a few more minutes. I got about 5 minutes to go. I do want to go to page 13.8 when it talks about programs and services for physician services. And I don't know if this question was already asked, but I'm sure it was. When it comes to fee-for-service, we see a short or a loss here of about $30 million. So how many services are we not doing, or is this a direct issue of not enough physicians in the province providing primary service? Why such a large drop in fee-for-service when it comes to physician services?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. I apologize. It sounds like not the member for Argyle-Barrington, but rather my colleague, the member from Preston-Dartmouth, about my sometimes focus on the task at hand and not always colleagues that are in the vicinity of where I go to have the communications and engagement. So that's not a partisan shot that the member provided, because my own colleagues remind me of that point from time to time as well. And one last thing, want to remind people too, the role that Yarmouth plays not just in this review, but the take-home cancer program that we launched there the other year. Derek Lesser, again from Yarmouth, very much an instrumental part in drawing the awareness of my predecessor, the current Minister of Community Culture and Heritage, myself when I was Finance Minister, and so it was a real pleasure and pride to move that advocacy forward. To the members' specific question here, what he's asking is on page 13.8, there's a reduction of about $30 million in fee-for-service, but you do see an increase, Madam Chair, in alternative payment plans, which I've talked before. So 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth item down in that same category, increased to $78 million. This is about the change in how physicians coming into the system are choosing to pursue their compensation model for how they work, and so we're seeing generally a shift from our experienced physicians who are traditionally on fee-for-service programs and to younger, newer physicians pursuing alternative payment plans, the APPs, which is more of a traditional salary-based question. Salary-based questions. So I'll let the member go forward with another question. Okay.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
So we get to flip to something else quickly on the next page of 13.9. Not necessarily anything that's on there, but maybe it should be or maybe it shouldn't. We've been talking a lot about National Pharmacare Program again. I remember talking about it years ago when I was minister, and we had a program all designed, ready to go, and Ontario dropped out and the feds didn't want to do it anyway. So anyway, that's a whole other issue. I'm just wondering if a national pharmacare program does fit in, how would you be able to adjust your pharmaceutical services extended benefits?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Timely question. The federal government's budget just came down recently. As the members would know, the federal government did conduct a review. In fact, one of our former colleagues here, the Honourable Diana Whalen, nice to be able to use her name and get it enhanced, was actually one of the the panelists that the federal government tapped to work with Dr. Eric. How do you pronounce his last name? Eric Hodgkins. In the review. Their budget made some commitments to work at a national stage, and Madam Chair, I look forward to when I next connect. We have our next meeting with our federal and provincial territorial counterparts, so we can delve in to further discuss the federal plans. There's not enough kind of meat in terms of what the provincial role and expectations here would be for that, so it's not something we're able to budget at this point in time. The recommendations that the federal government made and their budget were really about them establishing some starting points and work on their end, I think, to help work with provincial and territorial jurisdictions to pursue their objective.
Time has elapsed, and we will turn it over to the NDP. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello again. I'm going to continue on with some questions about the social determinants of health. So when we last spoke, you were saying that you understand the importance of the social determinants of health. As I'm sure you know, Minister, I'm particularly concerned by the shockingly low income assistance rates that we have in Nova Scotia. I've already mentioned, and I've mentioned many times before, that in Dartmouth North we have many people who are living under the poverty line, many people on income assistance. I believe it's the most people on income assistance in the province live in Dartmouth North. And I am struck by the impacts that these rates have on the health of my constituents. I'd like to ask you if, in your view, I can't remember if I'm allowed to talk directly to you. I'd like to ask the Minister if, in his view, the social assistance rates set by the Department of Community Services are supporting the health of Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you know, the Department of Community Services over the last number of years has embarked upon a fairly extensive review, and again, it's not necessarily incumbent on me to delve into a lot of detail of the review and the work that they've done to transform. I believe that they talked about it in that terminology, is around transformation within the Community Services Department, Madam Chair, and the rollout. I know how extensive the consultation and engagement was, and I say that because as MLA, I know that there was staff from the department that were in Antigonish, my constituency, to meet with both frontline staff, but also clients, and they had meetings with clients that are making use of the programs like ESIA. So hearing directly from the front line about what types of changes would be appropriate and felt to have the best impact on them, and extensive work that was done over a period of time. And what we're seeing now more recently, Madam Chair, is starting to implement those changes. I know it took a fairly extensive amount of time in the Department of Community Services, but I certainly want to acknowledge the work of both the current Minister of Community Services and her predecessor to do this work, because we're now starting to see those changes implemented. We're starting to see expansion in the amount of earned money that can be retained by members on income assistance programs. The amount that when they start work, it may only be part-time work or casual work. They may still require income assistance, but the amount of earned money that they're able to keep, they made that change to increase that. Madam Chair, my colleague, the Minister of Community Services, has already announced the plans to establish and move forward with the new income household rate program to improve the program and also put more money back into the pockets to support those those people in need of this program. And Madam Chair, it's not just through our income assistance program, but through other programs and supports that community services provides. Again, I'll speak from an experience in my own community. About 2 years ago, a little more than 2 years ago. Yeah, it was a little more than 2 years ago. A community group, the Affordability Housing Association or Society of Antigonish, came to my office as a constituent group, expressing the work that they'd been working on for about 25 years, I believe, to establish some affordable housing units in Antigonish. The last time there'd be something in the space of affordable housing would have been through the co-op units that would have been built in certain parts of the community. But this affordable housing group really reached out, and like any other MLA, get them in touch with Housing Nova Scotia and the programs. And through that work, after 25 years, they actually managed to work out and establish a program, with existing programs with Housing Nova Scotia, and they built a 4-unit complex, 2 of them barrier-free and 2 traditional units in one complex. And at the time of that announcement, they then announced, you know what, we managed to get 4, let's shoot for another 10. And I anticipated maybe in 5 or 10 years we might see this. 18 months later, I was at the opening of a 10-unit affordable housing unit based upon Housing Nova Scotia programs and the work of this group. Madam Chair, they didn't even come back to my office as MLA to engage in this. These are just the nature of the programs and supports that are available. These organizations, again, they had been working for 20 to 25 years to establish this. They knew the need. They had the drive and the desire, and they've spoken about how the programs and the changes that we have been able to support them, including the fact that the investment expanded between their 4-unit complex and their 10-unit complex. The program actually provides even more money now based upon some of those additional investments. On top of that, Madam Chair, there's the rent supplements that are available. Like many of us in this legislature, we do support some of our most vulnerable, and housing is one of those areas. I have the constituents, and sometimes it is the rent supplement that actually allows us to connect the constituent in an insecure housing situation to housing. And again, Antigonish is a university town. The affordability of housing is skewed when you think of it as a rural area, but because of the university demand of students in the population, the cost otherwise is disproportionately high because of those additional demands in the community for a community of this size. So those rent supplements, Madam Chair, sometimes the difference between finding an affordable location and being able to cover the cost. And again, a lot of work has been done to expand the accessibility of those programs so that we can use existing stock that's already in our community. So there are a number of things here, both around the income and the housing side of things. Again, I'm speaking actually quite extensively about investments from my colleagues' department, but given the fact that the questions are tying on social determinants, and I believe, Madam Chair, the question was around whether I think the government and our department are doing enough. I think we're doing a lot of great things here, even back to when I was finance minister and had the opportunity to work and stabilize our investments, Madam Chair, and our fiscal foundation, so that as a government we could introduce a tax cut that was targeted to normally tax cuts when they get put in our income tax system apply across the board, and as our tax system is progressive, a tax cut traditionally would also be progressive but reverse. But Madam Chair, we took effort and because we wanted to target the lower income population of the province when we had the opportunity to make that tax cut, and that's exactly what we did. And we assured that in fact it didn't make a reverse progressive tax cut, but a targeted tax cut through the enhancement of the basic personal exemption, and we put parameters on that limited access to that to people, and then we progressively rolled it off as income went up. So we made sure that the most value was targeted to those who needed it the most.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
I appreciate all of those answers, and I really do. I recognize that the housing programs in Antigonish in particular are working very well. I recognize that the basic or the standard household rate that's going to come in will make things easier for people, but the bottom line is it's not enough money. So when I just bought groceries the other day. I used to pride myself on being able, like, not spending much money on groceries, even though I bought mostly healthy food. I was shocked the other day when I went out and I bought, you know, groceries for the week for my family of 4. It was $176, and the only unhealthy thing in that cart was 2 bags of chips, $3. They were 2 for $3, so I got 2. What? Barbecue and a regular. Thank you very much. But my point is this: is that I try to eat as healthy as possible, and I try to feed my family as healthy as possible food. But the fact is that it's super expensive. And then the next day, the other part of this is that I got home after spending that much money, and then I was like, oh, but we don't have this, this, and this, and this, and I went out and spent another $100 the next day. The amount that people have to live on is not enough money to buy healthy food. That's the bottom line in the people of the lowest incomes in the province. We can argue about this forever. I'm going to change tack a little bit. Yesterday, I heard some very disturbing information about people who are on remand at Burnside Jail. There's a revolving door issue with many people on remand. So here, this is what I heard. There are many women, in particular, who go to jail for a variety of reasons, mostly related to poverty, shoplifting, drug addiction. Those are the 2 big ones, actually. And they, when they get to jail, their income assistance is cut off. Boom, off. Not put on pause, but cut off. Then their prescriptions are taken away from them. They are given some medications in jail, but their pharmacare gets cut off because they're off income assistance. Also, their housing, if they can't pay their rent then, so if they're in for more than a month or 2, very often they lose their housing, which is in very short supply in Dartmouth North. So they're on remand. They have not been convicted of a crime. They lose their pharmacare, they lose their income assistance, and they lose their housing. They're in jail, they get tried, whatever, they come out 3 or 4 months later, they're given a bus ticket, and they are told to, you know, have a nice life. And they don't get their income assistance back for several weeks. Sometimes, if they change locations, they have to start their files over again. So we then have these people who had they been able to keep their income assistance, or at very least had that been just paused, acknowledging that they're getting their food and their bed in the jail, you know, so that they don't need that money, quote unquote, and had their pharmacare been continuous, then they would be much healthier when they leave the jail, or they would be at their regular standard of health and not have their health, including mostly mental health care, go out the window with their lack of prescriptions, or in some cases getting different medications, and often cases when they get out of jail having no medication for months until everything can get back the system working. So my question is, I mean, I feel like this is an obvious place where simple policy changes could make significant changes in people's lives. And so my question is to you, Minister, would you commit to showing leadership with your colleagues from Justice and your colleagues from Community Services, work together, the 3 ministers and the deputy ministers, to address these situations so that people who get out of jail, reminding the House that they haven't even been convicted of a crime in many cases, but they get out of remand and they can continue with their lives without this massive disruption, which throws people into mental health tailspins and other kinds of, healthcare tailspins.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the member highlights just that exact point on the integration and how departments' interactions overlap. I certainly the specific circumstances, perhaps I was able to talk a bit about the community services there because of the work and certainly the advocacy and the work of the Minister of Community Services in that regard, and hearing a lot about it. I will admit perhaps less familiar about the judicial system and process and where some of those decisions and the history and the context for why those parts of the system are established the way they are. So, for example, the remand process and so on, not something I'm as intimately familiar with. So difficult for me to articulate in a health context what and if the processes as it relates there are appropriate or not. But one of the things that just for contextual purposes is important to know is that, again, health services aren't cut off. The Nova Scotia Health Authority is responsible for providing health care in our correctional institutions that they do provide. As part of those services, that includes providing the drug coverage that they have on their formulary in those institutions for people. So again, the health system that's been established recognizes, Madam Chair, that even when in a correctional institution, correctional facility, Nova Scotia still require healthcare services. Those services are provided by the Nova Scotia Health Authority, including the drug coverage that they provide. I believe the Health Authority is looking and has been looking at what their health services in the correctional institutions entail. I think they've heard from a number of people. I don't have the full details of what that work is, but certainly there's consideration as to a number of programs that people have been advocating or looking towards opportunity to enhance health services in a correctional institutions. And it's my understanding that the Health Authority has been taking that under advisement and looking to make some improvements. And to the specific question, I think the member, Madam Chair, left off with, would I connect with my colleagues in the Justice and Community Services? In fact, we do connect on a fairly regular basis, and to further look at the question that's been raised, we can certainly, as part of our overall continued work to bring down silos and find the ways that we can again provide the supports and that we have, recognizing again we have a lot of competing priorities and interests, and a limited budget. As we know, we do have a fixed budget amount as a government to invest in. Every year when we go through the budgeting process, we there's no shortage of important areas to invest in. We do target areas, as my first response highlighted. A lot of those areas are targeted towards the social side of the equation, although we don't necessarily always hear about them. We don't always talk or focus on them on this side because we're so focused on again that next area. So I can certainly advise the member. I've heard her concern. It's the first time I've heard that I recall hearing that particular circumstance or scenario being raised. And so again, as we always do, work with our colleagues to try to understand where and when opportunities align to make improvements within our systems rather than just, for example, specifically the health care system.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you for that answer. I appreciate that there are budget concerns, and there are many demands on the budget and the money, the revenues or the expenditures for the province. And I think we'll probably never agree on the fact that this government prefers to post balanced budgets than to invest in some serious social programs and other programs that we need currently. The fact is that I don't want to go into all of the financial part of it, but my point is that it's a choice to balance a budget, and it's a choice to not invest in certain programs. I also think that if the government is concerned with balancing budgets and finding efficiencies, that the social determinants of health are one of the best places to go to find those efficiencies. The amount of money it costs to jail somebody and put someone in remand because their pharmacare got cut off and they couldn't get access to their mental health medications must be extraordinary. I don't have the numbers obviously in front of me, but I would love to look into those numbers, and you know, maybe one day I'll bring them back to you, Minister. In a similar vein, I want to ask another question. Last week we saw the Wortley report report on the hugely disproportionate use of street checks by Halifax Regional Police and the RCMP on Black citizens. And this is a huge cause for alarm when it comes to the social determinants of health and protective factors against mental health, mental illness, especially in our Black population. I'm wondering if the minister can tell me, in his view, if the position taken by the Minister of Justice to not impose an immediate moratorium on the use of street checks is a good decision for population health, for population health in our Black communities.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Welfare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess to the first front end of the member's remarks there, and I guess the assertion as to you know, a point where how does the member from Cape Breton Centre refer to it? Agreeing to disagree in terms of certain points of either fact or I think in this case policy with respect. I do take a little bit of an exception, though, both as formerly as a former finance minister and indeed still a member of government on this side of the legislature, with I guess kind of the tone or the approach in terms of the assertion that our priority is somehow misguided, where we do have a commitment to fiscal management and ensuring that we have financial sustainability as part of our guiding principles here. And the member talks about the need to invest in social programs and services to meet the needs of our population. You know, here it is in health, but obviously it's broadening out through the angle or the lens of, excuse me, of social determinants of health. Let me just explain through this thread that the member raised about balanced budgets and how and what kind of impact, if governments that came before us had such a commitment to the population, that what kind of impact and effect we can have today because of the decisions that were made by those that came before us that tie our hands. The fact of the matter is, Madam Chair, we have debt servicing costs in the range of $850 million per year. Those debt servicing costs come off the top of our budget. The source of those debt servicing costs are from two different sources of debt. One is from capital investments that are made into infrastructure that provides value to the citizens over time. So the payment, both the capital and the cost of borrowing, is aligned with the timing of the utilization of those assets like roads and hospitals and things that we are continuing to invest in and borrow money to meet those needs. But 65% of our debt, Madam Chair, comes from deficit financing. That means 65% of those debt servicing costs. Of the $850 million, Madam Chair, that's $550 million each and every year we would not be paying out of our budget each and every year off of the top. Imagine what kind of social programs and services we could provide to the people of Nova Scotia if we had another $550 million to invest. But no, through the policy and fiscal decisions of past governments, of those that came before us, they have tied our hands to the tune of $550 million each and every year. And so, yes, Madam Chair, I do take a bit of exception and concern to have our governments commitment to fiscal sustainability on behalf of this province, because as a former finance minister and a proud member of this government, Madam Chair, I will not tie the hands of my children and the next generation by burdening them with extended deficit financing to consume programs and services today. So yes, Madam Chair, we do have a difference of opinion, and we likely will not come to a consensus on that. But for every time, Madam Chair, the member stands up and criticizes us for not having enough money to invest in a good program or service or idea that is out there, Madam Chair, let me remind her of the $550 million that those that came before us have spent that we cannot spend today because of those decisions. I don't have the choice. I don't have the flexibility. But boy, can I assure the member, and I think under the leadership of our Premier, the commitment to invest in social programs like the largest tax cut that we've had. What government, can the member remember the last time a government made a significant income tax cut in this province? And not only that, but that tax cut was targeted to those at the low end of our income system, Madam Chair. It was a creative solution to come in with a tax cut. I was at the Department of Finance when we were doing that, Madam Chair. We did a lot of work. We challenged the staff who didn't think it was possible to structure a tax reduction that could be targeted the way we did, because we were adamant that we could not afford to give that tax cut to the richest Nova Scotians. We wanted to, under the leadership of the Premier, make sure that it was the lowest income Nova Scotians that got the benefit. Our 4-year-old program, we want to provide a social investment to invest through education, through our 4-year-old program, to balance the playing field, Madam Chair. That is an investment under the leadership of the Premier. I remember our first AGM after being elected in 2013, the Premier stood up amongst Liberals and at that table to say that he wanted to get back to balance so he could invest in a program like that, Madam Chair. And I'm so proud to be a member of his government that made that happen because of our fiscal restraint, Madam Chair.
Order. Time has elapsed. Order. Order.
We can fix that shoulder when you're patting yourself on the back.
Order. Time allotted for the consideration of supply today has elapsed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had no idea we had Red Bull in the kitchen back there for the Minister of Health. Madam Chair, I move that the committee do now rise and that you report progress and beg leave to sit again.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House. Order. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Supply reports.
That the Committee of the Whole on Supply has met and made some progress and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This concludes the government's business for today. I move that the House do now rise to sit again tomorrow, Wednesday, April 3rd, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. And in consultation with the House leaders and the opposition, we believe that we made more than some progress, Madam Speaker, on estimates. Therefore, we're going to forego the estimates process for tomorrow, go through opposition day, and finish with the hour of interruption. And it being the PC's opposition day tomorrow, I turn it to their House leader to call tomorrow's agenda.
I recognize the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the Government House Leader for his kind remarks, more kind than the Minister of Health, from what we just heard there. But after the daily routine and question period tomorrow, we'll be calling bills for second reading. Bill number 107, an act to amend Bill number 107, House of Assembly Act, an act to amend respecting committees, and Bill number 117, an act to amend the Adoption Information Act.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again on Wednesday, April the 3rd, between the hours of 1 and 6 p.m. Would those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned until 1 p.m. on April the 3rd.